Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. The Panthers on the prowl will continue driving down the field to the red zone. We just got a first down and 10. Smitty on the loose, wide open Ted again. Stack 6 more on the board, looking like a win. With the 6-game winning streak, put them out their misery. Brady wanna cry when the ref threw the penalty. Panthers got a hot team, Patriots the enemy. Draw the first blood, different team than we used to be. Cam swerving through the traffic, signaling a first down. Fans on their feet and the crowd getting really loud. Offense did a job off the field. There's the towel. Bank of America. Stadium is going down. Defense got him pushed back to the end zone. Hardy with the sack. That's a safety and we got the ball. Rushing on your shotgun. Staring at the barrel, y'all. All New England fans hear him saying that ain't fair at all. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Better watch the linebacker, he can read you like a book. Run 40 yards just to tackle Luke. Got him shook, Tobert like a tank. And D'Angelo with the fake. Stiff arm, out of bounds, 25 to gain. Stewart back, healthy 3 lethal running backs. It's suicide at the wide receivers, it's a rout. Secret weapon, make plays, Greg Olsen make it happen. Keep pounding on these haters, we ain't playing John Madden. Legion of the Hood, hometown go boom. Force and fumbles, Panthers making sure the ball is loose. Jack move, Charles Johnson, yeah, he will come attack you. State of mind, mentally and physically, we pass you. Godfrey in the nickel back, and he making sure we're safe. Panthers on the prowl, we gon' come and elevate the state. Hard fought thriller, only 59 seconds left. Panther fans on the feet, heart beating out the chest. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding.
I'm pop star Zara Larsson, or should I say
Well, the mantra really is just keep pounding. It is what it is.
You know, we've been fighting since day one, and that's what we do. You know, we don't.
I'm so proud of this team. What we've been able to put into it, and the resiliency that we had. You know,
they happen, and you know that motto that we live by, keep pounding. That's definitely something that we.
What's up, everybody? Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel and for the Yahoo Sports app. Keep pounding Fantasy Football League. Now, I have started messaging people about the Fantasy Football League, so we're going to get that started this year. One of the 2 weeks that I'm doing I'm drafted on the 30th. I think either 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock p.m. So, mark that down in your calendar. I might just do a stream of that draft. That would be kind of cool, right? Do you guys like to see that? And of course, I'll be doing a stream of my league's draft as well. So that way, there is full transparency there. I have to make sure that everybody that is in the current roster right now from last year is going to be playing this year before I start opening it up to the public. So, let me handle that, and then I'll let you guys know once I open it up. But that is fantasy football. We're getting that started again this year. No prizes on my league, but just recognition and shout outs, if you do win. So, and all the respect in the world and love to you, so we're not playing for money. We're not doing any of that nonsense, so it's going to be free. But yeah, go check out Monster Sub and Grub out in Spartanburg, South Carolina for some tasty subs. The owner's a Panthers fan. Tell them you said hi and that we sent you. And they'll hook you up with a tasty sub. But of course, you got to pay for it still. It is what it is, man. But you're paying for some delicious subs. So, Vinny's Pizza out in Dirty Bird territory. Best pizza in the Southeast. Go check it out. That is in Duluth, Georgia. Duluth, Georgia. So go check that out. Don't just take my word for it. Try it yourself. If you like the intro you see on the screen, go check out Lindara Ty on Instagram using her last name first. Ty, T-A-I Lindara, L-I-N-D-A-R-A on Instagram. To enhance your streaming experience, intros, outros, etc. She's looking for new clients. She's easy to work with, great prices, and just awesome in general. Glendara Ty on Instagram. Shout out to all the other YouTubers doing their thing out there. I just had one message me, actually. Let me see who that was. Because I want to shout you out first properly before I shout out everybody else. Because when people take the time to actually message me, it's really awesome. Shout out Chris Will Calvin. His channel is, let me see. Real in the Field, Panthers takes and debates. So go sub to him. Seems like a really nice dude, and I really like him so far. I like his content, and just giving you a shout out, buddy. All right. So, UNC 2020, who's live right now, Black Cat Panther podcast live right now. C3 podcast of course, longest running podcast, Panthers podcast right now. Awesome gentlemen. Met them all and love them to death. Amazing people. Big Cat, 1995, The Roar, doing his thing out there. Pat Coltrane. You know, there's several out there. You know, give them all some love. You know, don't just sub to me. You know, if you like other stuff too, you know, go check it out. And of course, Blitzball Champ under our umbrella of streamers, and the Bleeding Blue Carolina podcast. I keep forgetting that name. It's such a tongue twister. Bleeding Blue Panthers podcast. I don't know. Somebody's gonna have to remind me. I'm gonna have to write that down or something. But it's Mr. Carolina, man. And I love Mr. Carolina. He's an awesome dude. He's been on this stream several times. So give him some love. All right. Trying to kill this dang gnat all day. Anyway. My bad, y'all. Hey, what's going on though? What's going on? So let's get started, shall we? I think we obviously should talk about the elephant in the room and just start with that. Haynes King sidelined with a hamstring injury after his amazing preseason performance. To the critics out there, that's a blow to us. To us that know better, you know, this dude was a number 3 quarterback anyway, to start with. But he should get reps with the 2s now once he gets healthy. But it's not a momentum killer, y'all. It's not. I need y'all to recognize that. Yeah, we just signed Kyle Trask. And, I mean, I'll be real with y'all. The numbers don't look fantastic, but you have to give him a chance. And I said the same thing about Steve Wilkes as well. You know, back then, if you want to improve his coaching record, you have to give him a chance to improve upon it. You know, as a head coach, not as a defensive coordinator, not as whatever else you want him to be, but as a head coach, because that's what we're talking about, right? So, if you want Kyle Trask to improve his quarterback record, you have to give him a chance. And the Panthers management is doing just that. There's a reason this dude was behind Tom Brady. And if you look at his college numbers, you'll understand why. Tom chose him to be his backup. Make no mistake, it's not the management. It was Tom. So there's a reason for that. And I'm going to be real with you. What do we plan on doing with Haynes King once he is fully healthy? That's a conversation I want to have too. Because if we're going to put him in with the 2s and we're going to bump him up, you know, to have a competition with our backup right now, Mr. Pickett, then we need to figure out a plan as far as what we're going to do with him if he does beat out Pickett for the number 2 spot. It was suggested by David that we put him into red zone situations. And I kind of like that idea, to be honest. We did the same thing with Cam Newton, and that worked out really well. Really positive success with that. You can do it in accordance with the NFL rules. You are able to do that. So I think that should be the plan there. Unless anyone's got a better suggestion. I've heard the rumors that people want him over Bryce Young, and those are just the Bryce Young haters. Pay no attention to that garbage. Okay? The only people that want him above Bryce Young are the Bryce Young haters. The rest of them understand that there's a hierarchy and a way of doing things in a depth chart. Plus the fact that he was only playing against the 3s and the 4s, really. He didn't really get any reps against the 2s. But I will give Haynes this much credit for sure. He could definitely do the same thing against the 2s that he was doing against the 3s and 4s against Arizona. I have no question about that. I have no doubt about that. I would have liked to see him healthy enough to play the Bills and really test out his skills, with the 2s and just see really what he's learned. What did he carry over from that first game? Can he build momentum? Is it just a one-trick pony game, or does he actually have those skills? And it's not a fluke. Just because it's the Cardinals, the Cardinals have a garbage secondary. So, but when you look at it, when you look at the Cardinals' depth, it's not as garbage as you might think it is. They do have some pretty decent secondary players, but it's not even remotely enough to compete with the rest of the league. So I'm not going to say it's a garbage Arizona secondary, in the 3s and 4s, but I will say that again, take it with a grain of salt, it is Arizona. And Arizona has not been good for quite a while. So, with that being the case, I would, I still suggest putting Haynes King against the 2s and just see how they do. He does when he gets healthy again. I still suggest that. Based on what I know. Because, I love his mechanics. I love his footwork. I love his technique. I love his arm, his accuracy, his ball placement, all of that. So I think he's ready to ascend, once he gets healthy from that hamstring injury. I'm fully ready to buy in to that Haynes King stock for sure. Do I value him over Bryce? Heck no. Not yet. Not yet. Y'all gotta stop playing with that garbage right there. Y'all gotta stop feeding into that Bryce Young hate, man. That's exactly what it is. Bryce Young is your starter whether you want him to be or not. That's no negotiation there. That's what's happening. The man took us to the playoffs last year. Did y'all forget that? Or are we just going to pretend like that didn't happen, Bryce Young haters? I'm not trying to... Even if we didn't make it, with Atlanta helping us out, we still got to 8 wins because of Bryce. So, for anybody that wants to still throw this man under the bus, look at the Rams game during the regular season last year. And y'all want to try to tell me that Bryce is not it? Nah, y'all trolling. Y'all trolling at this point, or you're just Bryce haters. That's where I'm at right now with that. For me, Kenny Pickett's got a little bit of work to do. I was not impressed with that outing by Kenny Pickett, but, I have seen players, go into preseason and have bad games. It happens, and they actually still have the talent. So I think that's the case with Kenny Pickett here. I think he does have the talent. He's just had a bad game. That's all it is. So I want to see how he does against the Bills, and then we'll see, let's have him be really tested by the Bills secondary, who is stacked, by the way, and we'll find out, you know. If he has a good game, then we'll know, Kenny Pickett is going to be a competitor for that number 2 spot, between him and King when King comes back. But we've got Haynes King for a 3-year contract, so I'm excited. The potential of this QB room is amazing. Once King comes back from his injury. On paper, Pickett looks really good. I don't really know his history before he came here. So I'll have to do a little digging on that. But I know how dangerous he was in college. I do know that. But as far as like his NFL history, I'm not as familiar with that. So I'm going to have to dig into that. But I think we got a bona fide battle for number 2 here once Haynes King comes back. And he will. Yeah, it's going to be a fun battle. That man is electrifying right now. And somebody in the group Facebook group page asked, who is the next Panther that deserves to go into the Hall of Fame? Good question. That's a really good question. I like that one. Shout out Black Mua. Hey, man. Great question. What do y'all think? I'm going to stay Steve Smith. I'm going to stick Steve Smith on this one. Because, honestly, this dude made a humongous impact on football. Humongous. He was that one wide receiver you did not want to face on a daily basis. In practices or on Sundays, if you were an offender. Like this, when he talked, he backed it up every time. He was a monster out there. And it was just electrifying watching this dude. It really, really was. He made it entertaining. And for us in Carolina, that can't hurt us. For sure. That can only help us. And Cam Newton was the same way. He was electrifying to watch, and people watched him because it was entertaining with his personality. Whether you liked it or not. It was still electrifying and entertaining. And he always kept you on your toes. You just never knew what to expect from either one of these two. But you look at Steve Smith, that man had fire in his blood on that field. And he just would not be denied. So, for me, yeah, Steve Smith would be the answer I would go with for the next Hall of Famer. For sure. That dude has earned it. He may not be the first class, he may not be the second class, but that man will get in. He will get in. I'll put money on that. Now, I think Greg Olsen should have a case too at some point down the line. The reason why I say that is he was one of the top 5 tight ends during the time period that he was playing. And that includes a lot of really good tight ends, by the way. You're talking Gronk, you're talking, the emergence of Kelsey, late in Greg Olsen's career, I'd say still counts. You had what's his name up in New York too, So you had Antonio Gates, who had just retired right at the emergence of Greg Olson, you know, around that time period. So, I mean, you had a lot of really good, talented tight ends out there that could have contended, for a Hall of Fame spot. But Greg Olson was just different. He's just built different. And I would say he should be on the list too. He should be on the radar. I'm on the fence about Cam Newton, to be honest with you. I know people are going to say Cam Newton automatically there, as a choice for that list. I don't know, man, because he had a few really good years and then the rest of his career just kind of tailed off. So, I mean, if you're going to be a Hall of Famer, you need to be consistent, with your career all the way through and make a humongous difference in the NFL somewhere at your position. And yes, Cam Newton did take us to the Super Bowl. I'll give you that. He had an excellent year in 14 as well. And was immediately helpful in 13 when we drafted him. But, what did he do after 2015? See, that's where the Hall of Fame conversation kind of drops off the table for him, with all due respect. And it's not personal, Cam, when I say that. I'm just talking strictly your skills, man, and what you put out there on the field. And it mostly had to do with your shoulder. It mostly had to do with your concussion, Cam. But, I'm speaking directly to him in case he ends up watching this. But personality-wise, absolutely. Personality, love his personality. And a lot of these Hall of Famers have an amazing personality and good characteristics. And what they did for the community and etc. But a Canton Hall of Famer has to put up the numbers, consistently throughout their career. And I don't think Cam was able to successfully do that. Had he not had his concussion, had he not had a shoulder injury, do I believe that he could have done that? Yes. But after 2015, it dropped off the table. And it's not from lack of wanting to play the game. It's just his injuries prevented him from getting there, and doing what he needed to do, which is understandable. Because his concussion messed with his ability to make good choices, as far as where to throw the ball. And his shoulder injury prevented him from throwing the ball at times accurately. So, I mean, take that for what you will. That's just skill. But on personality alone, would I elect Cam Newton? Absolutely. Absolutely. 1,000,000%, because he changed the dynamics of the game and made people want to watch the game from all different countries. I had people from Australia and Japan jumping in the chat, and messaging me. From before I was even a YouTuber, these people were hitting me up, when I was in the Facebook groups and everything else. So that's the impact that Cam Newton had. It was crazy. So, the dab became an internet trend, and a lot of people forget where that came from. It came from Cam Newton. So, you still see people doing that today, every once in a while. And just the fact that was started with Cam Newton is big. That's massive for the game of football. The fact that that 2015 team did things honestly and by the book, and we got things done. They had such a chemistry about them, and that's why like you see players from that year specifically getting nominated. It was such a beautiful mix of like personalities and skill and talent put together. So, honestly, I'm on the fence about Cam. If you see what I mean when I say that now, after explaining that, um, I'm not sure if it was enough, numbers wise to put him in. Uh, if you're talking, I'm gonna throw a name out there that I think people are not gonna expect. Ryan Khalil. Ryan Khalil is or was a very, very amazing center on the offensive line. That dude was the straight up anchor of our offensive line for years. And you know how hard it is to get an offensive lineman into the Hall of Fame, though. So, I mean, I totally understand why he's not in. But it's worth discussing him because of his ability to connect the offensive line and to be able to call people out, for their blocking schemes and shifts and whatnot on the offensive line. So, I mean, he was just so freaking good at it. I've never seen a better center that could do what Ryan Khalil did, with that offensive line. He was just a master craftsman with that offensive lineman. He was the glue holding everybody together. So when you never saw these guys go off kilter even once with Ryan Khalil on that field at center. Yeah, they would have a false start. Maybe they'd have a random holding penalty. But as far as like making sure that they are in the correct blocking lanes and shifting where they need to shift, and making sure that everybody was doing what they were supposed to do footwork wise and technique wise, Ryan Khalil was all over that. And I've never seen a better center that was able to do that to this day. Like, it impressed the heck out of me. And what's funny is he ended up going up to New York to block for Aaron Rodgers with the Jets. And I said, this man ain't gonna stay around for another year. He don't want to block for Aaron Rodgers. Shoot, nobody wants to block for Aaron Rodgers. The way Aaron Rodgers was acting. Like, my God, man. At times, like, I do like Aaron Rodgers, but his mentality late in his career, that just ain't it for me. With all due respect to anybody that likes him. I respect what he's done on the field. I absolutely do. The dude was a monster on the field. But if I was Ryan Khalil, I would have said, nah, I'm not blocking for that dude. Not with that mentality. Like, I'll take my talent and effort somewhere else. I want to block for somebody that really needs me and deserves my help. You know what I mean? that will pay me a bag. You know, and there had to be some team that would do it in his last year of his career. But apparently the Jets were the only ones. So take what you can get. I totally get it. You know, but honestly, if it was me, I wouldn't have wanted to do it. That's just me. Would you nominate Thomas Davis as an option, though? What do y'all think? Thomas Davis. There's a good option. But I mean, like, I don't know. I just don't feel like he did enough, to be honest with you. It's just on the horizon, dude. It's just right there for me with Thomas Davis, of whether he should be a Hall of Famer or not. His numbers are there. You know, his personality is there. Did he really change the game of football at the linebacker position? Sort of, but not really. If you get what I'm saying there. You know, because like a lot of these linebackers around that time period, you know, were doing about the same things as he was. But he was just more stable and more resilient body-wise and health-wise. So, you know, at that point, you have to consider, like, you run the numbers, you run all the stats, you run everything else, and you say, okay, does this dude deserve to be there? I don't know, dude. I don't know. I love Thomas Davis. Don't get me wrong. I love him to death. Amazing human being. Amazing player. But a Hall of Famer, that's a maybe for me. That's a maybe. Somebody put Josh Norman in this list. Nah, I'm sorry, no. I respect that option, but no. Jonathan Stewart, nah. With all due respect, no. But as far as that question goes, yeah, Smitty. Smitty all day long deserves to be the next one. Agent 89. That's the only right answer. And if you say anything else, I don't know what to tell you. That's your opinion. I respect it, but it's Smitty all day long for me. All right. Let's do training camp updates. So today we had Devin Lloyd punching the ball out during a drill. And I'm going to play that clip. Hold on, guys. Because we need to see this. My screen capture ain't working. Let's try this one. All right. There we go. All right, so check this out. First, we're going to look at Bryce Young's mechanics on his throw. So there's two things I want to look at here. Bryce Young and then Devin Lloyd. So let's take a look here. So watch his footwork when he steps to throw. It looks clean. You can't really see it because of the player in the way. But the accuracy is really good. I like the accuracy here. It's on target. He's not being overled. He's not being underled. It's just right on target. And then here comes Devin Lloyd out of nowhere and punches this ball out. That is textbook how you teach these guys how to punch the ball out. Well done, Mr. Lloyd. Well done. Well done. Now, I want y'all to learn from this. I want y'all to see. If you're a defender, learn from it. Let's see y'all try to do this. And shout out 56 for the recovery. As well, recovering his own punched out fumble. Okay, so it is Devin Lloyd. He forced a fumble and then he recovered his own fumble. Beautiful, man. I could have sworn I thought that said 56, but nah, it's 55. All right. But yeah, look at the form of Bryce Young here. Like, supposedly Drew Brees had been working with him. And you could see it in his form when he's stepping up to throw. He's got his eyes locked on his target. His shoulder is towards the receiver. His footwork looks good, you know. And he steps into the throws. That's what you want to see. And that technique was on display last year as well. A good chunk of last year. But he just needed a little bit of mechanics help there. A little bit of that extra push. To refine his skills. Excuse me. But
got that great speed. Tremaine was
I'm
a
very
guy
pleased
to
with
see
that.
Reed. Oh, he is. He's had a great camp.
I'm the founder of.
Got that
we're gonna
great
do
speed.
the training camp live in just a
Tremaine was a
minute.
guy.
I'm the founder of.
Got that
But,
great.
I in particular wanted to look at that one. So. Now, another thing I wanted to discuss was the hit by Lathan Ransom on Jonathan Brooks that started a fight in camp. Fights are going to happen in training camp. That's normal. But we just got to keep it to a minimum and just control it. You know what I mean? It can be good and bad, you know. It can be good because it can be create competitive energy and a lot of frustration that can be taken out during plays, you know. And it can build character. But it can be bad too because if these guys are out there fighting each other, then they're not showing discipline, you know? So we need to understand that needs to be contained, but also understand that it can be helpful at the same time. So you have Steve Smith versus Reggie Wayne. Who gets into the Hall of Fame first? Beautiful numbers, and I mean, they're almost identical. But I mean, Reggie Wayne was working with Peyton Manning, so of course the catch rate would be a little bit higher. 62.4 versus the 59%. But I mean, you look at the numbers and you think, that's not too far off. That's crazy, right? Yeah, identical yards per target. Identical touchdowns. Almost. That's wild. Just to see those numbers in perspective next to each other is crazy to me. Man, I don't know. So Bryce Young was actively involved in that fight that we had. And I don't really want to see that, because we got to keep these guys healthy. We got to understand that we can't have these guys like fighting each other and doing a whole bunch of nonsense. But at the same time, I get it. I do get it. I like how they made fun of the glitter that was on Haynes King's helmet. That's funny. All right. So let's see. Yeah. Shout out Anna for pointing out Mike Jack and his contract year. That's going to be a major topic of discussion this year. Pay attention, y'all. When you hear that conversation topic, listen in. Nate Wiggins carted off from the Baltimore Ravens. That news just came in. So I don't know what's going on with that, but we'll see. There was a development of a battle between Trevin Wallace and Quaden Cheerless. That's going to be interesting to watch. I have a feeling that Trevin is going to win that battle, but we will see. Quaden has been playing a little bit better lately. He's been putting in the work. He looks so much better than he did last year. So I'm fascinated to watch that battle. And I think a lot of people are too. Dave Canales pointed it out in the presser. I saw that part of the presser, but I didn't see the whole thing. And then you got Steve Smith breaking down a battle between two guys here. 1v1s. Okay, cool. I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be fun. Zach Ertz has been cleared to return from a torn ACL. Should we take a swing at him? Ooh. How much is this dude's contract right now? Hold up. Okay. That's one of the few players that I'm actually very, very interested in. I've got a huge watch on. And for those of you that don't know who Zach Ertz is, 6'5", 250 pounds from Stanford, drafted in 2013 in the second round. And Eagles had him, Cardinals had him, Lions had him, and the Commanders currently have him. He is locked in for about 6.1 right now. No, 6.2. 6.2 with the Commanders for a 1-year deal. That's tempting, dude. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't think we got the cap funds for it though. Dang it. Thought I had him. But yeah, that's tempting though. I don't know that we have the cap room, but I would be interested for sure. mean, if you really want to give up on Mitchell Evans that quickly, you know, in order to get Zach Ertz, you know, that's a tough one for me because, like, Mitchell Evans has been stepping up, and Sanders looks good. Tremble looks good. I mean, I like the tight end room right now as it is. Is it tempting? Absolutely. You have no idea how tempting that is to go after Zach Ertz, but we don't need him right now because we got to think long term. And that's why we haven't made a move. Long term wise, we don't really need him because if you're going to sign him, you're going to be signing him for 1 year, right? 1 to 2 years, and then he'll probably be done. If he was younger and he was not as injury prone and his contract wasn't high, I would have said perhaps. Perhaps that might be a good idea. But right now, no. Not this late in his career. Kill this thing, man. I'm telling you.
You're one of one. No. And dude, from the bottom of our heart, our entire family, we love you. We are so happy for you.
You've been a... Let's see. There was a video out of Luke Kuechly's bust. And I think it's pretty cool looking. Saw it on social media, but I haven't fully looked at it. At the rest of the Hall of Fame stuff yet. What else do we need to cover before we start watching videos? Y'all got anything you want me to cover before we start hitting up these reactions? Let me know. Why is my chat disconnecting and reconnecting? The heck? Weird. Anyway, tech issues. It wouldn't be a Panthers stream without something going on here, man. You know what I mean? It is what it is. All right. Yeah, let's get it. Let's get it. Carolina Panthers. Do. All right. Oh, they got a blueprint of Bryce Young in his 448-yard game against Atlanta a few months ago. I didn't even see that one. I'm not going to waste my time with that, but here you go. Here is the Luke Kuechly bust reveal. There it is. Look at that. That is beautiful. I love it. They did a really good job capturing his face. That is amazing. Wow. Man, if that doesn't make you emotional as a Panthers fan, I don't know what will. Just remembering all the great memories of Luke Kuechly and just what he's done for this organization and the NFL in general. And just, man. I just feel so blessed that I got to watch him play as a Panther, man. Yeah, it's incredible. All right. Let's go to the training camp live. Let's get to it. Of course, we had some press conferences along the way. Do you want to catch up on those two, maybe? What do y'all think? I know that they put Brad Isaac in one of these press conferences. All right. Let's do the training camp live. They kind of caught me off guard with this because I did not even know that this was going on. And I overslept and I missed it. I was not aware that that was a scheduled training camp live. So I didn't have it in my calendar or anything. So now I'm having to go back in and react to it. So that's my bad, y'all. That's 100% my bad. I've just had so much going on lately that it's not a surprise that I would miss something like this. You know what I mean? This big. But I'm finally just now getting to it, so let's go. Let's see what we got here. Y'all ready? Let's go.
For Panthers training camp here on Monday, August the 10th.
Got Steve Smith in the house for this one.
Let's do this, man. We're going to team up for
Love
the
it.
next 3 preseason telecasts. We already have a game to react to, the Hall of Fame game. Panthers score on 6 of their last 7 drives. I know the starters.
Okay, so it looks like punting drills to start out there on this side of the field. I'm not sure what they're doing over there.
In play, Steve, and I know it's one game, and I know when you're football starved, it's easy to get too excited, but there were some things when you kind of watch the tape and you look back. Yes, everybody played the second and third stringers, but there were some things to get excited about, namely Haynes King. We know he's got the hamstring injury. We'll get to that, but when he was in the game, the Panthers scored on 5 of 6 drives.
Yeah, the Panthers scored on 5 or 6 drives, but one of the interesting things that I noticed was how clean this 2-minute drill was run.
Yes. Steve Smith, you noticed it too, buddy. That 2-minute drill was amazing. Right before halftime. My goodness. It was surgical. I loved it. Bryce Young and Cam Newton were the only other quarterbacks in our history that have been able to run that 2 minutes as successfully as these 3 quarterbacks have. You know, as Haynes King did.
It wasn't just run with some third and fourth strings. It was probably the first time that we've seen the Carolina Panthers in this new offense with a new offensive coordinator to be able to throw the football, anticipation, on time, clean, get guys up at the lines of the scrimmage, ready to understand exactly what they're supposed to do. And lastly, the little thing that I was told was they used some wording to help these guys get familiar, and the guys that were able to execute these plays just got off the bus a day and a half ago. So that's pretty remarkable that the offensive coordinator is able to give the offense a shot with some of the guys who were just got here a few hours prior to the game.
You and I were.
That's incredible. All right, so when you think about that, the language of these plays is so critical to the execution of them. And what do I mean by that? You could be going 15 Alpha Delta Charlie, and it would specifically dictate like, okay, the X wide receiver is going here, the wide receiver is going here, So in order to execute these plays, we have to understand the language of these plays. And these players understood that language in a way that they could execute it smoothly and effectively and with momentum. And I think that's huge because we had issues with that in the past where the language would be like way too long. It would be an entire paragraph, By the time you snap the ball, it's too late. You've already got a delay of game several times. And that happened, I can't remember whether it was during Frank Wright or during Matt Rule. But I know that one of those 2 years, we had a horrendous problem with that. And if we are giving Brad his flowers here, which I am, he has cut down that language to where these players can easily understand this. It's not anticipated by the defense. It's not easily read by the defense. And it's like, okay, Sigma Alpha Delta Charlie 15 red, and it's like, okay, these guys know exactly what to do. And the defense is like, okay, maybe we can shift here. We're anticipating a run. We don't know what to expect here. And then Haynes King will back up, and it'll be a tight end flat on a play fake. So it's like we've gotten to the point where these guys in the depth chart now are starting to understand the language. It's not just the starters anymore. It's the depth chart people now too on this offense. And it's coming off cleanly and it's coming off effectively with momentum on drives. And you've seen it 2-3 times in a row, during that preseason game against Arizona. I'd say maybe 4 times in a row on effective drives. Just clean drives. And I was like, wow, very impressive. So, I mean, maybe Brad Isaac is what everybody is saying he is. Maybe. You're making a case. Y'all are making a good case. I'm not going to lie.
We're texting about it and talking to Dave Canales last week. Canales has mentioned over and over how much handing the play calling to Brad Idzik opens him up to manage the entire game, to be more aware of time and clock.
Seems you've been using your discovered cashback.
Yeah, the time and the clock are big, especially during 2-minute situations. To where if you were effectively using the clock, we had 8 seconds left, before half, and we scored. We were in the red zone within 20 to 25 seconds. That's exactly what I wanted to see, out of that that 2-minute situation. So what that taught us is if he can do that on a consistent basis in preseason, once it's healthy from that hamstring injury, and he's competing for number 2 with Pickett, if he gets the number 2 job, and he's able to do this with the 2s consistently, that shows us once we put him into the game, if Bryce gets hurt, he can do this in a live game. Because the starters will be the starters. These guys are used to these situations. They know exactly what to do. They know where to go. They know the playbook. They know the language. They're ready to go. All they need to do is execute and hear the play call. So if Haynes King comes in there and executes like Bryce does, we know that 2-minute drill is going to look real nice in a live game during regular season. So that's what that's taught us. And I'm excited, man. He throws with momentum. He throws with consistency. He throws with accuracy. And understands how to manage the clock. Very few quarterbacks in Carolina have figured out how to manage the clock correctly. So give this man his flowers for that alone right there. That's impressive.
And now Brad Idzik can be in that zone. This might be one of these moves where I think in the offseason people were wondering, all right, what are we going to get out of Brad Idzik? How does this affect Dave Canales? This could end up being the best thing for both men.
Absolutely. It could be the best thing.
It could. It could. I'm not 100% sold on this. You know, I'm about 50-50 sold on this after this last game. But you got to show me a little bit more consistency. Give me one more game of this. You know, from any one of our quarterbacks against the 2s and 3s. I want to see that Brad Idzik can call these plays consistently and successfully. You know, and make sure it's not a one-trick pony. Don't give up too much heat, you know, out of our playbook the second time around because we're playing the Bills. You know, but I need to see maybe 5% more than the bare bones playbook. And let's just see how that works out. You know, if we take the L in preseason, we take the L, but we play to win the game, of course. But I want to see a little bit more of that, of those types of drives. That'll tell me, okay, we are ready to go. You know, Brad has shown that he can do that with the 2s and 3s now. Let's see it with the starters. You know? So I like how we're approaching this preseason and we're taking full advantage of it, you know, in the right way. As far as the play calling and the blocking schemes and how we're playing these players, I'm very pleased at how this progression is working out. Like, these gentlemen know what they're doing, Dave and Dan, right now with this preseason, and they know how to put on display. Yes, we understand we don't want to give up too much, but we also want to show everybody, yeah, we're not raw meat out here. Like, we know how to call plays and do things, you know? Not to the point where it's too much, but to the point where it's just enough to show people, okay, Brad Idzik is who he says he is and who we are claiming him to be as an offensive coordinator. And I like this. I like this progression and this way of doing things so far. Let's keep it up.
Because you got to understand, I've had the opportunity to speak to a number of offensive-minded coaches who are also the play caller, and this is what I've heard.
Beautiful throw
off of a number of guys. You don't know how many knocks at my door come while I'm preparing for the game plan for that week, and I'm not talking about, you know, Thursday night. I'm talking about Monday morning, Monday afternoon, Monday before lunch, Monday before I have to go use the bathroom. Monday, I want to go get a quick workout in to reset and decompress. And hey, Coach, what about the meals? Coach, we have some bad weather coming up. What do you think? Those are all the things that the head coach has to manage. And then obviously the general manager, some people may say, what about the general manager? What is his job? He's general managing the roster. When a guy who is named Taylor Moton, who has now the inability to play in the first week, who are we going to bring up? Now our starting tackle now is no longer there. The backup tackle is now the starter, but who is he? Do we want that guy in there just in case? So it's a lot of moving parts, and I think sometimes we as fans don't understand all the moving pieces prior to a play like Haynes King was able to make.
Speaking of which, I want to run that back right there. I want y'all to watch this play fully, because this play was nuts.
Set and decompress. And hey, coach.
All right, hold up. They're about to show it. It's not this one, but that's a beautiful wide open rollout right there across his body. All right, here's the play. All right, so it's the 3rd and 10. You're sitting on the 35. Haynes King. Watch the blocking. The blocking looks solid here. Look how they're boxed up right here. Now you're going to see Stone kind of give up a little bit of ground here on the right side. But otherwise, looks good, right? Beautiful pass. All right, so here's another one. Both sides are kind of holding their own here. This dude's got nobody to guard. So here's Haynes. Steps up into the pocket. This is something we've been trying to get Bryce Young to do in his first 2 years. And he finally started doing it in his third. But watch Haynes King. He finds this open gap here, and he says, nah, I'm running this thing. Look at all this green grass. Now watch what he does right there. He lowers his head, lowers his pads, and watch this. Boom! When have you seen a Carolina Panthers quarterback do that in our history, besides Cam Newton? When have you seen a Panthers QB do that? I want to point that out right there, because that is ridiculous. They're going to show a replay of that. By the time he lets go of his block over here, Haynes is already gone. He's already found his gap. You're talking about a 30-something yard play here. But watch this. Now that's a quarterback. That's a freaking quarterback that understands he is a runner as well as a quarterback. He's a ball carrier as well as a quarterback. Once you start running with the ball, you become a running back, basically, as a quarterback. This is something you never see a Panthers quarterback do. Look at this truck. Ooh. He says, get off me. That's nasty right there. To see that we have a third-string quarterback that could do that. Bryce, I think you just figured out what your next level is going to be, buddy. You need to start trucking people. Let's see if you got the body for that. That's your next bar. And there's nothing wrong with seeing a third-string quarterback do things that show you what your next standard and goal should be. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. You all learn from each other. And that's the beauty of this. Of working with each other in training camp and preseason games, is you always learn from each other. Okay, this player taught me, okay, this is my next set of goals. And it's always like that. So now we've got a QB that can truck people. Golly. I'm excited. I'm excited about Haynes King's future, man. I really am. This dude's got a huge future. That is an insane play right there. And look at the arm. Goodness gracious. He's got an arm, y'all. This man's making a strong case for number 2. But look at this. Right here. Boom! I felt that hit. I felt that hit, Haynes. I felt that hit, bro. My man's got some skills. Woo.
But who is he? Do we want that guy in there just in case? So it's a lot of moving parts, and I think sometimes we as fans don't understand all the moving pieces prior to a play like Haynes King was able to make. Surely comes into 6 to 7 months preparation way before the game gets here.
Yeah, he made some big-time throws late in the game. That was one of them, finding Jimmy Horn. And then this was the play to end it. And I said it on the radio broadcast. Hey, at Georgia Tech, quarterback draws on the table. That didn't look like a design quarterback draw, though.
It was not a design quarterback draw. One of the many things that the Arizona Cardinals did was they're at a different stage of their
they're in a full-on rebuild.
They're in a full-on rebuild. So they have to figure out in these games which guys can play, which guys cannot. So they want to isolate. You saw a lot of double moves, right? You saw a lot of penetration. You saw a lot of things that in a Hall of Fame game you would be like, why are they doing that? They're trying to figure out. They're trying to separate the wheat from the tares immediately.
Yeah, essentially, they're in a similar place to where the Panthers were just a few years ago when Dave Canales took over. Who's who? Who do we have? Who can be a part of what they want to build going forward? But again, focus back on the Panthers. The interesting thing about Saturday's game at Buffalo, we'll get to see some of the starters. The plan is for the starters to play about 15 to 20 snaps, according to Dave Canales. Oftentimes.
Okay, so 15 to 20 snaps. Got you.
In a game like that, Steve,
Good.
you put together a strong
That's 2 series.
Drive and you
That's exactly what I want to see.
That might be it for the starters. If it's a short drive, then we may see a second drive.
Very good.
Yeah, it just really depends on if they can capture the line of scrimmage. That's the words that I've been hearing from Coach Canales. I want our guys to capture the line of scrimmage offensively and defensively. So
Ooh, okay. So what does that mean, capturing the line of scrimmage? That means dominating the line of scrimmage if you're an offensive lineman or a defensive lineman. Making sure that you have control over the line on your respective side. Okay, so just kind of breaking that down for you guys.
And the reason I'm saying this is I was working for NFL Network and your former employer, ESPN.
Still former yet.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. ESPN. And I was sitting there working, and I was told, hey,
stupid ads. Okay.
Supposed to be in shorts.
Let's go.
Coach says, no, we added 2 more practices and pads. We want to get these guys ready to learn how to fall with their pads on. Because some of the other teams, they've had some guys have some AC joints and some things happen falling wrong and awkwardly without the full protection of the uniform. So you're going to see some of these guys in pads yesterday, today. Coaches letting them know, hey, let's get ready for football.
Let's get ready for football. And
guys have some AC joints and some things happen falling wrong and awkwardly without the full protection of the uniform. So you're going to see.
Interesting. Y'all hear that part? So this is stuff we got to guard ourselves against. This is football-related injuries we can prevent. You know, there's preventable and there's non-preventable injuries in football. And I think that's stuff that we could work on and we could fix with the proper protection from the padding and the uniform and whatnot. um, and the helmets. So it's interesting he mentions that. I'm glad he did.
Some of these guys in pads yesterday, today, coaches letting them know, hey, let's get ready for football.
Let's get ready for football. And Bryce Young, by all accounts, has had a very strong preseason camp. Again, it's training camp. He'll get his first taste of preseason game action this Saturday in the game up against Buffalo. This is now year 4 for Bryce. It's his 3rd year in this system. Where have you seen growth when you've been out of practice?
The biggest place I've seen growth is out of Bryce is his ability to talk and be vocal. I've seen him talking to the players, but one of the things I've seen him do is he popped over. I was on the defensive side, just listening to the lingo, the conversation. I stay one practice. I'll sit with just the offense and just ear hustle. Then on another day, I'll sit with the defense and just ear hustle and hear how the communications, the calls, what is being said, what guys are encouraging each other about, and the dialogue. I saw Bryce one day come over to the defensive coordinator, Vero, and says, hey, why are you guys doing this when I do that? And, man, I've been in practice a number of years, a number of times with Bryce. I've never seen him with some pep in his step jog over to coach and ask him directly, look at him in his eye, hey, why are you doing that?
What does that tell you?
That tells me that he is confirming, no longer discovering. And when I
confirming and no longer discovering, and confirmation of the lingo between coach and QB, that's crazy. Wow, that's big, y'all. That's very, very big. Very, very big.
Say confirming, I'm saying confirming of why this is happening, where he should go, and then he's starting to talk to himself and think about, hey, I see some tendencies that my opponent or the opponent of the day, which is the Carolina Panthers defense coordinator, is doing, and how do I make those adjustments, and what do I do to be able to counter those adjustments that they're making off of my adjustments?
I've watched the two of you
nicely broken down, Steve.
Practice quite a bit too.
Like that.
You've had a lot of one-on-one conversations with Bryce Young.
Yes, I have.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know. Listen, there's some of the stuff you want to keep behind closed doors,
Yes,
fine.
sir.
But anything that you can share that you've gleaned from those one-on-ones?
He's asked me just straight out. He says, "OG, what do you see?" Right? And a lot of times when he asked me that, those were times where people see me on the sideline and they say I have a demeanor. I'm actually doing this so people can't read my lips and hear what we're discussing and talking about. And so I just said, hey, it looks different. It looks different. And then I cover my mouth and say what it looks different on.
There's been a lot of talk too, right? Trusting the system, trusting his wide receivers. From your vantage point as a former All-Pro wide receiver, what does that look like from a receiver standpoint when the quarterback has full faith in you?
Well, when I look at this roster and the quarterbacks, T-Mac is the trusted wide receiver. The rest of these guys must earn his trust and understanding. When when Bryce looks at you, you know what his eyes are telling you. There's a lot of unspoken conversations.
So the play that comes to mind, and teaching moment, right? Week 1 last year against Jacksonville. It was the goal-to-go play. I think it was 4th and goal. Xavier Legette was lined up in the slot, uncovered.
Yep.
And you see pre-snap, Bryce is looking at him.
Yep.
And he doesn't see it.
Yep.
And then by the time, should have been what? Probably a quick smoke screen there,
yes,
right?
Sir. Yep.
And then Legette runs the route, and by the time he gets into the break, the play was over.
Yes.
And it ends up being a game-changing play. But that was, is that what you're speaking to? Like being on that same wavelength?
Yes, it's exactly what I'm speaking with. But it also has to do with what is the routine of the quarterback and what is the routine of the wide receiver. Because even you have that same routine, offensive lineman, tight end. But for me, as a former wide receiver, I look at the routine of the defense. And so I do the triangle. Linebacker tells me something. Safety tells me another. And now the corner, I'm looking at the corner, and I'm already telling that corner, I already know what's going on. Come on, get on the same page as me so I can move on and start to do my job.
Yeah, and then the flip side of that, I think about the Rams game, the regular season game, the fourth down play to Tedero McMillan, where improv by the QB, improv by the receiver, but they both saw the same thing, and that was trust.
Yes. Trust, but more of unknown communication and routine, right? Yes, it's trust, but you got to be able. Just because I trust you, you also got to read my mind, and I got to read your mind, and that's one of the things that me and Jake always had. I had it a little bit with Cam, just didn't have the amount of time in games with Cam is the same I had with Jake, but there's a lot of communication. That's why a lot of times watching the quarterback and the receivers communicate on the sideline.
Take the next step in treating your moderate to severe
YouTube commercials.
It is pivotal because they're not talking about cooking recipes. They're not talking about what they're doing after the game. They're talking about what they're doing next possession.
I'm sure you remember Jake told me his story once. You guys were playing Arizona on the road trying to clinch the division back in 2003, and he said late in the game there was the game-winning drive, and he saw the way they were sagging off of you, and he goes, you guys were just looking at each other, and he said you had a look in your eyes, hey, they're not covering me, they're giving me room, throw me the ball, and you guys just picked them apart 4 or 5 times on that drive.
Correct, and that was how we developed / Dan Henning developed a route called the smoke route.
Yeah.
And that's how it all started.
Just give me the smoke.
And then Stephen Davis started to say when he got tired or he saw something at the line of scrimmage, he would say, hey, if they're looking like this, throw it to Smitty. Smitty, you want the smoke? I hope you ain't got to tell you. You ain't got to tease me with a good time. Right? And so Stephen would say, hey, get that route. Give it to Smitty. But here's the other thing that was really important. Stephen Davis also told me, we're not going to give you the smoke route if you don't block for me on the run game. You got that. Aye, aye, Captain.
Yeah. Bryce goes into, again, year 3 in the system, 4th year as a starter. Again, all signs have been very positive so far in training camp. We're excited to see what he can do in his first taste of the preseason. We'll get to the receiver group more. We'll watch some one-on-ones. But a guy that I'm excited to see, you're excited to see, Panther Nation is excited to see. It's been a long time.
Before we get on to that, good mechanics from Bryce Young, good mechanics from every quarterback, on those drills so far. You watch the footwork on this. I'm going to mute this so you can watch. Watch his footwork. Very, very tight and smooth. And that's what we want. Very tight and smooth. You watch him backpedal, step, step, step into it. There you go. That's what we want. Good mechanics. I don't know who's teaching these guys, but good mechanics. The QB coach, man. Excellent job.
A long time since we've seen Jonathan Brooks on the field. His rookie year only played in a handful of games before tearing the ACL for a second time. He missed all of last year. It's his 3rd season in the pros. He's hardly played. Dave Canales told me last week the plan is to get him going a little bit in the preseason.
He looks good.
Boy, if we want to get ahead of ourselves because we've watched him in practice.
He's definitely at the weight room.
What he can do as a receiver. We've watched what he can do.
Look at those arms.
With his jump cut ability. He doesn't lose speed when he changes direction. I think there's a lot of excitement for 25 with the big if being if he can stay healthy.
No, there is something special in that young man in number 25. Just the way his ability to run and stop. Look at this. He's stopping, his acceleration, his deceleration. Knowing what he's been through, man, you're just rooting for him.
You are.
But you can see his running mate right there, Chuba Hubbard. Chuba Hubbard has been outstanding. The energy that he brings. But let me tell you, 30, he's a hell of a football player.
I don't think people realize how hurt he was last year And
I don't think people realize how much Chuba has come back from his starting 2 years. The first 2 years, this dude had a fumbling problem and he had a catching problem. And he fixed both of those within 2 months. And then started balling out that year. And ever since then, he has not dropped very many passes. He has been on target. He has been taking care of business. He's been holding on to the ball. And he's just done a fantastic job. He's earned that number 1 status, and he is still earning it today.
How hurt he was when he played at times last year.
Yeah, I mean, it's the running back position. It's kind of like being a parent when your kids play sports. You're an unpaid Uber driver, right? People just don't.
Well, it's starting to change now.
Right? But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
People, they just don't understand all that it takes to be a running back in the National Football League. Chuba, coming out of college, he wasn't catching a ball as good as he is.
There it is. There
right
it is.
now.
Steve
He's
mentioned
had
it.
What do you
to
see on the field? Who's the last guy off the field?
Chuba,
And what's he doing?
catching a football.
Jugs machine.
He's
Every day.
working on his craft.
Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out, Steve. I wanted you to do that because a lot of people don't realize how much this dude has come back from. Everybody was about ready to write this dude off, that year. I just remember there was so much frustration towards Chuba, in those first 2 months of that year. And I was like, be patient. I see something in this dude. I saw him in training camp that year, and I said, be patient. Because he was not doing that in that training camp before he got into those preseason games. He was not doing that during the regular season games that year. He was catching the ball during those drills. During 11 on 11s. And that's why I said, be patient. And this dude proved me right. He came out there, got on the jug machine, took care of business with the drills, and now, look at him go.
Right, and so Chuba...
I can't believe they freeze-dried Eminem.
So, I'm really glad that Steve touched on that. I didn't know whether he was going to or not. I figured I would do it just in case he didn't. So, thank you for pointing that out, Steve. He's not mentioned the fumbling part, but I mean, it's implied at this point because we all knew, if we've been here long enough.
Done a really good job of being a guy who is showing the coaching staff and showing his teammates his ability to go ahead and bring his lunch pail to work every single day, and when called upon, shows up even when he's had to take a little bit of a step back and his role has been reduced.
Yep.
Well, he had to fight for it last year. He began the year as the starter, coming off an 1,100-yard season. And Rico Dowdle had that incredible stretch. Chuba got hurt. Rico was the guy. And then late in the season, when Rico started to fade, Chuba did reemerge a little bit. You've got Trevor Achane in the backfield. We saw him.
Who was on the bike there? Who was on the bike? Does anybody know? Let me know.
Him get the start in the preseason game up in Canton. A.J. Dillon, who was picked up as a free agent, spent the last couple of years with Philly. He's been banged up the last few years. Had that 800-yard season with Green Bay back in 2021. Looked pretty spry in the preseason game. Was running through guys.
He's running through guys, and this is a guy that in the media we call him Quads, right? Quadzilla. It just a hard tackle. Hasn't always consistently run the way his physical build, but he still can get through. And watching Coach Izek utilize him in down at the goal line, understanding, right? This is a key thing. Understanding, keeping the defense at ease. They were light. Arizona was light at the goal line, so They kept that personnel, hurry up, and said, hey, this is a common sense play. Give it to Quadzilla and let them go in there. They were already light up front, so let's go ahead and give this one-word play, bang. And that was something that was being able to utilize that gives the offensive coordinator opportunity to take advantage of a defensive personnel error.
And that's something we've improved upon with the language too, because it used to be 3 or 4 words, and now it's just down to 1 word. You know, the offensive coordinator sees, oh, okay, we're light up front, and it's like quad, you know, and that's an automatic, you know, signal to Brooks to run through the line. Whereas, like, I don't know whether it was Matt Rule or Frank Wright, where we were like going through like paragraphs of like language saying, oh yeah, this is supposed to be a draw play. And it's like, bro, come on. Like, it shouldn't take an entire paragraph to snap the ball, bro. It's ridiculous. You know, that's why I was never a fan of like anybody that had like humongous lingo. You know, it's just unnecessary in the NFL. The quicker you can go and the more efficiency you can have with your lingo to where the defense can't pick up on it, the better successful you're going to be at translating that into a successful play, because then it's on the players to execute said play. So,
Miles Davis, who you see as well, undrafted rookie free agent out of Utah State, played 5 years at BYU prior to that, was hurt a lot at BYU. His calling card in college was speed. He actually came to BYU as a receiver/defensive back. He showed some burst, had a 36-yard run in the second half of that preseason game. And then, you know, you got Anthony Tyus, who had the fumble. Achan's a guy.
Tyus is somebody I've got my eye on right now, because he gave kind of a lukewarm performance for me in that first preseason game. I know a lot of people are on board with him, but for me it was kind of lukewarm. I need to see a little bit more from him, you know, to show me that he could do these things consistently. And yeah, he did get a touchdown. He did do this. He did do that, you know, but I need to see that consistently throughout the whole game. You know, if you're going to be in a preseason game, if you're going to be running reps with the 2s, the 3s, and 4s, I need to see you do this consistently throughout the whole game, all 4 quarters. You know, as many reps as we give you. And not just sit there and give kind of a lukewarm performance. Yeah, you're going to get your flowers for the positives, but you're also going to get pointed out in the film room for the negatives on Monday morning. You know, so that's something I need to see. Let's just see a little bit more consistency out of him. I do like certain parts of his game, but it's just not quite enough. I think he'll make that 70 cut, but I mean, beyond the 70 cut, it's going to be tough for me, because I might be one of those on the bubble players for me.
I think we look at him as a scat back. I think it's going to be a decision. Do you take 3 running backs? Do you take 4? Those are some of the big decisions when we get to the end of August.
Those are going to be some big decisions in the running back position, because you also have to
good
look
decisions
at the wide receiver
too.
position as well. With Chris Brazzell going down,
yeah,
that puts, let's just be clear, that puts a little bit of emphasis on the wide receiver, number 17. He took a deep breath and was like, oh.
Seems you've been using your Discover Cash.
Yeah, and I mean, like, this is extra emphasis on certain players on this roster, and it's a good problem to have. We didn't have this problem in the first 2 years Now this has become a good problem to have, to where we have too much talent and we got to decide, what are we doing with it? So that shows you Dan Morgan's doing his job correctly and he's getting us the proper depth at these positions and the right type of players that fit our system completely. So well done, Dan. Respect to you on that.
Man, Chris Brazzell going down now, that may have taken a little bit of spotlight off of that. Well, it hasn't, because now what it has done is open up some of these young guys who thought they didn't have a chance. They saying we got a chance. And all of a sudden now, so that's going to impact the wide receiver position and special teams is going to impact the running back position, which would leak over to the tight end position as well. So, and you still got the offensive lineman because of some of those guys are down. So right now, the Carolina Panthers are kind of in a roster bind based on guys being unavailable, and those guys being unavailable are the thing that we don't want, starters.
Facts. What have I been saying? Availability is the best ability. And when you got people hurt constantly, you got a roster built backup issue here, it creates competition, yes, which is a good thing. But it's also a major problem because these are starters that are hurt. You know what I'm saying? So this is something we've got to figure out, is how to reduce the amount of starter injuries every year, because this has been a trend for 10, 15 years. And we haven't figured out how to get around it. So there's preventable injuries, there's non-preventable injuries, like I said before. So I'm not sure where we begin there. But the fact that these drills have been investigated by the NFLPA, and they found nothing, is not a good sign, because that's something that Dave Canales did in a previous city. And the fact that this is popping up again is not a good trend either. So I'm wondering if maybe we're pushing these guys a little too hard, or, what needs to happen here. I mean, yes, there is a league standard as far as what you expect these players to be able to do, and push themselves a little bit beyond that, but you also don't want to get them hurt. All right, so it's a very delicate balance. There's a very fine glass thin line right there. And you've got to be able to find that line without injuring your players. It's tough to do.
Yeah, and again, you talk about the O-line, right? Does that open up a spot now for Brady Christensen, who has the versatility to play across the line, potentially saves you a roster spot somewhere else?
Swing man. They call him a swing man.
Swing tackle, guard,
swing man,
center. Are you looking at J.T. Sanders there? Had a couple of catches in that preseason game. Mitchell Evans, who had a minor injury in camp, he should be good to go. You got Tommy Tremble. Felipe Franks has shown that he's an energy guy on special teams.
Yep.
He might have a role there. But in that receiving group, I want to talk about Leggett, because he had some moments as a rookie, and then outside of the one game against the Jets last year was a bit of a step back for him. He's now in year 3. As you mentioned, it's a big season. They drafted Chris Brazzell. That should turn up the antenna and turn up the attention. But he worked with Ocho Cinco in the offseason. I know Ocho Cinco spent a day at camp. What have you seen out of Xavier Leggett that gives you some promise for 2026?
What gives me some promise is he has a heartbeat and he's willing to show that he knows he's been put on notice. That's one of the things that you don't want to see as a young guy who is kind of oblivious, right? Not reading the tea leaves. Oh, can't be talking about me, right? And I hate to say it this way, but coining this generation now, it's just the participation generation. That they just love to be here.
That's good,
right? But the guy understands being here has got him here, but now he has to make hay and maintain his stay. And
Make hay and retain his stay. Man, I like that. I like that. He's got a lot of little sayings like that, and I just love it. Steve Smith, like, this is so exciting, just listening to him and learning from him what his thoughts are and what he's seeing. And he's absolutely right. Like, a lot of these rookies have like that, oh, y'all couldn't be talking about me now. Nah, that couldn't be me. There's no way it could be me. Versus like a guy like XL that's like, oh, I recognize that. Okay. I hear y'all. I'm willing to adjust. That's a beautiful thing, man. It's a beautiful thing when you see rookie players, willing to adjust. And he's absolutely right about that. Well said, Steve.
What I love about what I'm seeing out of him, he does have a little bit more confidence. But one of the things that I've said to him personally, and I stay on him, catch the ball with your hands, not with your chest, because that will fail you at some point.
Yes.
And why does it fail you? It fails you because it allows the defender to get closer to you for PBU, pass breakup. And that pass breakup now is the difference between a first down and us, the Carolina Panthers, punting the ball.
And I remember you brought up a great point.
Facts. Absolute facts right there. Did y'all hear what he just said? Dang. Woo. Steve Smith spitting facts right now.
Point about this last year. You said if you're catching the ball with your hands, his greatest attribute is his ability to run with the ball after the catch.
Yes.
Yeah. Yak.
You bring it in with your body. You made the point. You're giving the defense enough time to close, and now you essentially mute that yak skill.
That yak skill is what got you drafted. That's what
facts
coined people to say you were so athletic. And the other part, how do you know? So how do I know that a guy is uncomfortable? Sometimes we sit in these, as former players, we sit here and fans rightfully so say, oh, you're saying some things that I don't see that. Well, you don't see it because you haven't experienced it.
Exactly.
I'm not speaking when a guy doesn't catch the ball with his hands and say lack of confidence off of what hearsay. I'm saying it off my own.
Yes. Man, you guys know I love these conversations about yak when it comes to wide receivers. Y'all know I eat these conversations up because, especially when it comes from Steve Smith, there's so much to learn from that right there. And it's so fun hearing him talk about that stuff.
I don't see that. Well, you don't see it because you haven't experienced it. I'm not speaking when a guy doesn't catch the ball with his hands and say lack of confidence off of what hearsay. I'm saying it off my own. There were times where I didn't have confidence because maybe I haven't caught a pass in like 14 plays and I've been just watching. Or I maybe didn't have a good play. Or I'll take it a step further. Man, if I dropped a ball in warm-up before a game, I was toast.
Really?
I was in my head. Then I would go back. Well, what was my preparation later throughout the week that contributed to me not being locked in? So I had to figure out, hey, this is data, not emotion. Let's calm down. Understand that what happened 3.5 hours before the game will not have an impact on you right now until you drop the ball and then you say, well, that didn't work. So just trying to process and figure out, right? Boom. That's a good hands catch. Because yesterday when he ran that route, he let it get in there. So every day is something you need to work on. Then the other part that he needs to work on is not jumping. Not jumping for the football. Jumping for the football is you're in a hurry to get there because you're concerned or unaware of what the defender is.
Now, Leggett, again, you would think he's in the driver's seat now to be wide receiver 3, but you got John.
That's interesting. So if you're jumping, you're not anticipating a defender. Okay. You're in a hurry to get to the football. Okay. Okay. I'm learning, Steve. Thank you.
John Mechie, who's
This
got
is cool.
the Alabama connection with Bryce Young. John Mechie already on his 4th team, spent last year with the Jets. David Moore is a reliable veteran. It's somebody this coaching staff trusts. And Jimmy Horn made a couple of splash plays in that preseason game. There's one, obviously, I think both he and Haynes King want back when he was open for a touchdown. But Jimmy Horn was showing some bursts. We did training camp live last Monday. I mean, Horn was winning his routes and getting his a step or two on his defender almost every time in the one-on-ones.
That's never a question on what Jimmy Horn can do one-on-ones. The question is, can he put it together in the games, right? When you go back, when I watch his Colorado film, there were times that he was wide open, but he wasn't the guy that was getting the ball. A lot of times it was throw it to Travis Hunter. And so when you have that, that does do a number on you where you're trying to figure out, man, am I good enough? What am I doing wrong? Brother can't buy a pass. What is going on?
Whoa. So we got Rock Taylor and Elijah Cooks on our roster now? Over Jasheem Reed? Like, okay. I'm not understanding why that is, but okay. I accept it.
How can I get myself available? And so he's trying to work through that. But I love this is you're running a route, getting that's right here, what's this you're saying? This is get a feel for the defender of where he is, right? Knowing that the corner is going to be actively having hands so you can know and feel, hey, this is what I need to do. Give a guy a little hesitation step. Learn it's kind of like basketball, right? When you're posting up on somebody, you spin based off what you feel. This is what this drill is going off feel. Allow you to feel what's going on to where, so when you do it in the game, it becomes deja vu because you've already did it.
We'll see one-on-ones, wide receivers, DBs a little later, and we'll have that here on Training Camp Live. How are coaches evaluating those one-on-ones?
Coaches are evaluating it exceptionally well. Coach Moore is evaluating it on, look, let me see, can you apply what I'm teaching you? See, right now he's working on hands. That's one of the biggest things that I think this wide receiver group does not do on a more consistent basis, use your hands. You got T-Mac 200 and plus pounds. At times, he can out-muscle anyone. However, there are times where sometimes like that, where he's working, putting your hand down, doing. You see, he got David Moore, because David is not used to Xavier Legette being physical like that. So now he's talking to him, come on now, what you doing, right? But talking to him is teaching him, break the risk. Because if you can sit there and hit the wrist of a defender or forearm for 70 plus plays.
If you could show, we've got you on camera. Show the people watching what do you mean by the wrist.
So you got it right here. So you're right. Maybe not all of you, but some of us, myself, I got a few butt whoopings when I was a young kid. And as you say, get it out the way. So if you got your hand right there, if I go for the wrist and I miss it, I get the forearm. But if I go for the forearm and I miss, I just hit air. So you go for the wrist, which then, right, it's the old Bruce Lee. It's the drops, bing, right? It's can I get to him every single play? Run, pass, run. I'm going to constantly tap you. Tap, 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 tap. It happens to be a closed fist on the tap. And then eventually what's that defender going to do? He's going to, when you see your arm raise up, he's going to take his hands away. That's just, you're now programming the defender. If you touch me, I will touch you back. That's what it is. Yeah. Because when the defender is covering, if you give the defender anything to work with, guess what they're going to do? They're going to grab it. And one of the techniques is called slingshot, where they wait for the ball is thrown, they stay there, and they pull you through to get to the ball. And that's what they do. That's just some of the techniques that they use.
Kenny Pickett now throwing the passes, and The Panthers have some decisions at wide receiver. We saw Bryson Tremaine, number 87, a moment ago. That's Elijah Cooks, number 80. There's Jimmy Horn, who's got that great speed. Tremaine was a guy, Jasim Reed.
Oh, he is.
He's had a great camp. And he has made plays against some of the top DBs.
Every day, that young man is making a play. You're talking about pushing.
All right, so I'm not completely grasping what Steve Smith was talking about there with the wrist. Does anybody in chat understand that, or? Is that more so just catching the ball, or what is he talking about? I'm not even sure. He lost me on that one. With all due respect, like, I'm not sure what that was about. But I would definitely love to have an explanation on that if you feel so inclined. But let's go.
A group that you wasn't expecting. This young man shows up each and every day. He has adopted my philosophy. My philosophy is play a day.
So are we talking about Reed here? Is that who we're talking about?
You make one play a day. Look at that. Coaches start to turn on the film and they go, every time we turn on the play, we just keep seeing Reed. Right?
Exactly.
Because here's the opposite. Young guys usually, when coaches turn on play, they say, man, this kid just can't get right. He can't line up. He's making mistakes. So now you have the opportunity to say, the coaches say, hey, every time we turn on the film, he's making a play a day.
He was in camp last year. He was on the practice squad last year. Familiarity with the system, it's showing up.
It shows up because he gets comfortable. He's real comfortable. Look at that.
That's
Hands
the
catch.
touchdown he had.
Yep. Only thing I would say, coaching tip, put the ball on the outside just in case something bad happens. The ball goes out of bounds versus going forward.
88, that's Casey Washington. He was signed recently in camp, former 6th-round pick of the
tell me
Atlanta
about him.
Falcons. And then you got Tedero McMillan, reigning Offensive Rookie of the Year. Looks bigger, stronger, hasn't lost a bit of speed, and he goes into the season as the #1 wide receiver. Steve, having played the position, the appreciation for T-Mac as a rookie last year to come into the NFL, and basically from week 1, day 1, he was the top receiver on the opponent's scouting report.
Absolutely.
And he still had 70 catches for 1,000 yards.
Yeah, but understand that now teams are going to say, hey, I need to figure out a way to slow him down. And as they are slowing him down, you need some other guys to emerge that the defense now has to figure out, oh no, how do we slow down multiple guys? That's what it's all about, is getting as many guys that you have on a roster or on the field to press every level of the defense, and that's why Chris Brazzell was added. He adds that fourth level, right? You got the fourth level. They're looking for someone to show up now to Chris Brazzell. They need someone to show up. You see how the coach look.
Who could be that guy?
So who's that guy right now? Is Jimmy Horn, John Mechie. Those two guys are the guys that have the best opportunity to attack the fourth level. T-Mac is intermediate, right? Xavier, I believe Xavier and Jalen Coker are going to be 0 to 9, 10 to 19.
Yeah.
But you need someone that the defense goes, oh no, we got to get on our horse. Yeah, you got to have those guys.
Right.
Every team that has a really effective offense has that level 4 guy that people fear.
That opens up things underneath. We've seen that in the past. Mechie's a guy that's easy to root for. He had the torn ACL.
I got a feeling it's going to be
his
Mechie.
career at Alabama, and then as a rookie, leukemia. Came back from that with the Texans. He's bounced around.
This man came back from leukemia? Whoa, nobody told me that. Oh, snap. Wow. That's a strong dude right there, man. That's a strong dude. Can we get some hearts in the chat, man, for Mechie, man? Going through all of that and still coming through, man. That's wow. That's an incredible story right there. That's all the more reason why we signed him. All the more reason. He fits that keep pounding mantra. He's got history with Bryce. He's got skills. You know, I love Mechie, man. I think this dude is gonna win that battle with Jimmy Horn. We'll see though. But I had no idea about the leukemia though. Wow, man. That's crazy.
Trying to find a home now in Carolina, but you mentioned, that big play threat. That's what was missing from the offense last year, that vertical threat. We hear it all the time, the guy who could take the top off. Mechie can do that, and there's a built-in chemistry with Bryce Young.
Yes. There's a built-in chemistry with Bryce Young, and you can see it. It's great. But does it translate into these games for the preseason that can solidify and justify the move? And I think that's what they're trying to discover. So, what I've been told is they want to see, can he have that impact the way we saw him have that impact in Alabama with Bryce? Because, what do they say? You're only good as your last play. Well, the last play for John Mechie happens to be with his quarterback of the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah.
And you want to see, is that connection still there? And I think it is.
I think it is.
As both of these men have gone on different journeys, they find themselves on the same team, and now people are excited to see, can this happen?
There's Mechie in the preseason game. And one other area that Mechie may be carving out a role for the Panthers. We saw him have a big 30-plus yard kick return. If he can help out on special teams in the return game, all of a sudden his value goes even up for this coaching staff.
It absolutely does, right? What do we have? A crowded room? Man, it's nothing wrong with having too many horses in the stable, because now you make yourself available. You may not make this team, but now you make yourself available for other teams. Like right there, a little play action. That's old school. They used to run that play when I was playing. So that's always good, right? Sometimes the creativity, at the end of the day, man, there's still little quick throws. That's what you need, quick throws. I love the way he dropped his weight, catching ball with his hands, right? Boom. You see that? If you wait for that ball to get inside, that's a possibility that you don't make that catch. Right. Not because he can't catch, but because he's so close to the ground. You have that ability, right, of concrete/turf. Right, it's going to be a tough catch. You don't want to make life more difficult for yourself.
And John Mechie, he was the top receiver for the Panthers in that Hall of Fame game against Arizona, the 33-30 win. Panthers have 3 more preseason games. Buffalo
trying to kill that net.
On the road this weekend, and then Jacksonville the following Friday, and then at home against the Texans to close the preseason. Mechie and Jalen Coker, and it's funny, Coker hasn't produced a lot of headlines this offseason because I think people kind of know what he is now, and he is clearly the number 2 wide receiver. He got paid like one in the offseason. That game against the Rams, the wild card game, he showed you he's a big game player too.
He didn't show me anything, because
you already knew.
I knew.
You already knew.
Look, we were in our. You remember what I told the coaching staff?
I remember 2 years ago, you were saying you can't. You got to have this guy on your team.
Yes,
I remember. Yeah.
And I told Coach Canales that, and everybody kind of looked like, whoa. And
no,
Wait. So you're telling me Steve Smith was the reason Coker got picked up? You're trying to tell me Steve Smith was the reason we picked up Coker? Bro. Wow. My goodness. Okay. That's awesome right there. Yeah, I love that.
I got to give Steve props here because this was before Coker's
Good job,
rookie
Steve.
season, his first camp. and you kept on saying you were watching tape, and you said, forget the Holy Cross stuff, forget where he played. You said, watch this guy. He's an NFL wide receiver.
Mm-hmm. And I told the coaches, if you think you're going to just let this kid walk, and I said, it's not going to happen. Ooh, look, a quick jam.
One-on-ones now, it's Tremaine and Corey Thornton.
Tremaine is a really good player. Love
Yeah,
Thornton.
Bryson Tremaine has really evolved. And I like that footwork and the quick hip turn there. Like, that's his evolution from last year. He didn't quite have that quick step as he does now. So it's the little things like that, you know, as we go into this 26th season, you're going to see little things like that during live games. And to the untrained eye, you're not going to notice this stuff. You're going to say, oh, yeah, well, this is a nice drive. You know, we're putting up points. But for the people that have the eye for this stuff, like I do, I'm going to notice it right away, and I'm going to point it out. And I'm going to say, wow, that was a beautiful quick step. That was a beautiful hip turn. That was a beautiful movement to get around that wide receiver, that DB, and get open at just the right spot. And when you got quarterbacks that are really good at ball placement, that really helps a lot. It opens you up, you know, as a wide receiver to be able to extend to different spots and be able to catch the ball that other wide receivers may not be able to do. So it's really helpful when you've got those technical skills on your side. You can get that extra step on that DB, whereas other wide receivers would not be able to. That's the difference maker. And it's going to come into play during these big games, you know, such as like Green Bay, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, you know, teams like that are really, really good at man press, you know. So you have to really be able to use your feet, use your quickness, and get open as a wide receiver. And the more you see like these tougher and tougher DBs come into the league, it gets tougher and tougher to do that. So you got to refine your technique. You got to constantly adjust. And that's what the NFL is, you know, once you get past the rookie year, it's just constant adjustment to stay in your number one role.
Interested to see with Jack. I've been getting on him about his routine. I want to see his routine. When he's in zone coverage, he's really smart, but sometimes in man coverage, he could be a little lax on his routine.
It's Jalen Coker against J.C. Horn, T-Mac, and Mike Jack.
Here we go, press coverage. Let's see him. Use your hands.
She was adored by everyone.
So many freaking YouTube ads. It's ridiculous. YouTube, y'all got to get a hold on that, man. Yeah, y'all got to get it. Y'all got to get that figured out. All right, let's.
Tremaine is a really good player. Love Thornton. Let's see with Jack. I'm interested to see with Jack. I've been getting on him about his routine. I want to see his routine. When he's in zone coverage, he's really smart, but sometimes in man coverage, he could be a little lax on his routine.
It's Jalen Coker against J.C. Horn, T-Mac, and Mike Jack.
Here we go, press coverage. Let's see him. Use your hands.
Good foot movement.
That's a good job.
Excellent, T-Mac.
Heck of a throw there, too, huh?
That was a heck of a throw. You see the guys looking at the sun. The only thing, you know, training camp is always
beautiful
about
throw.
nitpicking. I would love to see
right
him not widen as much, get it a little inside. Right, using your hands right there. Just a good catch. Ball is thrown on the wrong shoulder, but a good adjust.
Very nice.
By the wide receiver, Elijah Cook, so I like seeing that.
A good wide receiver will adjust to that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you'll see a whole bunch of this stuff, of these throws to the wrong shoulder by the quarterbacks during training camp, maybe practices, stuff like that. And even during preseason games, and you're like, okay, well, as a wide receiver, how do I adjust? I got to hip turn. I got to move my hands. I got to do whatever I've got to do, to catch the ball. I can't let that ball hit the ground. That's the number one goal. Do not let that ball hit the ground as a wide receiver. If you do, that's a drop.
Going up against Cam Miller, undrafted rookie out of Rutgers. Shaw Smith-Wade in coverage this time, and that was against John.
Okay, I want to point out Shaw Smith-Wade because it was suggested that by somebody in a different group that we go after another nickel corner. That was a free agent. And I said, no. Chow is more than capable of handling his business out there. Plus, he's young. Y'all don't want... No. Just because Chow is turning 31 does not mean we have to replace him right away. This dude is a long-term solution right now to a short-term problem. And he's doing an excellent job doing it.
Mechie.
It's a good one. Lee right here.
Will Lee, the blanket.
Will Lee, here we go. This is one I want to see right here. So you got Mechie versus Will Lee. I'm watching this matchup very, very closely. Let's go.
Lee, the rookie out of Texas A&M.
Okay, good hips. Good hips, good turn.
It was great.
Nice job, Mechie. Getting that extra step open. See, that's what I'm talking about. That was perfectly demonstrated right there. Look at that one step difference. That's the difference between mechanics. Between last year and this year. Right there. Perfectly demonstrated visually. Versus Willie, who's kind of a newcomer rookie corner. He's not used to that yet. But by second year, third year, he'll have adjusted to that. And he'll be press coverage on him. And he'll have closed that gap.
Patience right there. That's just a savvy veteran right there. He was in great position, but that's a savvy veteran understanding that when you attack a defender like that, especially a rookie, he's going to open up because he's going to say, hey, this is weird.
39's rock.
All right, so yeah, that's the difference between a veteran and a rookie right there. Veteran wide receiver versus a rookie DB. Very, very interesting. I want to run that back. I want to run that back, and I want to look at that. So I want to show you guys. Hold up. Well, that's McMillan. There it is.
It's a good one. Lee right here.
Will Lee, the blanket.
Okay, watch this hip turn. Watch this hip turn, y'all. Pay attention. Right there. Right there. That hip turn. Willie's like, hold up. Is this dude about to turn outside? Or is he about to turn inside? With this hip turn. With the way his body is turning, you'd think he's going to go to the outside. That's where the rookies make the mistake because they don't know. But the veteran DBs know that that's a fake. So if you are very, very good at managing that hip turn right there and understanding, yeah, I can fake out a DB doing this. But as a veteran DB faces you, you got to adjust your style of play. You got to try something else. That hip turn is not going to help you. So you got to try something else. All right, see, that's where it helped right there. You see it right there? Because the defender got absolutely cooked right there. He's turning inside. Now, Will Lee is a little bit better than your average rookie corner because he recognizes, okay, he's turning inside. I need to press him.
It was great.
But that's where he screwed up because by the end of pressing him right there, he can't keep up. So he's already got to step on him.
Patience right there.
And that's where
That's
Milton
just a
got him
savvy-
because
that's
he's a
just
veteran.
savvy veteran right there. He was in great position, but that's a savvy veteran understand.
So I wanted to break that down for y'all. God, the amount of videos I want to break down for y'all, but I wish I could, but I get hit with copyright on it. That was a really cool one. I'm glad I got a chance to do that with that play right there. And that's what I was doing the first 2 years when I started up this channel, is I was like breaking down training camp videos just like that. And I was explaining like little hip turns, little hand movements, little, things like that. And it was so fun, just diagnosing my own film and that I took at training camp with my own cell phone and just having fun with it, So fun back in the day. God, I wish I could do that more. But the NFL won't allow it, though.
That when you attack a defender like that, especially a rookie, he's going to open up because he's going to say, hey, this is weird.
39's Rock Taylor.
Oh, nice pass deflection right there. Very nice. Okay, who is this? This is 41, is it?
Right there. That's just a savvy veteran right there. He was in great,
okay,
he was
let
in
me
great
see
position,
who
but
this
that's
is.
a savvy veteran understanding that when you attack a defender like that, especially...
Okay, that looks like 41, right? 41. Do we have the roster up? Who's 41? Forgive me if I keep looking at the roster a good bit, during training camp and preseason, because I'm trying to learn these players' numbers and match them up with names. There's a lot of names and numbers that I have to learn, you know what I mean? To Carlos Nicholson. Okay. 6'3", 200, rookie from Southern Cal. Interesting. All right. Okay, so let's run it again.
He's going to open up because he's going to say, hey, this is weird.
Notice how he stayed in his lane. He didn't get fooled by that little juke. I think that's interesting. For a rookie not to get fooled on a juke like that is impressive.
He's going to open up because he...
39. Okay, so it's Rock Taylor versus DeCarlos Nicholson. Interesting. Okay, Nicholson, can you show me a little bit more of that right there? Because look at the closing speed he was able to get because he didn't get fooled by that. So Rock Taylor's got to get inventive, do like some hip turns, do some crazy footwork, do something to like open up that gap again. So that's what his next drills are going to be. Versus Nicholson here, who is doing an excellent job right there and understanding, okay, yeah. Like, I'm not getting fooled by this. I need to stay disciplined. The footwork's there. The hands are there. He's ready. He's actively ready to knock the ball down.
39's Rock Taylor.
Very good job.
Slingshot. You see,
Memphis.
You see just what we're talking about.
That was DeCarlos Nicholson in coverage.
Very impressive Nicholson. I like this dude. Okay, we've seen you do that against him. Let's see you do that against the next level up. Maybe Mechie, somebody like that. Can you stay disciplined against somebody like that?
It'll go back to Will Lee after this rep here. This is Trayvon Merrick, Jimmy Horn. Will Lee early in that preseason game had that PBU, and then Arizona put the double move on him.
Not really much to learn from that one. All right, so we got Jasheem Reed here. Who is this?
Learning experience for the kid?
I'm not seeing a number here. So we'll just see how this goes.
Oh, very much. That's a coach.
Look at that double move by Reed. Beautiful. He's already struggling to keep up.
It's a teachable moment because.
And there you go. There's the separation. After about 5 yards. If you're able to put on that double move and you're able to shift out, defender's already struggling.
Oh, great hands, Cat.
29. 29. Caleb Evans. Okay. Yeah, Caleb has had issues with that double move. I've seen that before too. And at this point, that's what he has to overcome, is staying disciplined with the double move. I've seen several wide receivers during preseason and camp hit him with the double move and been successful a good chunk of the time. So, this is not unusual, but it's something I need to see improvement from him on.
Too. Because
Same read again.
Yes, because what do you have to figure out is the Arizona Cardinals are at a different place. They're trying to figure out who can play. So they're going to double move and attack so they can eliminate or add to who they want there or who they don't want there. And so Will Lee had the opportunity, right? That's just a coachable moment to say, hey, I need to rely on my technique. Remember what my coaches have taught me. Correct. We all know we can do it in the air-conditioned room, but then all of a sudden when we're in the Canton, you see that Hall of Famer name, Luke Kuechly.
Right.
Adam.
Oh, okay. Who do we have here?
I need to rely.
Who do we have here? This is 20 versus... Is this 20? 20? Tyler Funderburk. Okay. Tyreek Funderburk. That's a fun name to say. All right, let's see.
Remember what my coaches have
versus who is this? Can't really get the number.
We all know we can do it in the air-conditioned room, but then all of a sudden
85 perhaps? Is that a 5?
I need to rely on my technique.
Okay.
Remember what my coaches have taught me. We all know we can do it in the air-conditioned room, but then all of a sudden when we're in the Canton.
Good double move right there. Pushes him to the inside. Tyreek's already struggling to catch up.
You see that Hall of Famer name?
Good cut. Very good cut. Who is this?
Luke Kuechly.
Right.
Adam.
Is that Bryson?
Terry, Drew Brees.
Was that Bryson Tremaine?
You kind of get caught up in the moment.
I think it was Bryson Tremaine.
And that's humans.
All right,
very nice cut.
Do we have another T-Mac, Mike Jack rep here?
Ooh, here we go.
Interested in there in the fringe, red zone area. There's only so many routes that he can run. He's tightened, so he's man-to-man coverage. Widens. He's going to come back, ricochet back out. That's great. Ball strong, the wrong shoulder.
Good job.
But yesterday, they ran a variation of that route, and it was covered differently by Mike Jack. So I think they made an adjustment. Bang. Great job using his hands.
Cooks and Nicholson again.
Ooh, Nicholson with a pass breakup. Look at you.
It's a great job.
Who was that against? Let me see. That looks like... I don't know. Who was that against? Can we kind of figure out who that was against? It looked like a 0. I want to say it's Chuba. I don't almost think that we would be putting Chuba on him. I don't know who this is.
By Mike Jackson. I think they made an adjustment. Bang. Great job.
Beautiful move right there, though. Whoever this is at wide receiver or tight end.
Using his hands.
Cooks and
Beautiful
Nicholson again.
pass breakup, though,
Great
man.
job.
Love that. That's excellent technique by Nicholson there.
Carlos Nicholson played at Mississippi State and USC, was briefly at Browns camp in the spring. That's a drafted rookie.
That's a
Oh, yeah. I remember seeing him in the transactions list. Okay. I remember reading that he was with the Browns. Gotcha. Okay. So this is who this dude is.
A crowded secondary right there.
It is a crowded secondary.
This is going to be a good matchup.
Here we go. Will Lee again, 24 in blue. The rookie against David Moore.
I'm going to tell you right there.
Very nice,
being
Will.
able to have the defense where he can turn his back. He never had to look back because he never feared that the ball would be thrown in a position that he couldn't, because he was utilizing that 12th man, which is a sideline.
Right. Okay, I want to hear what Steve has to say about this, and then we'll follow up with whatever these plays are. Okay? Just for this one. I want to hear what he has to say about this play. This previous play.
To understand where he's going.
Jimmy Horn against Merrig.
Yeah, that's just that's
Okay. So he wasn't really saying anything extra there. It was more so just David Moore understanding that ball's never going to get thrown anywhere else but where he can catch it. So, all right. So that was Horn versus Melrig, right?
Mike Jackson. I think they made an adjustment. Bang. Great job using his hands.
Cooks and Nicholson again.
It's a great job.
We're running it back a little bit. Sorry.
Carlos Nicholson played it.
I apologize if you guys don't like me running it back and doing all that stuff. Some people aren't into that. Some people are. I get it if you aren't.
Mississippi State and USC, was briefly at Browns camp in the spring.
All right, so I wanted to take a look at this right here again. And just run this at half speed. Let me see this. Playback speed. Yeah. There we go. All right, let's take a look at this play right here. Oh. I had it yeah, half speed. There we go. Okay. Look at that little footwork move right there to the right. Okay, so he's grabbing on him now. And now you're running out of room. Willie's got you. He's got you boxed into a corner. And pass deflection. That is beautiful defense, Willie. That's what I need to see in man press right there. Beautifully done. I need to see that consistently from you. Let's go.
Willie being able to have.
Okay, let's turn it back to normal speed now.
Have the defense where he can turn his back. He never had to look back because he never feared that the ball would be thrown in a position that he couldn't, because he was utilizing that 12th man, which is a sideline, to understand where he's going.
look at this footwork. He easily had Trayvon beat on this play.
Jimmy Horn against Merrig.
Yeah, that's just that's what you call you need to go back inside. He's a safety. That's not what he does. It's just not what he does.
Exactly.
One of the highlights of the weekend, the highlight of the weekend, was to see our good pal Luke Kuechly be enshrined and inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. First player in franchise history to play his entire career with the Panthers and be enshrined into the Hall of Fame. You got a chance to play with Luke. You've worked with Luke. You know Luke. Of all the things, when you think of 59, what's the first that comes to mind?
How much he doesn't like to be celebrated like that. So.
Like his speech to me was vintage Luke. It was about everybody else but himself.
Yeah. You know, that may not be the case for everybody, right? But that's typical Luke, and it was great. And he was just sitting there. And look, I got my shirt on today, right? So it's nothing more exciting to be able to go through that experience with Luke alongside of him, and know just a guy of who he is. Man, it was outstanding. And so many guys were there from the past, guys that he didn't even play with, but they just wanted to come out and just honor him. So it was just awesome. It was a great experience.
You know, being a part of this organization now for 4 going on 5 years, one of the things that I appreciate, this is a young franchise, right? It's in its early 30s, but the alumni connection, you know, you go back, it's pretty strong for this franchise.
And I'll say it.
And you're a big part of that.
It has to do with Dave and Nicole Tepper. I love Mr. Richardson.
Correct.
But I can say, I don't know if we've always had this many alumni, former players around as frequently as they are around that you see. And I'm not talking about myself. You know, for me, I'm a little bit different. I have a different presence, and I'm allowed to be, right? Everybody's treated fairly, but not all the same. But I can tell you, man, seeing how many guys that pop up around this organization now. When I was at other organizations, that was every day. Being at practice, seeing an old Baltimore coat. But here, when I was here, I never had as many guys through the regular season and off season pop up and sitting around. And Luke tells me, hey, I'm mic'd up. I said, I don't care, right? But he was just wanting me to know because of our conversation. But all our conversation was, man, is I was just happy that I could support Luke. Unfortunately, I had to leave early, so I didn't get to do all the festivities. But I did enough to get my cup full that it was like, man, I was, wow.
Yeah. You saw TD a moment ago. That's Trey Boston. And you were there, obviously. You know, just an incredible weekend to celebrate a great Panther. And
that's
we're starting to see it. You know where I'm going with this. A few years ago, it was Sam Mills finally getting it. Then it was Julius Peppers.
Yes.
Now it's Luke.
Greg
that man right there, Greg Olson's got a shot. Steve, I think most of us think you're next.
Yeah,
it's only a matter of time.
I thought so too, but you know,
your time's coming.
Yep.
But
they all got that gray hair now, man. It's crazy.
Franchise whose history is not as deep as right.
Here's what I would say about that.
To me, this is now you're adding chapters to the history when this happens.
Yeah, whether a franchise is long or short, good players are good players, right? That's just flat out.
Smitty, we got a little something for you two here. You've got your YouTube show. You want to give people a little preview here of what we got coming up on your YouTube show with James Palmer?
Yeah, so we just sit here. We're going over for the last 8 weeks. We go over.
I'm sub to him, right?
Literally break it down.
I'm sub to him. Hold up. Let me double check. I think I'm sub to him. Am I? Should be. Yeah. Yep, I am. All right, cool.
Down every wide receiver meeting room on what you can expect, what is there. what's the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, some people may not like what they hear, but yeah.
That's never bothered you, right?
Nope, no, it sure doesn't. And have the opportunity to sit at home and just kind of go through it and talk about little things and have fun. Get to work with one of my coworkers, so it's awesome. But we put in a lot of work. I think we just finished doing the NFC South, right? That breakdown, but we've already done the AFC West. Tomorrow I'm recording the NFC West, and then I'll finish up with the AFC East and the NFC East.
Like and subscribe.
Please.
Steve Smith, 89 YouTube channel. He and James Palmer, you guys do a tremendous job.
Thank you.
With that content. And I caught a little snippet this morning. It popped up on my Instagram feed. You were talking about how impressed you were with Brad Idzik after that first Hall of Fame game.
Yeah, I was really impressed. So let me get my notes to make sure I don't misquote Coach. Which one is it? Oh, here it is.
Idzik's been the offensive coordinator. He's had the title, but this is the first year that he's been the play caller. Dave Canales made that announcement during the Combine earlier this year that Idzik would call the plays.
And so when you talk about play caller, that understanding what a play caller is, meaning coach gets to develop. He works with the head coach now. The head coach is not just going to willy-nilly let him give carte blanche and a la carte. They work together on things. But Idzik sits there and he figures out and understands how he's going to run the play. How is he going to attack the defense? And then he's also has the opportunity throughout the day and during the game to figure out, how can I crack this code? What is going on? He wants to create a fast tempo. And we haven't always seen that fast tempo. Sometimes it's been, play call is getting down to 10 seconds where all of a sudden now it's hurrying up. He wants to allow these guys to play fast, get to the line early to allow Bryce. You remember when Frank was here, they were talking about Frank Wright, how smart Bryce was, how much he wanted to see the defense. Look at him, he's jumping up. Look, he's jumping up because that's a play that they discussed and talked about. And that's the enthusiasm from an offensive coordinator. Look at the linemen. We've worked on this. Coach has emphasized this. Can we do it? And you see in the excitement, they're going, yes, we can. So every day in practice, when you run certain plays, man, it's building momentum, it's building confidence, it's building something for this offense to really hang their hat on and say, hey, we can do it. Yes, we can.
And give Dave Canales credit here. So what he's done in the pre.
I like that energy from Brad. I like that energy right there. That shows me this dude is real. He's authentic. So he got excited about a play that they had run. They had seen it on the board, before they came out there, and then they perfectly executed that the way that Brad wanted it executed. And Brad just gets excited. That's infectious. It's like, okay, well, as a player, you want to see that happen more. So you want to try to play for a coordinator like that. You want to play for a coach like that, that might show that type of energy. So you're going to come out there, you're going to play harder. You're going to try to execute better. You're going to try to do everything better. Each day you got to be better than yesterday. And that type of energy, when you see that from a coach or a coordinator, is something that will push you to do that and make you want to do that. It'll add fuel to that fire. So that's something interesting to note right there.
Season the last couple of years, he'll have Brad Idzik call plays in the preseason. Jonathan Cooley has called the defense in preseason. In fact, Cooley was the defensive play caller in the Hall of Fame game, not EJ. So
yes, this is something I wanted to look at here. Is Cooley calling this defensive game here in the Hall of Fame game? I think he did a solid job. He mirrors a lot of what Ejiro wants. As far as like play calling defensively. So this is an excellent opportunity for him to kind of show off, okay, this is what I learned, from all of these study sessions, all of these practices, everything that I've taken notes on from a gyro. This is what I've learned. So, I think he did a solid job. I'm particularly happy with it. Maybe the DBs could use some work. Maybe the defensive line could use a little work. But, I'm pretty happy with it. I think it's the same basic issues we've had before, and, under a gyro, with the starters. So, nothing really new there, Plus, in preseason and Hall of Fame game, you're going to see guys get burnt, in training camp and stuff like that. So, it does happen, by wide receivers. You're going to see defensive linemen have a few struggles, with the running backs. That's normal, So, I think we're on track, man. This defense looks good. It looks real good, depth-wise. I'm particularly happy with most of these players. I think there's a little bit to work on, sure. But, you expect that after the first preseason game. And Hall of Fame game counts, right? We got that extra game to prepare and make mistakes and do whatever we need to do, So, I like this. The fact that we came out of the gate competitive like that and aggressive like that on offense and defense is an excellent sign for what the rest of this preseason is going to look like. Now we need to carry that momentum, with what we're doing right into the next one.
That's a little wrinkle that Dave Canales has, because that's what Pete Carroll used to do in Seattle to help some of his other assistants one day move into coordinator and head coaching roles.
Well, it also gives those coordinators...
Well, we've been doing that for years. You think about the amount of times in preseason that you saw assistant coordinators get play calling duties and stuff like that. So that's not unusual.
Opportunities to see their position differently. A lot of times when we're sitting back, you know how we are as human beings. Oh, if I was doing it, we would do it differently. Well, you are doing it now. You go back to complain. It's like, oh, I'm complaining about myself. That eliminates the water cooler conversations. That eliminates chatter and dissension amongst ourselves. That's what I'd love to see.
Right.
That. And then the other thing that I wanted to point out, offense coordinator Brad Izzik told me, headsets went out second drive. He had to do the old-fashioned, which is, all right, which one of my young guys can handle the verbiage to relay that to the quarterback? And then the quarterback says it, right? You remember that I remember when I was a wide receiver, right, a young wide receiver in high school, and they're telling you to play, and you're going, I write 17 wham, alert to 36-2-55. You got to repeat that. And then you got to repeat it. And I'm a wide receiver, right? A young kid. Shoulder pads are too big. I got my dad's helmet, right? Mouthpiece is dangling, right? And I'm running out there repeating the play so I don't muck it up, telling to the quarterback, because one of the things you'll get is if you muck that play up to the quarterback and they call timeout, guess who will not be in the next play? This guy. So, right? So those are all the good things. And Kenny Pickett did a really good job of balancing and handling the pressure. And you didn't even know that they didn't have a headset.
It took 2 drives for this offense to get its feet wet. They went punt, punt. From the start of the second quarter till the end of the game, no punts.
And that's to be expected when you're starting out a preseason game. No matter how stacked your team is, you're going to come out sputtering a little bit. Getting that engine warm, to go into a regular season game or a preseason game. You're going to sputter a little bit, First game of the regular season, first game of preseason, that happens a lot. A lot more than people think.
Panthers had 7 drives from the second to the fourth quarter. 6 scoring drives.
That is normal, don't panic.
The quarterback didn't throw the ball. It was 2 run plays. Anthony Tyus fumbled it away on the second run, and it was a pretty clean operation.
It was a very good, clean operation, and it was a great example of what this operation could look like. Think about this. It was a clean operation, and that weren't the starters.
Enjoy a full meal plus.
We get a Sonic ad. They started shutting down some Sonics around here, which is kind of sad.
So you had.
All right, let's flip that forward now.
Yes,
so
sir.
we get the starters, and we'll do the game on Saturday up in Buffalo. And what do we want to see operation-wise? Because I think part of that is we'll see if Buffalo plays its starters too.
Oh, they will. Buffalo's going to play their starters. Let me set the stage.
New stadium, right?
Bang.
Bang.
Who's the head coach?
That stadium is absolute dog water. Okay, I got a video for you guys about that stadium for later. The new Buffalo Stadium. I believe I put it in team chat too, and I think I did. Yep, I did. All right, so we're gonna go over that later. Remind me about that Buffalo Stadium. So go look for that video because we need to talk about that.
Brady used to be here.
Okay. New stadium.
Joe Brady.
Joe Brady.
Former Panthers OC.
And first.
I might save that for the preview stream. I might do it in both.
First time.
I'm going to do it in both.
Playing against your former team. You don't think he wants to get the win? Got a new wide receiver that used to play.
Oh yeah, DJ Moore.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see DJ Moore.
You got a better, on paper, better defense. Come on. This is not your average preseason game. This actually has some juice to it. And I'm excited to see because you cannot walk into this game as a Panthers fan.
Right, because Buffalo has stacked that team really, really well. And credit to Coach McDermott, who is our former DC, And now he's got Joe Brady as the offensive coordinator up there in Buffalo. So, it's not your typical preseason game. He's absolutely right.
Panthers player as a Panthers coach. And do not believe that Joe Brady is not going to come in there and try to throw something in there to show this new coach and this new Bills Mafia and these jerseys and these new stadium. Man, you can't you cannot open up that stadium and open up the season out there a cloud of dust and running the football. Man, people want to see high-flying Josh Allen with Joe Brady. What are you going to do? That's what I'm anticipating. That's what I'm assuming.
Right.
Again, and you got a Buffalo team which for the last 7 seasons has kind of been one of these franchises that has been on the cusp. It's a good measuring test. Listen, we know what happened at Bank of America Stadium when the Panthers played the Bills last year. That was the game Bryce Young was hurt. Andy Dalton started. Dalton played through a thumb injury in that game, struggled, and the Bills won in a big blowout. James Cook ran for 200-plus yards. So, yeah, there's a little bit of that salty taste left in the Panthers' mouth from that game. But Buffalo is one of the measuring stick teams in the NFL.
Yes, sir.
They are. And frankly, I think there's an expectation, not to spend too much time on them. For them, I thought last postseason was if not now, then when? Because you didn't have Mahomes in the playoffs. You didn't have Lamar Jackson. You didn't have Joe Burrow. And it seemed the stars would align for Josh Allen, and then they go and they lose to Denver in overtime, that interception where the ball was pulled away from the receiver.
Yeah, you look at some of these teams that the Carolina Panthers will play this year, and you have to say this is a measuring up to see how far or how close are we,
and how much we've learned from our mistakes too.
That's just how it is. We look at football and we have to be able to compare it to someone or something else, and hey, that's what we do.
So the Bills and Panthers will play on Saturday, 1 o'clock, the new Highmark Stadium in Buffalo. Players are getting a little
Good
bit
catch.
of I know that was a good catch. Picked up a little something with my hands, too.
Yes, you sure did. And hey, that's what we do.
So
what did he see? Where was this catch?
Bills and Panthers will play on Saturday, 1 o'clock, the new Highmark Stadium in Buffalo. Players are getting a little bit of I know that was a good catch.
I didn't see it. Where is it? Who's catching a football? Where? I don't see it. All I see is people walking in uniforms. Where is this?
And hey, that's what we do.
So the Bills and Panthers
Y'all help me out
will
here.
play on Saturday, 1 o'clock. The
like
new Highmark Stadium in
It's like
Buffalo.
freaking Where's Waldo
Players
right
are
now.
getting-
Okay, it's about to happen right now. Where at? Because I'm not seeing... Are y'all seeing it? Like, where?
A little bit of a, I know that was a good catch.
Where? Where did this happen? All I see is people just walking around. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing it. I don't know. I missed it.
Picked up a little something with my hands, too.
Yes, you sure did.
Hands with fingertips. Players getting a little water break, and then we're going to have one-on-one O-line, D-line.
Love watching that.
And so, again, a guy that didn't play on Thursday, who we hope to see on Saturday, Monroe Freeling.
Man,
yes,
it's going to be exciting because at the end of the day, we know that you're always one play away, and when you're one play away, you have to be ready. We hear that cliche, next man up, and with Taylor Moton being out, unfortunately, you got a rookie. Man, it's not really how does he play. It's really on the plays that he made when he gets beat. How does he respond, and what were the reasons why? Sometimes we want to...
Exactly. Well said, Steve. He's exactly right on that.
Look at a player and go, oh, he can't block. Well, we don't want to put in the same category. Well, who was he blocking? If it's Myles Garrett...
Exactly. Thank you. There we go. Finally, somebody says it, because everybody's like, oh, well, it doesn't matter who he's blocking. You should be able to block everybody. No. If he's trying to block Myles Garrett, he's going to get choked. He's going to get clowned, man. It's going to happen. Myles Garrett is just that player. He's just that guy. You know? So what type of talent are you talking about where an offensive lineman gets beat? Now, if you're talking like average to below average pass rushers consistently beating you as an offensive lineman, then we got to start looking at you as an offensive lineman and going, what are you doing wrong? Like, is your technique off? Is your footwork off? Is your hand placement wrong? Or do you just not have the skills? You know? And for some of these guys, I'll add the word yet. Because some of these guys will come back, you know, from being trashed and scorned and looked at like, oh, you can't block, you can't do this, you can't do that. And then they'll come back the next year and they'll look like world beaters on the offensive line against some of these same guys that beat them the last year, you know, that are mid or below average. So I just want to say, you know, improvement is the name of the game as an offensive lineman. It always is.
It ain't a lot of people that's blocking Myles Garrett. Last time I checked.
Facts.
There's a lot more that goes into it, too, because we heard this, you know, again, if you go back to a couple of years ago when Ike Ekwonu, he gave up a lot of sacks, and then I remember there was the season where the protection just broke down. It was Bryce's rookie season, right? The protection had broken down for Bryce, and hey, Ike gave up a lot of sacks. And
there's also the fact that a lot of these guys rely on communication on the offensive line, and sometimes they'll be in the wrong position. Sometimes they'll be in the wrong blocking lane, you know, and they won't be able to do their job. You know, that could be a thing too. So be aware. There's a lot of different factors that go into the offensive line communication, and from communication to execution on the field, and being either successful or not successful. So there's a lot going into that people aren't aware of. And, you know, a lot of these people will just have conversations and be like, oh, it's just basic bare bones, like, oh, this dude didn't block this dude, and then that's the end of the conversation. No, that's not the end of the conversation. There's a lot more going on here. Where was the execution? Where was the technique? Where was the hand placement, the footwork, the communication? Did you have all of those things working? Okay. Then you consider, who are you facing up against? Only then do you consider, okay, once you've eliminated all of those things, it's the process of elimination in a lot of these situations. Once you've eliminated most of the things that the problem is not, you get to where the problem is. And that's the only thing left. Rationally, that makes sense. You know, it could be the problem. You know? So, it's not as simple as just, oh, well, this dude didn't block this dude, and it's just like, oh, well, this dude sucks. That's like caveman football right there. Thought process. You got to look deeper, guys. You got to look deeper. This game is so intricate. There's so many more things to this game than people think there is. And it drives me nuts when I keep hearing like caveman debates about stuff. You know? Like, yeah, I'll listen to it, but I'm just sitting there like, did y'all consider this, and this? You know, it's just like, no. You're not having a full conversation about this topic. You know what I'm saying? And in this case, it's offensive lineman. It's like, okay, well, you got beat by Myles Garrett. Did you consider the fact that Myles Garrett is a beast? Did you consider the fact that the technique and the blocking and the footwork may not be great against a guy like that? No. You're over here concerned about, oh, this dude beat this dude. That's all you're concerned about. What was the communication like? So, I don't speak on that very often, but it does drive me nuts. I will say that.
You know, there were times where you talk to the coaches.
No disrespect to other people. You know, you're allowed to have your opinions, even if it's bare bones. You know, caveman thought process on football. You know, you're allowed to have those opinions. Fair enough. You know, but I'm trying to encourage people to think deeper, man. You know, look at the little things too that go into these things. That's what I'm trying to help y'all to do. I could lead a horse to water, but if y'all don't want to drink the water, that's up to you.
Afterwards, they said, well, it's supposed to be a 3-step drop, and it was a 5.5-step drop. Or it was supposed to be a 5-step drop, it was only a 7-step drop. And that changes
everything.
How the left tackle.
Exactly. Listen to these two right here. These two know what the heck they're talking about. Y'all want to learn more about offensive line play and all of this stuff, the details, the finer details. Steve Smith is your guy. Like, he goes into this stuff. I love it.
Blocks, the leverage that he takes, whether it's inside or outside. So let's get a look at Monroe Freeling, rookie first-rounder against Jalen Phillips, who was the big free agent signing, got that huge contract to be the Panthers' alpha pass.
Good. Let's take a look at that one. All right, so I'm going to turn the sound off for this so we can take a look at this properly. And we're also going to put this at half speed, so we can take a good look at this. All right. So this is our first real good look at Freeling. Okay. Notice the footwork right out of the gate. His hands engaged and up front. That's what you want. Okay? As a defensive end, your job is to push those hands out of the way and try to get past that offensive lineman. All right, so in that case, the defender Phillips won. Joe Phillips won. All right, so let's continue.
The big free agent signing got that huge contract to be the Panthers' alpha pass rusher.
Yeah, you see he has his hands in there, and why? And they're simulating how they will line up, keeping it tight so these guys can operate at the same way they were operating in the game. And so that's extremely important to make sure that you simulate everything to look the same. Look at Robert. Robert Hunt, he loses on that, but you got to understand. I know he's in his church socks right now. He wouldn't be offended at me saying that because I told him to his face he got them church socks on. But this is where guys can go and get better. I used to always watch.
Good to see Bobby Brown.
It's great to see Bobby Brown out there. I used to watch
these one-on-ones with the offensive linemen are so fun.
I love watching these. Go, because that would also give me an understanding when it was an all-out blitz. Could I get my right depth, or should I cut it short? Right? Because we gotta work. You gotta work. Everybody, we're all linked together. You gotta work together and understand. Don't put a guy out on the island. So I would always watch these. So I'm intrigued to watch this and see how these guys go. Look at the hands. Look at the feet.
Yeah.
And that's a really good. That's a really good set, right there.
See, y'all are hearing the same things from Steve Smith that I've been saying right there. That ought to tell you, like, I know what I'm talking about. You know, like, I understand this stuff. I've had people tell me, oh, you don't know ball, you know? And I'm like, bro, okay, keep that same energy. Keep that same energy, because y'all ain't watching my streams, y'all ain't watching my VODs, y'all ain't watching none of this stuff. Y'all don't understand what I'm talking about. You don't have the capacity to understand this, because you're so stuck in your tunnel vision idea, you know, in your bare bones ideas, and you won't expand your mind. But when you watch this stuff, and you see, like, the stuff that I'm saying is matching up with Steve's, like I'm trying to help y'all see this stuff, you know? Trying to help y'all.
Pat Jones going up against Rasheed Walker.
Yeah, Rasheed Walker had good feet, quiet feet. Hands were there, didn't show his hands too much. Bang.
Right.
Nice
block.
He's been a pretty good special teams player. Going up against Albert Reese. Reese had a...
Very nice, Reese. Okay. I like this dude.
Couple of penalties.
No. Let's look at this one again. I want y'all to see this. This is how it's done right. That caught my attention right there. I like that. I like that right there. Okay, so look at the feet, look at the hands already engaged on the defender. Right on the shoulder pads, right where it needs to be, right at chest level. That's what you're looking for. And look at the feet, they're grounded, they're strong, and they're rooted. Look at this. Look at the physical strength right here as these two go at it. This is exactly what you want to see right here. Excellent. Excellent blocking right there. Well done. Look at how the feet just keep following through. You know, when you're doing football, you don't want to see your body shift or move at all as an offensive lineman. You want to stay straight up with your feet moving. Not your hips, not your body, but your feet. That's exactly what you want. Excellent job by 76 right there. Let me see. That is Let me get numbers real quick. They said Albert Reese. Yeah, Albert Reese. He's a new tackle rookie from Mississippi State. 6'7", 330 pounds. All right, cool. Very nice. I don't know what's up with my chat lately. Like the chat gets disconnected and it'll reconnect back again. It's weird. Okay, so nice job, Reese. See, that's the type of stuff I want to see right there. I'm glad we got a chance to break that down right there. Yeah, y'all giving me opportunities, and I love this.
Going up against Albert Reese. Reese had a couple of penalties called on him in that Hall of Fame game.
He would have got called on that when hands are outside.
Okay, but the hands are outside, yes. That's true. He would have got called for that. You're correct.
Got to keep him inside.
Yeah, got to keep him inside.
It's Travis Gibson, who flashed a few times down the stretch last year.
He's flashed a few times. 7-year veteran out of Tulsa. He can bring some. A lot of his stuff, sometimes he's a bull rush. He's a bull rush guy right there. So understanding a bull rush, that's not smart play against. See right there, getting a little spicy, because Brady Christensen at times have, hear people talk about length. He's the type of guy, his ability to play multiple positions, he can utilize a guard technique playing tackle, or he can utilize a tackle technique playing guard.
Well, Cam Jackson fighting through Nick Samac. Jackson on the official initial depth chart was listed as the number 1. Remember, Turk Wharton's injured, and then Bobby Brown.
Yeah, Cam Jackson's really impressed me with his bull rush and just ability to run with speed and agility.
I had the hamstring early in camp.
Yeah, you can see right there, that's a good play. The quarterback is going to move up and into the pocket, but this is a play debatable on was it penetration or not.
That was Elijah Garcia, third-year man out of Rice.
So this is Cam Gill. He got a little high. He won initially, but got a little high, and so he was able to.
And that's Stone. Stone is still struggling. I'm seeing that right there. Let's break that one down real quick. I think it's necessary to break this one down. Let's take a look at Stone. Because I pointed him out during the Hall of Fame game too. Okay. He's got his feet set right there. Hands are where they're supposed to be. But see, he doesn't have the physical strength to hold that defensive end, out for very long. See how he got physically beat up right there? And I think that's where he needs improvement, is just hit the weight room, get that strength going. And I'm glad we got that opportunity to take a look at him, because I wanted to take a closer look at his technique. I'd seen it during the Hall of Fame game, but I wanted to slow it down and look at it. And that just gave me a good opportunity to do that. So, now we see where the issue is, because I feel like this is like a consistent thing with Stone, is he's just not strong enough to hold that block. Like, the technique seems fine, he's just not physically strong enough. So, Stone, my advice is hit the weight room. And you should be fine. And we'll see how you do after you do that.
So this is Cam Gill. He got a little high. He won initially, but got a little high, and so he was able to lose on that one. But here we go again up top. It's a good play. You can see him anxious right there. Oh, good patience right there. That's a good play. That's the kind of blocking that you want to see. Albert Reed's doing a really good job on that one right there. Staying patient. Here we go. The guards going right now.
That's Aaron Hall. He created some buzz in OTAs. Undrafted rookie out of Duke. I had somebody from Duke tell me, had he
good extra push with the hands right there. That was impressive.
weighed maybe another 20 pounds, likely would have been a draft pick.
Ooh, good.
That's a pretty good one. Glass got lucky on that one because he already beat him the first time with hands. So now he settles in and he tries to do a spin move. But this is what practice is for, is to work out and try to figure out things that you can add to your repertoire that you normally shouldn't do in the middle of the game.
Right.
Dan Morgan, general manager, watching, and if you have listened to Dan Morgan over the last few.
Ooh, I like that Dan Morgan is watching this offensive line right now. He's paying close attention to this offensive line. Very good. Like, he has put an emphasis on the offensive and defensive lines. And that's exactly where it should be. So,
years, the trenches is where it is for Dan Morgan. He said he wants to build this team that consistently, year in, year out, is strong on the offensive line, strong on the defensive line.
You want to know why? Because Dan Morgan played middle linebacker. He understands if you can occupy your guys up front, that allows your linebackers to flow and freely roam to be disruptive. He understands when being disruptive, what that does to the timing of the offense and how that could put a lot of doubt in the offensive coordinator's ability to call certain plays at critical moments of the game.
Correct.
That's Princely Umanmielen.
I've been knowing Princely since he was young buck at Florida. Had the opportunity.
Look at Princely. Princely doing his thing, man. I told y'all, Princely looks good, though. Princely looks real good. It was Nick Scorton I always had questions about last year. You know? Yeah, he got a lot of pressures, but, Princely got the sacks. And, it's like,
when Anthony Richardson was coming out, speak to Princely and see him. See his development and see how he's taking on things. He's really taken that step forward. Added some weight, has gotten some perspective in life that's a little bit different.
Good.
Man, he's been able to take a step forward. Just want to see, can he take that step forward, not just in practice, but in the game? It's a really good play right there. That's one of those where, depending on who you're talking to, the offensive lineman coach would say his guy won, and the defensive lineman coach would say his guy won. So
that was very interesting because Freeling just didn't give up on the block. He came back and got him locked up again, which is good. You want to see that. So let's run that back one more time with Freeling there, just to take a look at him.
When Anthony
I'm going to mute real quick so we can focus 100% on Freeling. I want one more look at this. All right. Here we go. Look at the footwork. Grounded. Hands at the chest level. Very good. Came back. Hit him again. Same thing. Hands it at the chest level. Good footwork. Love that. That's what you want to see right there.
One of those where, depending on who you're talking to, the offensive lineman coach would say his guy won, and the defensive lineman coach would say his guy won. So
that was very aggressive pass rushing right there too. Was that 56?
Brown going up against Robert.
That was 56 that we saw right there. 56. I don't see a 56. So I'm guessing that was a 58. No, that's a 56, all right. Weird. It's not on the roster.
Hunt. It's a lot of mass.
Oh, Robert Hunt definitely won that one. Robert Hunt definitely won that one. That was nasty. I want to run that back one more time just to watch it all the way through.
Now, much like we talked about on offense with Xavier Leggett, big opportunity defensively this year for Kingsley Von Mielen as you get a look at Lee Hunter. They call him the Fridge, rookie second rounder out of Texas Tech.
Y'all remember the last guy they called the Fridge that was in the NFL, right? Y'all remember the last guy, right? They called a defensive guy of the Fridge, man. Oh my God.
Well, there's going to be a lot of things that this defensive line needs.
Say what?
With Nick going down, there's going to be a question mark to figure out who can step up. And then lastly, don't be surprised.
I like this
as
depth.
the season gets closer to opening that Dan Morgan may not make a play to get somebody there just because you had an unforeseen circumstance that you just didn't have on your bingo card.
Good job, Walker.
There's, again,
here's
kind
Stone.
of wait and see who's available after the cuts, but
we're going to see Stone again?
There's potential for another edge rusher, maybe even more depth at inside linebacker.
Absolutely. More depth at inside linebacker, possibly figuring out just in case what may happen at nickel. You got J.C. Horn, he's going to be following people. Then, so if he follows someone to play in the slot, then that means that you have some slot guys who may be playing outside that may not be as
we know what to
fluid
expect from Brady
as you would
Christensen.
like. So just to be aware of, there may be some things going on behind the scenes that it's not that the team doesn't believe. They just want to make sure that they have enough depth. That's the key. Understanding depth is key in the National Football League.
Exactly.
By Aaron Hall, again, undrafted rookie.
Y'all hear that? Understanding depth is the most important thing in the NFL. You heard it from Steve Smith's voice himself. He said it. And he's absolutely right.
Rookie out of Duke. He's a Durham native who had a collection of Panthers mini helmets growing up, was a fan of the team as a kid. Bobby Brown swimming right past Chandler Zavala.
Yeah,
Zavala's still struggling right now. He let him get inside of him. And that's the thing. You got to lock him up. You got to close off that lane and have those hands at chest level. Zavala has always struggled with that. He's always let people get inside of him. And I was kind of hoping he would improve upon that, but not yet.
Really has to work on his pass set. Normally doing a lot of run sets in college, obviously some of it has to do with his inability to be healthy on a consistent basis, but that's one of the things that he needs to improve on his pass set, and that's been something I know he's been working on and coaches make aware of, because that's sometimes that's some of the things that has been his Achilles heel thus far as a Carolina Panther.
Yeah, really with Zavala, if he can stay healthy, he adds.
Hey, look at that. He just said exactly what I just did. He said exactly what I just did, y'all. Steve Smith's already got the book on him. So does the whole NFL. If Steve Smith is already saying it right now, the whole NFL that we have faced up against so far already has a book on this dude. That's not a good thing. Like, Chandler, you gotta work on that dude. You got to get that fixed.
A depth piece to that offensive line, somebody who's now been in the system going on 4 years. Smitty, this was fun. We got to see quite a bit. We got a preseason game coming up on Saturday. You and I will be in Buffalo on the call along with Jake.
Oh, you see that Icky working with?
Carla Metz.
Yeah, you see that.
Yeah, it's Icky Ekwonu in the street clothes.
And I was teasing him. I was saying his cleats were ugly. But it was more of I was making fun because here's why. When you get hurt, man, sometimes it's very isolated. And teasing him more to make him understand that I notice him, I see him. Man, I've been on IR, I've been that guy hurt, and they may not make you feel that way, but unfortunately, that next man up, and coaches still have to coach and get the next guy ready. And so sometimes when you're a player, you feel like you're not noticed. You feel a little bit isolated. You feel alone.
Yeah.
And making sure that he knows that some people are notice him, and even just teasing him makes him smile, because in the end, he came back up to me and said, "Hey, OG, you think these shoes are ugly?" I said, "No, I don't care about the shoes. I just wanted you to know that I saw you."
Yeah.
Man, that's what it's about, man. Building up and letting guys know that they're noticed.
And Icky's been a great teammate since he has been here. He's kind of the guy who does a lot of the stuff off the field. He's a Charlotte native, played at NC State. I think we all
Stupid YouTube ads.
hearts drop when he suffered the injury in that playoff game against the Rams, going into a contract year. You hope he can come back. You hope he can come back at some point in the second half of the season, build value. And the one thing with Icky, we can finish on this thought, Steve. He's been the left tackle the last few years, but if need be, the consensus has been if you slide him inside, you've got yourself an all-pro guard.
Yes. Coming out of college, a lot of teams that I discussed had him being drafted where he was, but sliding the guard. They thought that he was a better guard than he was. And I've said it and I'll state it again. His ability to play left tackle and move him to guard, it reminds me of a guy that played at South Carolina named Trevell Morton.
Wow.
The dancing bear, as Dan Henning used to call him. Man, when they made that position move, just saw he was solidified, and he just made everything easier, and playing right next to one of his best friends, Jordan Gross, who I had the opportunity to play 2 years of college with him at left tackle.
He said he was afraid of you in college.
He did?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, wow. That was interesting, because he never treated me that way. Right? He would tell me, hey, little guy, we're going to make a play today? Right? But playing in Utah 2 years of college and playing, I think, 12 years with him in a huddle, man, I wouldn't trade it for anything. That's my guy.
Smitty, this is fun, man.
Yes, sir.
Steve Smith Sr., Anish Shroff, this has been Training Camp Live. We got another episode coming next Monday, August 17th, 10:05 a.m. Eastern. We'll have a...
Okay. Mark that down. Mark that down right there. August 17th, y'all. Hold up. 17th. I got y'all. 10 a.m. I'm not missing this one, y'all. I'm not missing this one. Got it. Booked on my calendar. Y'all see it. There it is. All right. I will go live for that. On the 17th. All right. So, we learned a lot today from this, I feel like. And Steve Smith really taught us a lot. He's a very intelligent gentleman. And I was really captivated by these offensive line drills. That's what really got my attention. Because every time I go to these training camps, I watch that specifically. And I hone in on that. And it's so fascinating to watch the technique and the discipline and the footwork. And it's just a masterclass on watching, like, when you watch the starters, it's a masterclass on watching technique, on how these guys are supposed to do things, you know, the hand placement, the footwork, everything, you know. And then you extend that into the wide receiver room with their different techniques and their different ways of doing things. And each position has its own repertoire, you know, of techniques. So there's so much to touch on with what Steve said, and I think I covered all of it. That was just fascinating to listen to. Thank you so much, Steve, you know, for that. I really learned a lot. I think we should do a press conference of Brad Isaac. Let's just see what he says. I'm curious to see how this is going to go.
Just thanks for coming in on the Players' Day off. I know we didn't have practice today. I made this a little more difficult on you guys. But, no, it's been a great first couple weeks of camp. Really excited about the guys, you know, and the progress they've made, the details they're pouring into, and you know, really Bryce driving the ship, and the guys doing a great job of understanding, like, the big picture stuff that we're trying to accomplish. So excited for another opportunity this week in Buffalo to put it all together and make it to come to life.
Awesome. Thank you, Coach.
He seems generally more happy than he usually is. And I'm surprised at that, you know? Maybe it's that being able to fully coordinate that Hall of Fame game. Maybe that put him in more of a relaxed state to where he could focus and not have the pressure on him. And the success of that offense, you know, during the Hall of Fame game definitely plays into that too. So you can just see that in his eyes. He's excited. He's pumped up. And he's ready, you know? He feels ready. I can see that in his eyes right now when I look at him, when I read him.
Yep.
Let's start off with Jeff Hawkins, followed by Alex Zetlow.
Hey, greetings, Coach. How are you?
Good. How you doing, Jeff?
Hey, good. Hey, I'm doing a piece on offensive line depth. The third and fourth stringers really stood out in the fourth quarter in the Hall of Fame game. But Sam Heck appeared to struggle to maintain his blocks against a 98. What did you see in Heck's first start and on the overall offensive line depth?
Yeah, I think
Interesting question to start that off. Very interesting question. I noticed Stone myself, but he noticed somebody else. Sam Hecht, huh? That's right. That's right. I do remember that being yeah. Now that he mentions that, yes, I do recall that battle. On that offensive line. Interesting question, man. Let's see how Brad answers this. I mean.
Anytime you have a young center who's making his first, you know, NFL, you know, game time decisions and communications, he did a great job driving the ship and get everyone on the same page. So that's always the first box you want to check as a center. And then the size and speed of the game, I think that's something that everybody has to adjust with. Sam's done a great job going against our guys here. We got some big ones with Cam Jackson and Derek Brown when he's in there, and some of those guys in the interior that he gets great work with them. So I have full confidence that you know, he's going to catch up to that piece of it, and he did. I think they all did settle in, like you said, Jeff. Like that last drive, those guys doing a great job, and that's a big testament to Harold Goodwin. Jonathan Goodwin, and Dean Petzing and Joe Gilbert, getting those guys ready at a really quick pace. You come back and you have whatever 8 or 9 days to get these rookies ready for their first NFL action, and they did a really good job, and they played all the way through the very end, and really proud of the progress they've made.
And regarding the
good question there, good answer. And I agree with that. You know, you're doing what's a rookie center. He's not used to that type of level of play. So yeah, I can see where he's coming from on that.
our running back depth, it's good. Miles Davis, has he shown enough to be considered for a practice squad spot?
Oh, Miles done a great job. He picked it up.
I'll answer that. Yes, he looked great in the Hall of Fame game.
Really fast. He does a really good job of catching the ball out of the backfield, understanding what we're coaching. He's one of those bright-eyed guys that he comes in the room. He's always smiling. He's happy to be here. But you can also coach him hard, and he puts in the work to make sure he's making the corrections he needs to make. That came to life in the game. He had an explosive run there, and then you challenge him and trying to stay on the ball. Hey, do we need to take Miles out here? He just had a big 40-yarder. No, keep him in there. Try to get him another touch, and really, really proud of the progress he's made too. As kind of a latecomer in that group.
Hey, thanks. Good luck.
Thank you.
It can't just be me hoping that Boo.
That is a great question though about this running back room, and just understanding that this dude has put in the work. All right, let's continue.
Absolutely, Alex.
So Dave yesterday, or maybe it was 2 days ago, said that while you were calling the plays at the Hall of Fame game on Thursday night, the headset went out. Can you take me through what that was like?
Say what? The headset went out? Really? Did anybody notice that the headset went out during that game? That's crazy. I had no idea. Yeah, let's talk us through that one, Brad. I'm interested now. You got my full attention now.
And how you kind of navigated that problem?
Oh, it's everything you ever want, Just second drive backed up, trying to establish good communication with Kenny Pickett, and I got nothing. So you try to touch the button, and there's a little beep that lets you know that you're live with the quarterback, and I wasn't getting it. So just kudos for Kenny. I mean, having a pro out there and us meeting halfway, trying to run out in the field to give him the play and get out of the backed up situation, and him helping me out too, communicating to those guys like, hey, here's the situation, let's get back on the ball. We go to empty to try to steal a completion there, and then he understands too, a great opportunity to take a shot when you're backed up, and he took one down the field, and that was a little bit on him too. We called a completion play, and then he ended up being able to get to the double move to take a shot down the field and get us out of that situation. We get a little bit more field space, and now we're end up able to.
Okay, we don't want to know what the play was, Brad. We want to know what happened with the play with the headset, bro. That was the original question. Stay focused, man.
Send a receiver in, communicate the play with the receiver, kind of old school, high school ball there. But it was a cool little wrinkle that you don't wish to have to go through, but I'm glad it happened in the preseason.
See what I mean, y'all? He just answers these questions with too much information. Like, we don't need to know what the play was or what we were doing at the time. What I want to know is what's going on with the headset issues. That's what frustrates me with Brad is like, y'all need to work with this dude on pressers, man. Like, he's giving away too much information. During preseason, it's not that bad. But during regular season games, yeah, we can't be doing that. In playoff games, we cannot be doing that, bro. You got to tone it down with the information flow right there. If you don't want people to know something, then don't say it.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of sticking on the play calling sort of sphere. How do you balance?
Here we go. Here we go. The media. These guys are already sharks, man. They've already honed in on it. Next question is about the play calling. I told you. Now they're starting to headhunt for information right there. Because you gave away too much on that last one.
Wanting to show who you are as a play caller and also kind of fully evaluate the offense, with also the fact that you don't want to give away too much going into week one. Obviously, this is a point.
This is what he does, man. He gives away too much.
Of consideration, considering the starters will be playing this week.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is we're out here to prove as an offense that we can operate together, and it's not about me. It's not about one player making his plays. It's about how the whole thing feels, and that comes back to when we meet as an offensive unit and we bring the group into the room. I tell them, hey, I'm responsible for how this whole thing feels. So if anything doesn't feel like it's gelling, if the run's not gelling with the pass and the things aren't married up well, or we're not coming off the ball the way we need to, or it's not urgent enough in the pre-snap, that's the stuff that I want to address right away. And I'm just really proud of the group, whether it was the 1s, 2s, or 3s, the urgency they played with, how everything felt. That's a testament to them, to buying into what I'm trying to preach in front of the room, what Dave's trying to preach to the whole team. And it starts with those quarterbacks driving the ship, getting the play call in there, and letting the skills and the O-line and all those guys digest what that is. And then after that, it's the crisp communication and the urgency pre-snap that's really been putting my thumb down on that. Those guys own that, and that's what makes it come to life. It's the plays are on the sheet. We teach them throughout the week, and then those guys make them come to life. So from top to bottom, those guys kind of buying into the messaging that I'm trying to give in those offensive unit meetings. That's really what I'm proud of.
How it feels to
there we go. See, that's a better answer. That's a much better answer. You're not giving away what the plays are that are on the sheets. You're not trying to push too much about the players and blah, 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 and go extra with it. You just answered the question, about how it feels. And it doesn't turn into a 30-minute freaking monologue about it. It's just a 2-minute answer. That's what I need to see more of. Thank you, Brad.
Great. Thanks, man.
Yep.
Let's go with Mike K, followed by Cassidy Hill.
Good morning, Brad.
Morning, Mike.
I have kind of an off the beaten path sort of deep cut for you. Obviously, blitz pickup is a really important aspect of pass pro, running backs taking on linebackers that are much bigger than them. Who is your teach tape that you've worked with from a running back perspective on blitz pickup? And why do you think that is such a tough job that not everybody can kind of do?
That's a very specific question. That's a very detailed and very specific question right there. Not bad. Give this media person credit, man. This person has done their homework. Who is this? Shout out to you. I like that question. You don't see that very often in the media room. Very impressive.
What was the first part of the question? Who's
who's like?
He stumped Brad. He stumped Brad on that question. He stumped him. He was too specific. Dang, boy. I love it. I love it. Oh, man. Brad just goes, huh? Oh my god. I had to take a second on that one. That was good. Look at his face. He's just like, who? It's like caveman status. Who? Oh my god, Brad. I know you. I love you, dude. But God, you got stumped hard on that question. He couldn't even process it all. Oh man.
Like your teach tape player,
teach
like
tape?
that you've worked with, or a couple of players
Yeah.
that you think do very well, and maybe who's the guy that stands out in your room, and why is that so important?
Yep.
He had to dumb down the question. Dang. Bruh. Brad. Really? He had to dumb down the question for you, bro. See, this is the type of stuff, man. He can call an entire game in Hall of Fame games, preseason, but he can't handle a question like that. Bruh. I'm worried about this dude during press conferences, man. Like, legitimately. This is the stuff that's got me concerned right here. And I'm being fully serious right now. That is just like when you have a media person that is highly intelligent asking a very intelligent question, having to dumb down his question for you. That's a concern. Please get this man suppressor training. Please. Good God. Bro, I'm not saying that everybody is going to be able to answer a question or understand a question like that. But if you are being paid to be an offensive coordinator, you are being paid to understand a question like that. You should be able to have knowledge on that. That concerns me. If I can understand that as a fan, you should be able to understand that as an offensive coordinator. You know what I'm saying? Like, without it having to be dumbed down. I like that intelligent question. That was a good question initially.
Well, for one, we have one in the building. His name's Chuba. And Chuba, with his eye progression, it all starts with your eye progression. So understanding the importance of going to Joe Gilbert's protection meetings on Monday and Tuesday early in the week. And then we get all of these walkthrough reps and getting that eye progression right before you get a live rep. That just puts you in position to not be off balance when you're, when someone's coming through the gap. So Chuba does a great job of driving that ship and making sure that the rest of the running backs are there with him. He's done a great job. In the past, you can go back to a guy like Travis Homer in Seattle was really good at it. Rashad White was actually very good at it in Tampa for us. And then there's always an avenue to get on the field by doing that stuff right. But it all starts with your eye progression, understanding, hey, what's the O-line communication that I might not get, but I know where they're going? What are the small signals that you get from the guys up front that help put you in the right eye progression so you can be aggressive to go meet your guy at the line of scrimmage and not let him get into the pockets. But Chuba has done a phenomenal job. Ironically, too, I know JB, has dealt with injuries the last 2 years, but I really commend him, too. He's always at those walkthroughs at practice. He's getting all those mental reps. That's going to help him stay on the field all 3 downs. Trevor's taken a huge step this offseason. We've really challenged him with that. We know he can catch the ball really well, but his eye progression was, I think, last year was the one thing kind of holding him back from just going ahead and shooting his gun in pass pro, and he's done a phenomenal job of taking a huge step that way this fall.
Woohoo!
Shooting his gun in pass pro? What does that even mean? Okay. I get what the rest of you, what you said with the rest of that stuff. I get that. That phrase kind of threw me off a little bit, but okay, fair enough. All right. Maybe I was a little harsh. Maybe he does understand what he's talking about after all with this stuff. Okay. Maybe he does understand the question. All right, I'm gonna be a little nicer. It took him a couple of minutes though. Maybe the sun fried his brain or something. I don't know. It has been extra hot outside in the Carolinas lately. So, to be fair.
Very good blitzer and a good communicator. What have you, as the offensive play caller in practice, what have you seen about Devin Lloyd that has stood out to you when calling plays against him?
Yeah, he is a very good blitzer. He's a very good pick stunt guy, too, because he's just a bigger body, longer limbs. So you got to worry about getting your hands on them early so they can't pick off for some of the D-line stunts. But when he punches out, he's a guy who doesn't punch out to a spot. He relates to players. So there's certain linebackers out there, they just punch out vertically, and you can still rip a ball, in between hook droppers or hole droppers. Devin Lloyd is playing the game within the game.
Explain all that stuff, Brad. Some of these people don't understand what that means. I understand what that means. But y'all, explain a little bit of that. What's a hook dropper, because a lot of people don't understand what that is.
Game, and he's trying to get a beat on your concepts, and he's usually dropping to a spot to start, but then relating to receivers. So you got to be wary of guys like that where they run their white line on the page, all right, and then they start to drift with the concept. So you can't always trust that he's going to be stagnant once he gets to the top of his drop. And that's what Devin does a phenomenal job of.
Right.
We have great conversations, me and Devin, about, okay, if we're trying to hit an intermediate play pass behind the linebackers or any drop back or anything like that, I'm like, okay, what's giving it away that allows you to relate to this receiver so quickly or this tight end so quickly? Help us get better too. And he'll give me a little bit if it's not for the next practice. I'm not going to hold him back. But I think going into the season, those are going to be great conversations that carry over and help us as an offense.
Thanks, Brad.
Yep.
So far,
and
so
congrats
good.
to Mike and Alex. I know there's been some shifting around in your world too. Big kudos to you guys. Job well done. You guys earned it.
So far, so good with this presser. I'd like to see him get some tidbits on that, and get a little bit of help with pressers. But, overall, like, this hasn't been as bad as some of the rest of them,
Thank you.
Yep.
Hey, Brad, how's it going?
Good morning, Cassidy.
Good morning. Sorry.
He said that a little too quickly. Oh, man. A little easy on the eyes, isn't she, Brad? Come on, man. Focus, bro.
Sorry, my video is not working.
I was like, which box is talking to me?
I cannot figure out how to make the camera work on my Zoom.
Okay. I stand corrected. A video box wasn't working. Okay.
Zoom, so I stopped trying. A couple of things here. Canales talked this offseason a lot about wanting Bryce to kind of take more ownership of that moment between breaking the huddle and the ball snap at the line. That 10 seconds or whatever it might be. In a perfect world, like, what does that look like? What does taking ownership of that little window look like?
It's snap point timing. It's
excellent question. Very impressive. You could always tell the press conference people that know what they're talking about when they ask questions like that versus the ones that ask the most basic bare bones ones. I like this one.
it's
Keep her around.
making sure your guys are urgent to the line of scrimmage. Bryce is such a good processor pre-snap. He can start to read what are the intentions of the defense, but he needs to get everybody set so we're threatening the defense that a legitimate stance by a wide receiver. O-line is in an athletic position, not just standing up waiting for, okay, when does the real true cadence start? Those guys need to be in legitimate.
I've never thought about the athletic stances of these players being that much of an impact before. That's interesting. Have y'all ever considered that before? That's very interesting. Huh.
Okay. Threat, the second they get to the line of scrimmage, so the defense starts showing their hands, so Bryce can work his magic in pre-snap process of seeing, okay, what coverage do I think it is? Where do I think they're bringing pressure? All that stuff is tied in, so him pushing the urgency of breaking the huddle and getting to the line of scrimmage is only going to help him, kind of open up his book of being able to process pre-snap.
Interesting. I never thought of it being that big of a deal before. But I guess it is. I suppose it is. Huh.
And then looking at another guy, Felipe Franks has had a moment every practice or every other practice. Like, what has his progression been like? Not only just from a quarterback to a tight end, but kind of into the NFL and having a couple of different seasons with this offense now. Like, why is it this camp that he's starting to kind of put things together, basically?
Good question. Why is it this camp that he's starting to get things put together? Very good question. I've been wondering that myself.
Well, I love Felipe. He has a good moment of catching and talking trash and maybe being in the middle of a scuffle every single practice.
That doesn't mean anything, Brad. She's asking about him skills-wise. Skills-wise, sir. That's what we want to know.
That's the first thing he brings is energy. So we love.
I mean, we already know he brings energy. We know that. We knew that. Tell me about his skill set. What has he improved in his skill set? Is he catching the ball better? Is he running faster? Is he stronger? What is he doing differently? That's what I want to know.
Love his energy on special teams, on offense. He brings it. You feel it in the team room, and you always want to have guys that you gotta pull the reins back a little bit in the practice setting because you know they're just going to go balls to the wall, in practice and in the game. But then as far as a tight end's concerned, every year he's gotten a little bit better with technique. We're trying to get him involved in the run game because he is a physical guy. But then you watch him in the pass game, he's a fluid athlete, and he's a really long, levered athlete, but he has the ability to get out of breaks. He has the ability to set things up. He ran a crossing route yesterday where it was tight man match coverage, and he snapped it off clean, and it wasn't the perfect.
We don't need to know exactly what type of coverage it was. What I'm more interested in is, how is he breaking,
Look to get him the ball because they had help, but just his progression of being able to win versus press, has taken a step. So really proud of the work that Pat's done with him, knowing that sometimes those guys that are in special teams roles, they don't get all those reps that you would love for them to get on offense. But here's a guy who, if he's a depth guy for us behind Tommy and Mitch and possibly JT, then, when those reps come up, he's got to make the most of them, and he has. He's done a really good job, and then we'll continue to pull back the dog in the practice setting when he gets a little bit too fiery.
Awesome.
Okay, interesting. Hold on, y'all. I got a phone call. Sorry, these roofers and people like that, man. Got people coming through the neighborhood looking for stuff, you know, it's like for work and whatnot. Gotta handle my business, you know what I mean? Anyway.
Yep.
But
We
good
will wrap
question
things up.
and good answer there. I was curious about Felipe Franks. I was curious to see what was going on there. So apparently this dude has stepped up. He's getting the job done, and you know, these are things that he was not doing before, especially the getting better in press coverage. You know, that's good. That's the information I wanted to know. Because I did see that he was struggling versus press, you know, back then. We weren't properly teaching these guys back then too, with the coaching staff. So that's why, you know, with a guy like that, if there's any type of talent there and any type of skill there, bringing him back after showing that he could do all that, maybe in a workout, maybe in practice sessions, you know, it may have gotten their attention. And they said, okay, let's try again. So that's what I wanted to know about him, because I was curious to see why we were bringing him back. Because I just, maybe they were seeing something I didn't, you know, and that was exactly it. That he was getting better at press versus press coverage, and making the breaks that he's supposed to make. So that's interesting. Okay, cool. Got that question
With
answered.
Daryl Horowitz, followed by Joe Person.
Awesome.
Joe, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I'm going to jump right in here. Sorry, Daryl. Brad, good morning. I'm helping one of my colleagues out with kind of a trend story, but the NFL had a real spike last year in number of plays that were offensive plays snapped, like with 1 second left on the play clock. What do you attribute that to? And you guys were among the leaders, maybe 5th or 6th, but your number went down as the season went along.
Yeah, you know.
All right, Joe. I'm going to go ahead and answer this one. It's language. It's the players understanding that language, communication between the players and coaches, and being able to execute the play call in a quick tempo situation. You know, tempo. That's what we're focused on this year, is quickening that tempo. So the fact that we were working on that last year carries over into this year, to where now it's quicker play call, it's quicker lingo, it's quicker boom, boom, boom. You know, get up to the line, snap the ball, and moving down the field. Steve Smith alluded to that earlier. So that's exactly what our focus is this year. He's probably going to say exactly the same thing I am, but just in lesser words.
I think I attribute to defenses trying to hold shell and trying to disguise pre-snap. Long gone are the days where you get very clear man zone indicators, you get very clear 1 high, 2 high, or pressure triggers. Like, defenses do such a good job of making it muddy pre-snap that I think a lot of teams are just trying to absorb as much info as they can to see if they can get a beat on what the defense is doing. So I know our defense does a phenomenal job of it, and that's why we have to press on our end the urgency of getting to the line of scrimmage, the urgency of, if we have a motion, there's a reason for it, to try to get the defense to undress as fast as possible, so we're not up against the clock. That is definitely a huge trend that we keep track of, and we don't want to be on the back end of snapping that thing with 1 second every time, because that'll be the O-lineman's worst friend when the defensive line knows, okay, they either snap it now or they're delay a game. They can roar off the ball. We want to stay ahead of the clock and continue to be an attacking nature as much as we can.
Right. All right. Let's get to this last question and finish out this presser.
Good stuff. Thank you. And real quick, Kyle Trask, a guy you were with in Tampa, what does he bring to you guys?
He's really tall. He's got a strong arm. Kyle's great. He's played a lot of ball. He's familiar with our concepts. He's relearning our words. Will's working with him on the side, getting all that extra time to make sure he can operate, try to get us through the end of this game, and then be more comfortable going into next week. But he's soaking it up, and I think the arm comes to life. We give him a couple play action shots yesterday, and people see that arm when he gets a chance to stand tall in the pocket and see over the O-line and get that thing down the field. Now it's just for him. It's just catching up with the rhythm of our feet and how we operate, and all the other stuff. So there's some natural stuff that he's used to because he's been with us, but we've also expanded since the Tampa days. So I think he's going to have fun, learning what's new.
Thanks.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
We're going to do one final question from.
So we'll be able to see Kyle Trask's arm on display during play action. Got you. Okay. So look out for that during the Bills game.
Mike K.
Cool. YouTube ads. There we go.
Hey, Brad. From the dynamics of 12 and 13, Mitch kind of talked about it. How important is it to have the talent level to perform that 13 personnel package that's become popular for a few teams and blending the different talents together to use?
Bro, how important is it to have talent on a roster? Come on. Ask a better question, man. You're wasting this man's time.
No 21 pony questions? No? Okay. But yeah, for
well, got him. Ooh. Dang. When Brad just made you look like a fool as a freaking reporter. Dang. Dang. Barrel. Oh my lord. That was funny. He's like, are we playing 21 questions? Oh my god. Dang. You didn't have to roast him like that, Brad. You didn't have to roast him like that. Oh man. I can't say he didn't deserve it though. That was a really basic bare bones caveman question though. I will have to say that. Oh man. He just roasted you, bro. Dang.
We'll talk about what the pony package is later. But 12 and 13 are huge, and the talent level is absolutely necessary. You're trying to take advantage of teams that are trying to stay in nickel more often than not. And I think that's the case around the league. For those teams that do want to go to base, sometimes their call sheet gets smaller when they're in base because it's not as much of an investment. So I think you go and watch the McVays of the world, and they're in 13 trying to take advantage of base personnel and simple coverages. For us, if you get your core concepts and you feel great about all whoever is out there in a tight end group running our core concepts, when we have those opportunities for them to run a smaller version of their coverage playbook, then we can take advantage of it by developing that trust. The tight ends have done a phenomenal job this camp. It's been great having, I know Tommy and Mitch were out early, but getting them back so we can get more of those plays called and repped. Take advantage of anytime those defenses don't have a plethora of coverages, or if they want to play nickel and we feel good about our 13 personnel run game, then we can take advantage of them in the pass too if they ever want to adjust back to base. So it's kind of playing the cat and mouse game, but for us it's just getting those core concepts familiarity with. We really just have our first week this past week of having all those guys back. So how many reps can we get as camp goes to develop that trust?
Awesome. Thank you so much, Coach, for your time.
Yep. Thank you, guys.
Lordy. That was a journey. All right. Okay. You found our next. Okay. Do y'all want me to do the Cam Newton interview? I could do the Cam Newton interview if you want. I don't think Bryce is going to tell us anything we don't already know. We might do the Evero Gyro one. The Evero presser. We might do that. Maybe. I'm just seeing what else we got. Man, I know y'all didn't do a press conference with this goofy clown. I know y'all didn't. Bruh. Okay, Mitchell Evans. Tracy Smith. I don't even know who that is. Who is Tracy Smith? Hold up. Hold up. I know that's not a player. Who the heck is that? Oh, that's our special teams coach. I'm dumb. Okay. Okay, Zach Wheatley. Or anything else that honestly, I think we need to do the Cam Newton interview with Dave Canales. I think, yeah. And Thomas Davis's film room with Luke. Let's do those two. All right, I'm gonna take a small break, and we'll pick back up with those two. And I think that will probably be all that I want to cover for this update stream. Please make sure to hit that like button and that sub button if you haven't already. And I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Let's do which one do we want to do first? I want to do Cam Newton's. We're gonna finish up with Luke Kuechly.
With Walmart's Back to College Finds, your room can fully match your passion.
Welcome to 4th and 1. It is Peggy here.
Boogie there.
And we're here at Carolina Panthers training camp.
A full respect to Cam Newton's 4th and 1. Much love to him. Go sub to him.
We got the captain of the ship, all right? Dave Canales, head coach of Carolina. How you doing?
Wow.
I'm doing great. Just came off the field. Had a very spirited practice, a couple of scuffles, kind of to be expected at this point in camp. Guys getting sick of each other a little bit, the little things that come up. But the energy's right. They're practicing hard. I'm excited to see, what happens with this group.
So let's start right there. We go scuffles in practice. And this is the conventional, unconventional kind of conversation, because I think for the fans, people would like to know from the coach's standpoint, what's your outlook on, when a fight breaks out? Do you care? Is it the who? Do you not allow it? Does it show you certain things? I'm curious to hear your thought process of when a melee ensues.
Yeah, I think for me, it's first and foremost, like my goal is to try to teach guys stuff comes up in games. How quickly can we refocus? So whether it's a fight, whatever it is, the disrespect, I try to teach, look, you throw a punch, you're out of the game. You're hurting the team.
Yeah.
We can't have that. I know tempers get, we want to always push it to the limit. We always want to be competing at a level that we're right there up on the edge, but we can't go over the edge. Once you go over the edge, we're just messing up football camp. So like today, I'm trying to keep a drive alive so I can get the ones game ready.
Yeah.
And I want them to get 8 to 10 plays. So they're feeling it. The rush is feeling it. The O-line's feeling it. The wideouts are feeling it. Can we refocus? The fight just disrupts all that. It slows the whole thing down.
Yeah.
So it messes up the rhythm of the practice. So I try to explain that too. But for me, like I get it, I didn't play at this level, but I played college football and stuff happens like that. But there's teachable moments in it. So I don't try to overreact. I just try to teach about it and, of course, hit it at the end of practice.
Because, I'm sorry.
No, stay right there.
I think
we're good.
As you identify the DNA of your team, every coach has the common, we want to be tough. We want to, play bully ball or certain things, but there's never a drill that teaches that. You don't know when somebody come and thump you upside your head. You either just has to have it. You either have to have it or you don't. And some of the guys that may be calm in the locker room, in the calf, in the team meeting, may be, your road warriors, so to speak. So it's just a different perspective, from the players' point of view. You don't know who's in that foxhole with you. Right. And when you start to think about going on the road, those tough games, when somebody comes in the bank, so to speak, there is this defend your dirt mentality. And what's your reasoning, or what's your kind of effort to have a tough team?
Yeah, you said it. We all care about pretty much the same things. However you verbalize it, 32 teams across the board, we all want to have tough physical teams, and those types of players, they emerge and they show up. And like you said, some guys are like that all the time.
Yeah.
Some guys are like that sometimes. Some guys, you don't see it until you get out here, on the grass in these moments, and you can see how much it means to them, And so as we learn our group, as we learn our guys, like that's not something that's a bad thing. You got to have an edge, but we got to be able to be smart, because at the end of the day, we're trying to win a game. We're not trying to beat somebody up,
Right.
And so there's got to be a balance of both. It's a fine line. I understand that. And that's where I have a little empathy for the players who are out there competing.
Yeah.
Some guys competing to get this team right. Some guys competing to make a team, to make a practice squad, So it's a high stakes environment. That's why I love it. That's why I love what I get to do, to get to learn these guys and try to bring them all together.
I, as we have these discussions, if I'm asking questions that's all over the place, you have to understand I'm shrinking, certain things, given that we only have 12 minutes, right? Has the NIL impacted your ability to evaluate a player?
Excellent question, Cam. Wow. I did not expect that from Cam. Very impressive question. You know, people underestimate how smart this dude really is. All the time. That's an impressive question right there. I like that. Let's see what the coach says. I'm interested in this one.
Yes, because they're changing schemes. I'll start with the positives of it first. First of all, I think that the players in college football who are out there playing, there's 90,000, 100,000 people coming to play them. They're generating a lot of revenue for their schools, different things like that. So I think that in whatever way or shape or form, I like the fact that players are being recognized for their talents. Having multiple schools, we have the rookies now stand up and tell us where you
from, what's your signing bonus,
all this stuff.
The NIL and in its essence isn't the problem. It's the fact that you're not capping the NIL. That's the problem. And yes, I do agree with I think it was Dan Morgan that said it, where he said that it's a good way to add to the profile of the players, you know, when you're evaluating them through the combine and training camp. Before they're drafted. Yeah, before they're drafted, to where you can get an idea of like what they're going to spend their money on, you know, who they're going to spend their money on, how they're going to money manage, you know, so that adds to the profile of the players when you're scouting them. So, like I said, I agree with that. The NIL by itself is not the problem. It's the fact that they have not put a cap on it. So NCAA, like, it's going to cause problems, man. It's going to cause problems. But I like that Dave Canales was focused on the schemes of the players, you know, because you got players that are shifting around through the transfer portal and stuff like that because they think they can get more money or a better playing spot at a bigger school. So that makes sense, you know. So you're going to see 2 or 3 different schemes, you know, as a college player, you know, through that transfer portal. Sometimes even 4. You know, if you've got the qualified hours or a qualified amount of years to play in college. So I get exactly what he's saying here. And it makes sense.
It's a lot different now.
And so the guy will say the last school, and then the whole group would be like, and Texas A&M, and
no way.
So there's some 3s and 4s out there. Where I've seen it help guys is they've had to learn 3 playbooks. So this is just another playbook where they have to like get it pretty quickly, you know, to help the team out.
Yeah.
So that's a positive. They lived in different places, so they're really organized with like finding where they get the haircut, where they stay,
they can adjust.
getting a car, like there's just a real comfort. They've had money before. So all of a sudden it's not this rookie that all of a sudden he's buying crazy stuff and he's all over doing it. It's like they've lived life more with affluence before we get them. So there's an ease to the transition. Now I will say from a fundamental standpoint, they had 4 different position coaches teaching them different techniques. So in a sense, there's
that
a
may
lot
not be conducive to.
and there's a lot to work on, but at the same time, it's kind of a blank slate. It's like, look, he doesn't really have some bad habit he's been doing with the same coach forever.
Yeah, that's true.
It's their scheme.
You know, so there's a little bit of give and take on that. And I really haven't seen that affect too much, except for probably the quarterback position.
Wow.
Knowing the rhythm that it takes to play the position, seeing different concepts of being comfortable. The smart coaches in college, when they get a transfer, they try to maintain some of their schemes that they did before, make those come alive. And then here's also the rest of the stuff we do. And that's probably one of the things that I've seen. You know, Haynes King just came from Georgia Tech. It's different, you know, and we're under center a lot more. And some of the reads and the footwork are different. So that's his growth curve. But at the end of the day, wherever they come from, if they're motivated, they're willing to put the work in. We see strides.
Now you said, you really talked about rhythm just a second ago. And I want to ask you, have you found your full rhythm? Now, this is year 3 for you as a head coach. Have you really found your full stride as a head coach? And what are some of the things that you're learning or want to bring into this year that you learned from last year?
Yeah, I would say.
Ooh, good question, Peggy. Very good question. I like that. Both of these gentlemen are very intelligent. And that's one thing I'm noticing right away. I mean, we've already known that, if you've been paying attention to 4th and 1. You've been paying attention to Cam Newton when he was in the uniform already. You already knew this. But just the level of depth in these questions is impressive. I'm very, very interested and captivated by this conversation. This is fun.
Say, just generally speaking, from a calendar standpoint, how to have a great off season, how to have a great camp, how to prep for the bye week, different things like that. I would say we're going to get some new experiences, with a Thursday night, some primetime games that are coming
Congratulations.
up. Congratulations. I appreciate it. And the guys have worked hard for that, and players are emerging that people want to see. And so this is going to be new experiences for us. But I think the general organizational rhythms, yes. New rhythms for me in terms of just Brad Idzik, our OC's calling plays this year.
Okay.
So having that transition, it's like, well, I spent a lot of time on that call sheet, making sure in practice, like, hey, change this route. I want him to see this. Hey, Bryce asked for this. Let's make this one. Or the defense wants this. Okay. So like a lot of those changes are going to the other guys. So I find myself spending a lot more time just trying to throw good situations at the players throughout practice. And I can really focus on, we need more 2nd and long. Hey, we need more 3rd and shorts, things like that. So that's the part that I'm really growing and learning.
And just to kind of backtrack real quick, because I think this is extremely important given this time and circumstance of where we are. The preseason, the training camp kind of sector is such a pivotal moment for not just coaches, but for players. And for young players, everybody, obviously when I was coming out of college, everybody had this cliche saying, hey man, I'm trying to go to the league. But being in the league for such a long time, I would always be turned off by rookies and their expectations, right? And I think from your seat, from a coach, I think there's a 2 question here from what do you expect from young players, mature wise as well as the physical wise, and you kind of touched on it already, but I think it's important to have that discussion for players that have aspirations to make it to the next level and what coaches are looking for.
Absolutely. It's kind of just we have 3 basic rules. Be a great teammate, be a solution, and be early. The first one takes care of most of it. As far as what my expectations for guys are, I say, be a great teammate. The first part about that is handle your business. Guys have come from colleges who were captains, who were vocal leaders. We don't need any of that.
Rah, guys.
Let that happen naturally. What we need you to do is be early, get to treatment on time, be prepared when we get to meetings, be prepared when we get on the grass. Just know your job, know your assignments. Can you do that? And you can see them just, I can do that.
Yeah.
And then over the course of time, if guys emerge as leaders and they want to say something in their 2nd year and their 3rd year and they become more vocal because that's who they are, that's great. But initially speaking, man, just handle your business. And and that goes so much further with the respect. I think about a guy like Nick Scorton, tore his ACL this year. Guys were sick. Why? Because of the way he worked as a rookie. He handled his business. He was always where he was supposed to be, when he was supposed to be there. 100 miles an hour on the grass, worked for his teammates. Great dude, just kind of kept to himself, stayed in his lane and just worked. And all the veteran guys respected that to the point where going into the 2nd off season, like guys are like, he's in that group of like dudes that here's what Panthers football looks like, So the guys felt that when he got hurt, and you could see the guys come around him and the outpouring. But that's a perfect example of what to expect as a rookie. Is just do your job and just work hard when you're here. That's good enough.
So as we kind of transition into this year specifically, where I'm looking at a division that's wide open, that's unproven, untapped. You have the departure of Mike Evans. News just came in from the Atlanta Falcons. They had a pretty much busy off season, but they don't have a definite quarterback. The New Orleans Saints will always compete, in the division. And here we are. My ability to experience Bank of America last year with the playoff atmosphere, it just brings on this, okay, now I'm here. And I remember, kind of having a quick chat with Bryce at the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, now you, for lack of a better analogy, you popped your cherry as far as playoffs. It's a different brand of ball, right? And him being at Alabama, and, obviously your coaching career, being so many different prominent places, for you going into this year, what's your goal to obtain, and not necessarily things that we can kind of see? What do you want most from your Carolina Panthers?
First of all, consistency.
Boom. There it is. He didn't even take 5 seconds to say that either. Consistency. Excellent question, Cam. And Dave Canales did not miss a beat here. Instantly. Consistency. That's exactly it. And, we've gotten our taste of the playoffs. Now we want more. Now this team is hungry. Now this team is ready to go. We're ready to try to achieve more. We're trying to, it adds fuel, to the fire of what we're trying to accomplish. So to put it into one word, consistency. That's exactly it.
I'm sure you saw last year we hit the middle of the season, win one, lose one.
Yeah.
Win one, lose one.
Right.
Positive side, resilience. Go back to work, win after a loss.
Right.
Negative side, can we be consistent with how we play?
Mm-hmm.
Can we have the same quality of...
Let me get David on here. What's good, man? You're on stream with me.
Oh, hey, what's up?
You're on stream with me.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, we're talking about the Cam Newton interview with Dave Canales.
I haven't seen it yet.
I like these questions from Cam. I think a lot of people are underestimating how intelligent Cam Newton is.
Oh yeah, actually, I did see that interview. I remember now. I did see it.
Yeah. I love these questions, and I'll quickly touch on each one of these, because the NIL, the problem is not the NIL itself. It's the fact that they have not put a cap on the NIL. You know what I'm saying? Like, and all of those things that come from the NIL, with all these players going where they think they can get more money, through the transfer portal. That's a good thing, because you're learning more stuff on the fly. And that's what Dave is alluding to there. So when you connect the dots, it makes sense. So that's that. Okay. I like that question about the rookies too. These are very good questions, by the way. The rookies, you just have to handle your business. Do what you need to do. That's what we signed you for. Do what we signed you for. Whether you're drafted or whether you're a free agent, undrafted. And when you're talking about what do we expect now since we've hit the playoffs? Consistency, in a word, right? We've gotten a taste of it. We're hungry now as a team. This just adds to the hunger, man. And I love it, because I wanted this team to get a taste of the playoffs. Even if we don't go any further, I wanted them to get a taste of it. And they did. And, it's a different animal, like Cam was saying. He knows that from experience. So, like, it's ramped up by 100, versus a normal game. And, we experienced that as fans as we were in the stadium. And I think that was really cool to get to see the difference. you know, as fans for the first time in 10 years. Newer fans probably don't know that experience unless, they've just walked in, and they got a taste of it that day, which is really cool for them.
The atmosphere there was amazing. Otherwise,
it was insane. We didn't even know about the Clydesdale horses. We had no clue. Until like after I got home from Charlotte, I was like, "What the heck? There's Clydesdale horses that were there." And like they had been bringing them to like every playoff game, but like, point being, like,
I think we're going back this year. I think we're going back to the playoffs.
I think so too. Ocho Cinco seems to think so too. And we got a taste of what that's like. Now we want more. It's like getting a taste of sugar for the first time if you're a kid. You want more.
Yeah.
And that's a good
way of putting
it. It becomes an addiction, after a while. You want playoffs every single year, even though you can't have it some years. The football gods are just like, no, not this year. And it's like, you're like that little kid that's just throwing a tantrum like, why can't I go to the playoffs?
Yeah. I'm glad we broke that curse last year, man. That felt good.
Oh, man, it did. It absolutely did. And just having like all the football legends around and being able to see them in person is just incredible. Bro, I had chills being in front of Cam Newton, Thomas Davis, Luke Kuechly, and PJ Walker all on the same stage for the first time in 10 years together. I was like, whoa. Awesome. I was like, what am I witnessing right now? This is wild.
It's like a Panthers family reunion.
Right. It absolutely felt like that. It was like, you ever watch like all those like old sitcom shows and you're just like, and then they all get together like 10 years later and you're like, whoa, these guys are all together in the same room, and it's just like, oh my God. That's how it felt. For people that don't know, it's like, wow.
It's incredible.
Man, I love every part of it. I love every part. But yeah, to sum it up in one word, consistency. And he pointed out the fact that we won games, lost games, won games, lost games. He's talking about resiliency when we came back, which is always a positive thing. But can we string a winning streak together? With tough games. And we're going to find out in November this year whether we can do that or not. We're playing the Buffalo Bills on Saturday. And that reminds me, I wanted to go over that video. Did I send that to you of the new Bill Stadium?
I don't know if you did or not.
I think it was in the team chat. I know it was in the team chat. That thing is a disaster. Oh, man. They had a downpour for the first preseason game for Buffalo.
Can I ask you a question though? Do you think Tepper's finally learning how to be an owner?
That's a good question. I think maybe. He's done a good job with the alumni, of famous players and stuff like that, and keeping them around and showing the fans, I do want these people around. I do want them coaching these players. Yeah. I do want all of this. So I'm happy to see that.
I was sitting there thinking back, when we first got Tepper, I think he was wanting to win now, and he was just...
Yeah.
I don't know, just
And I think he calmed down, and he realized, okay, Rome wasn't built in a day, You got to take your time, and you got to really show patience, and you got to understand, okay, we're trying to build long term. And that's the key to success. Once he finally watched
I think he was trying.
Philadelphia and Kansas City do it, then it was like, oh, okay, this is how it's supposed to be done. So he just calmed down, and he was just like, okay, now I'm going to be a little bit more patient. I'm seeing like progress. I'm seeing success in some shape or form. So like, I'm going to calm down. I'm going to let these guys do their job. And whoever that sports company is that he went through, excellent job hiring Dave Canales and Dan Morgan. Excellent job. You guys did a great job. Because we've had nothing but success ever since.
I do not want to get rid of Dan, ever.
Agreed. Ever. That man needs to retire a Panthers GM. Straight up, I'm saying it. He needs to retire a Panthers GM at some point down the line. Keep doing what you're doing up until retirement, buddy.
I'll go ahead and say it now. I think he's the smartest GM we've ever had.
Absolutely agree. He combines all the positive elements of our past GMs with none of the negatives. I'm really pleased with that.
It's refreshing.
It is. It's something we've been needing, and we've had so many things that were frustrating. I was watching Brad Izik's presser, and somebody had asked him about. Someone had asked him about the snap count, about how we've gone from like 1 second snap count to, the full 10 seconds where we should be. And it's huge as some defensive cadence, recognition and garbage like that. But mainly the main point is we've been on point and connecting with each other, players wise. Everybody's on the same page. We shortened the play calling, language, to the point where like if you want to switch up to a run, it's just one word. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that is the massive difference between that and the year that we had like an entire paragraph from Joe Brady.
I think we're going to see a lot of up tempo offense this season. I got a feeling about it.
Yeah.
What I've seen in the preseason.
Yes, that's exactly the goal here, is to speed up the tempo. Because one of the main aspects of West Coast is a high tempo offense. It's fast paced.
That's what I've been dreaming of.
That's what I've been wanting too. That's how I run my offense in Madden as well. When I run the West Coast power run offense, he runs a West Coast spread, which is not that much different.
It keeps the defense on their toes too. Like it can really mess up a defense.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Especially if you're calling the right plays.
Correct. You have to make the correct reads. You have to understand where these gaps in coverage are. You have to understand blocking schemes. Just all these elements have to come together. And it has to come together at the right moment. For every snap. For the execution to be on point. So, I don't think a lot of people understand like how many elements go into this stuff, for every single snap of football. It's so intense and in depth. Like up to the point where like even Brad was talking about like how these wide receivers were standing, pre-snap. And I was like, whoa. It's like, did you ever think about that before? Like, I never considered that. Like, if they're like intimidating looking or just in a particular spot, you know. And I mean, there's something to be said about like formations and stuff like that. Yeah, you're supposed to be in a certain spot.
Have you heard who's calling the defense this game this week?
Mm-mm.
And they announced who's calling the defense.
I have not. Is it going to be Cooley again?
I don't know. That's what I was asking the question. I don't know.
Yeah. I would think go ahead and let Cooley call it. He looked good. He did good. I was particularly satisfied. But, you know, that's just my opinion. That's my take. You know.
Could have done a better job in coverage, so that's my only pitfall there.
Right. And that could have been the player's execution of the plays or just the wide receivers getting the better of them, too. So you just never know what that might be, you know. But yeah, it could have been the coverages that we called as well. You know, there's a few different ways that could have gone. So, let me see what else.
I'll tell you what, if Brad calls another great game this weekend, I'm gonna be pumped this season, man.
I'm going to agree with that because that's going to confirm to me that Dave was the issue to begin with, you know, and he solved that by passing the duties on to Brad Isaac. You know, problem solved. We have our offense now.
Maybe they were. Here's the thing, too. Maybe, possibly, look at it like cause our offense to not produce that well in the past couple of years, or you know, maybe
perhaps Dave was so
maybe Brad. Maybe they bumped heads on the play calling. Maybe, possibly, I don't know.
Maybe. I was gonna say maybe that Dave was split concerns, you know, with head coaching duties and offensive coordinator duties too, you know.
Yeah,
that could lead to some inconsistency and some dead drives, but to the level that it did in those games, like, I don't know that was the whole answer. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't seem like it would be. So you really have to look at, like, a handful of different things and use process of elimination, really.
Yeah. It may, I forget who it was. It may bring in somebody else on the offensive staff, or you know, some kind. They would bring in some kind of coach to help the offense. Forget his name.
As far as like a special assistant or something.
Yeah, that's supposed to be really good. I just can't remember his name.
I don't remember either.
You know what I'm talking about, though?
I think I do. Let me see. Front office.
I just happen to think of it. I can't think of his name
now. Partnership video. Sales partnership. Oh, I found out who's the director of pro scouting. Lee McNeil. Shout out to Lee McNeil. Excellent job. Like, please give Lee a raise, man. This dude has done such a great job with Dan Morgan. Just putting all these players on the field. I am so impressed.
I don't know. To me, it seems like our drafts now. It seems like almost every player we get is pretty good. Like
Yeah.
it's excellent.
Shout out to all these scouts on this list, man. These guys have done such an excellent job of finding this talent. And, that's not an easy thing to do. It's kind of hit or miss, and I equate that with talent scouts when they were trying to find musicians and bands back then. Like, it's so hit and miss. But if you hit, it is a major payday, back in the day.
Yeah.
Before technology hit where it is now. But you look at scouting, like, there's always going to be a need for scouts in the NFL. And, like, we haven't gotten to the age of where technology is completely taken over, for scouting jobs. So you have to use your eyes as a scout. So I am so impressed with that. Devin Lloyd actually got a pass breakup today.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. He knocked the ball loose. He forced a fumble. Well, it wasn't a pass breakup, but it was a forced fumble. So shout out to Mr. Lloyd for that. I just wanted to give him his props.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to see Jonathan Brooks play this week.
Yeah. He looks good. Shout out to Benjamin Brown, who's the director of data science. And the director of football administration, Justin. Well done, gentlemen. Like, you have put together such a crew here. I am just so impressed. Like, it's really become a new animal. It's become a new panther, in the wild. Compared to what it used to be. And I'm not seeing anything like what you were mentioning.
Does anybody in the chat know, possibly?
Well, chat, this is your moment. Does anybody know? There's nobody really in chat at the moment, but perhaps in the comment sections. When you're watching this on VOD, maybe you come up with a name. Let us know. We do have Brant Tillis though, and like Brant Tillis has done such a great job.
I just can't remember the name.
I wanted to point out Mr. Denny Killington. He's a VP player health and performance. And at the moment, that's not an easy job for anybody in the Panthers organization when they're dealing with like starter injuries, with the pattern that we've had. And then the NFLPA investigating us.
I think our practices are really intense.
Yeah. Which is a good thing, but you don't want to push it too far to where everybody's getting injured. So there's this fine glass layer, that you're trying to find in between. And it's really thin. So.
Very true.
Yeah, it's tricky, man. We've got a battle between Mechie and Jimmy Horn Jr. going on. And then in the press conference this morning, I heard that there's a battle between Claudin Cheerless and Trevin Wallace. What do you think about that one?
Interesting.
It is, isn't it? Because you wouldn't expect Claudin to have made that type of strides to where those two are really fighting for a spot.
He must be, though.
I mean, both are going to make the 53. That's, but I'm very impressed that we have that type of battle going on. That shows progress. With these players that have been sitting there right underneath the starters, second string, third string, they're fighting for those spots now. They're competitive.
Yeah.
Even just in training camp and in drills and whatnot, they're competitive now.
Now, did they say how many series the starters are going to get this week?
15 snaps.
You said 15 snaps? Okay.
Yeah, which should be about 2 drives. The equivalent of about 2 drives. That's what I was looking for.
That's great.
Yeah,
that's great.
That's exactly what I was looking for. You're not pushing them too hard. You're not leaving them on the field too long, but you're also getting them the reps that they need to prepare for the starting game against the Bears. I want to see that every preseason game. That's a great.
That's awesome right there.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Thank you to the management for listening to that suggestion and making that happen. Because we saw what happened last year. We know that was not it. We were not prepared at all. And we learned, there's a better way to do this. So I'm really happy that this management and this team, players-wise, are adapting and learning and taking suggestions into account, that may be helpful in any way. That's, and not just getting upset by them, like the prior management, but like saying, okay, I see what you're saying here. I like this idea. I'm going to be humble about this, and I'm going to say, okay, let's try this. Maybe you might be right. Maybe you might be wrong on this.
Here's a
let's
good
try
question
it.
for you.
Yeah.
Here's a good question for you. Do you think the starters are going to be in the no-huddle type offense this week or no?
If we were doing it last week, then I would suspect that we are probably going to do it again. Were we doing it last week? A lot?
Yeah.
Then I would
more than usual.
Then I would say yes. We're probably going to be doing it this year too.
I think we're gonna be a pretty good scoring offense if we keep that up.
I like the fact that the Training Camp Live actually highlighted the one-on-one battles with the offensive line versus the defensive pass rusher.
Yeah.
Because I love that drill. Every time I go to camp, I watch that drill specifically.
We'll get to see our first round pick too. That
Freeling, yeah.
Can't wait to see him either.
Freeling, yeah. I got my first look at him during the Training Camp Live from this week when I was reviewing the and reacting to it. And Steve Smith really pointed out a lot of stuff. If you haven't gotten a chance to watch the whole thing, go check it out. Because a lot of these concepts and things that he was bringing up were fascinating. He really knows his stuff, and what's funny is like some of the stuff I was saying, like he would say it right after I said it. It's crazy. Like, and that shows like you know, like I do have the eyes for scouting this stuff, you know, and like I thought I did. And I had questioned that for a couple of years, you know, but now like I know that I've got the eyes for that. When I'm matching like mindsets with Steve Smith, you know, and Thomas Davis and Luke Kuechly on stuff, you know, and I'm honestly on point with this stuff. It's like, whoa, you know, it's kind of mind blowing. It shocked me a little bit. Like, I'm not trying to be like egotistical here. I'm just saying like the fact that that happened is like a shock moment. It's like that's cool, you know? I didn't expect that. Not to toot my own horn, y'all, because that was never the goal of that comment. You know, I'm a very humble person.
Sorry about yawning. I was tired. I'm tired. Sorry about that.
Oh, I'm always yawning on here. They'll get used to it. Okay, so we brought back Jake Curran, the offensive lineman Jake Curran, and that was why I brought up that offensive line, because Stone is still struggling with, I think, strength issues. So I think he needs to hit the gym there, and just power lift some more. Because his technique was fine, you know, his hand placement was fine, footwork was fine, it was strength. And I had to go and play it back at like half speed to see this. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I wanted to do is like, and I couldn't do that with the Hall of Fame game, but I got a chance to do that with the training camp video. So it really made me happy when I was able to do that, and I was able to dive into these one-on-one matchups like I used to. Oh man, it felt great. Like, feed me more of this stuff so I can look at it, you know? I love this. Like it adds an extra tool to my tool belt that I wouldn't have already had, you know, to understand these players. And I think the media was getting pissed off because like I was doing their job better than they were. But my whole thing is like, you know, the organization itself might have been upset because I was pointing out weaknesses, but I was pointing out strengths too. You know, but I think bottom line, you know, I love analyzing these players. And I think I'm gonna get DVR next year, and whenever I get moved, I'm gonna have DVR so that I can slow these games down like afterwards and rewatch them and really analyze these players at like half speed. That would fascinate me. I've never gotten a chance to do that with a full game before, and I really, really want to. But based on what I saw from Freeling, I liked him. I think we're okay. Stone is still struggling with the strength issue, and Sam Height did okay during that particular day.
Oh yeah, we also get to see the other quarterback this week too.
Yes, Kyle Trask. Yeah.
Yeah. You looking forward to that?
I am. They said he has a strong arm during play action, according to Dave Canales. I think it was Dave Canales or Brad is it? One of the two was saying that he had a really strong arm during play action. So we're gonna see what this dude can do.
Do you think Kenny Pickett is gonna be out the door? Or?
No, Kenny Pickett's gonna be on the roster.
Okay.
Yeah, he'll be on the roster.
Okay.
Now, my question is, in what capacity?
The reason I was asking that is because I was reading an article that was saying that we might, I don't know why we would do this, but we might end up trading them.
No, no.
I don't see that
happening. Nah. Where was the article from?
I think it was Sports Illustrated.
Yeah, don't ever buy into Sports Illustrated stuff because Sports Illustrated, I mean, most of the time they don't really know what they're writing about because they don't understand this team. They just see like certain moves, they go and they look at stats and they think, oh yeah, I understand what these players are doing, and this organization's doing. And like, y'all don't come to the practices, you don't come to the games, you just see the scoreboard. So like, I don't understand like how you guys think you understand this team, and you can write
and what's
articles
sad
like
is they're such a big name. They've been around forever. They're such a big name.
Right.
Like,
right. I don't get that either.
They should do better than that. They should do better than that.
Right. I mean, ESPN, I will say this. ESPN does come to our games. They do come to our practices and stuff like that. So I have to give them their due on that. They have gotten better. But they're still writing a lot of like weird opinion based stuff that they don't fully understand what they're writing about with us. So, I mean, it is what it is. I'm not going to like bash certain people or point out certain names, but you know what I'm talking about though.
Yeah.
My goal here is not to bash the media, it's to tell you guys like get your act together, Like actually try to invest time and energy into understanding this team before you write an article about us.
That one article really made me upset, got under my skin.
Yeah.
Talking about a running back room. When they were talking about a running back room was awful. That really got under my skin.
Like, I don't understand how they can say that our running back room is awful when they don't even come to our practices. Like, how do you even know? How do you even know? You don't come to the training camp. You don't have people on site. If you do, they must be seeing a totally different camp practice than we are. Like,
I have no idea. That's a good question. That's a good
or they're just determined to have tunnel vision opinions on certain players. Like, I don't get it. I've always had those questions, and I'm like, why? Like, it doesn't make sense to me. It never has. But yeah, you're starting to get a taste of what I deal with like all the time. With like the Bryce hate and all of this stuff, and it's just like I don't understand where people are coming from on this stuff. I really don't. With all due respect.
I think our offense is going to be fun to watch this year.
Yeah.
I'll say that.
I do love that. Yeah, our offense looks good, man. We got depth, we got weapons, we got protection, we got everything we're looking for. I mean, really, what it comes down to is like fundamentals, technique, execution at this point, and staying healthy.
By the time the real season starts.
Yeah, and staying healthy.
Haynes King down there at the goal line will be awesome. That'd be amazing.
Yeah, and I mentioned that at the beginning of the stream. Like you had mentioned that was a suggestion that we could use, and I have a strategy, and I like that because Cam Newton was doing that before. It's an excellent strategy.
And we already know Haynes King can bulldoze people over already from the last game.
I mean, I slowed it down and I looked at that moment where he trucked that defender. I was like, holy crap.
Mean.
He's got that mean streak in him, dude.
Yeah, that wasn't no light hit either. He just
right.
Him down.
He freaking bulldozed that dude. I was like, what? I was like, what kind of a quarterback do we have here? This is not your average run-of-the-mill, like, second or third string quarterback here. This dude can ball. Like, man, I haven't seen anything like that in the depth chart since P.J. Walker. I'm gonna be real with you. I haven't seen anybody like that in our depth chart since PJ Walker. That could ball like that. That was years ago. I'm not talking about like starter material quarterbacks. I'm talking about like depth quarterbacks. You know what I mean?
I'm just being honest. I can't believe this man wasn't drafted. I mean, for real. Like, gosh.
The only two quarterbacks I've ever seen run a 2-minute situation like that, other than Haynes King, is Cam Newton and Bryce Young so far. That clock management was like, it was beautiful. That was absolutely orchestrated beautifully. I need more of that. Like, give me more drives like that. That was just absolutely fantastic.
It was crazy.
That's the type of drive that I saw from Bryce Young during his rookie training camp. That's exactly what I saw. And I saw it in person right in front of me. And I was like, whoa.
I will say this. We might have I mean, this sounds really crazy, but we might have a Josh Allen on our team and don't even realize it right now.
I think it's way too early to say something like that. You know what I mean? But, you know.
I know. I know that. I know that. But...
Yeah, the dude's talented for sure. Over here making me yawn. But, you know, like, I think it's a little too early to say something like that yet. But the dude's got a lot of talent, bro.
He just gave me some vibes. That's all. I mean,
he gave us all some vibes. That's for doggone sure. That was electrifying, bro. Okay, so if that's what our offense is going to look like, you know, and that's not even like, but 25% of it, wait till we get some real plays up in there. And we get Bryce Young running it with the starters. Ooh. With the protection we got on that offensive line, that's going to be nasty.
I got to jump off here, but nice talking. Nice chat.
Yeah. All right. All right, David on the stream. We appreciate you. Thank you for coming on. Oh, snap. C3 got Roman Harper? Whoa. How'd y'all get Roman Harper to talk on your stream? That's impressive. Not bad. All right. They got connections like that, though.
Hey, Alex. What's up? Hello, welcome.
And I love that, man. That's what's up. All right, so it is confirmed Bryce Young will play against the Buffalo Bills. Let's see how that's going to work out. But yeah, I need to find that video of the Bills Stadium because we need to. Real talk, we need to talk about that, man. All right, let's go.
Want most from your Carolina Panthers?
First of all, consistency. You know, I'm sure you saw last year we hit the middle of the season, win one, lose one.
Yeah.
Win one, lose one. Positive side, resilience. Go back to work, win after a loss. Negative side, can we be consistent with how we play? Can we have the same quality of football, the same execution, taking care of the ball, all those things? Can that show up every Sunday? Because that's what's expected. And when you formulate a good team, I played against the 2015 Panthers.
Yeah.
We lost right here in the divisional round. And I remember just how consistent that Panthers team was. I remember the years before in Seattle, how consistent every week you knew what you were going to get for the most part. So it's consistency first and foremost from this group. And then, of course, with the addition of some free agents and some rookies that we were trying to get involved, how quickly can we become the 2026 Panthers? And that's the goal right now. It's like, guys, we got to become that team right now. We got to do it in these next couple of weeks so that we don't just slowly kind of walk into this season. How long is it going to take? I don't know.
Like
but I'm
last
going
year.
to push that push the group so that every day we're trying to, get after that.
Now you talk about pushing, and I'm thinking about development. And obviously, like, you're the quarterback whisperer. And I want to, like, you see so many quarterbacks come into the league and out the league, in the league, out the league. What are you thinking that coaches or people are getting wrong in the development of a quarterback? Like, what are some things they're getting wrong?
Honestly, I can think of 30 quarterbacks coaches that are just as good or better than I am.
No.
My philosophy has just been like, can we become what this quarterback does well? And that's it. Whether it was Russ, whether it was Gino, Baker, Bryce, every single guy, what do they do well? Let's not force feed a system on them. Let's not make them have to take this play because this is my baby. Like, let's talk through this stuff and then let's watch the film and say, look, he looks confident on these concepts. These got to be up every week, and we just put some dressing on it.
Mm-hmm.
This one might be a good one. So for the last year and a half, it's been throwing different things at Bryce to see what he liked and what he was comfortable with. And so that's always the goal to me. It's not so much like what I can do for them, but can I get out of the way and let them be themselves? Can I get out of the way and let them just perform to their best capabilities?
And that's something that Ron Rivera did really well back then too with Cam Newton. He just let these players be themselves. And I mean, look at the results. The results spoke for themselves, man. These guys got motivated. They wanted to play for Ron. They wanted to give 110% for Ron. And that's really it, because of the person that he was, and the person that he still is, so you look at Cam Newton as a byproduct of that right there. That's sitting in that room with him right now.
And that's been our goal. Brad Idzik, our OC, he understands that. Will Harriger, the QB coach, we're all on the same page with that. That whole room is designed to help Bryce, from Kenny Pickett all the way through the coaches.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's been our...
And I want to stress the fact that all of these coaches are on the same page. That's a big thing. Because when all the coaches are on the same page, good things happen. When they're not on the same page, a lot of bad things can happen. If you don't have an identity, if you don't have a culture, if you don't have any plan, if you don't know, if you have disagreements on coaching methods, like, it'll be internal garbage, going on. And we had that for the past 10 years before. I'll say 7 years before Dave Canales showed up.
Commitment, and we're just ready to take the next step with our concepts with Bryce, the things he's owned, and now let's just throw a couple more things at him and see what else he likes. Just keep it fresh.
Yeah. So, fun question for me: what's in your coach's crafty? Like when you training camp? Yeah. Y'all have the luxury to go home?
Yeah, it's here now.
Okay. So, like, in your coach's room, what are your little knick-knack snacks? What's your routine? I was always interested to hear Coach Saban, and his infatuation of oatmeal pies. Never knew that.
That's wild.
Right? He would have an oatmeal pie and some coffee every morning. That's what I read and heard. It's like, do you have, a crafty addiction that's your go-to?
Honestly, I eat pretty clean for training camp.
Guys.
I did,
no duck donuts, no Krispy Kremes.
I will say this though,
celery snacks.
I will say this: as we get into the season, we just cater local, and on Thursday nights. So we bring in Suarez Bakery. They have amazing treats, and that's when I start to kind of like fold. As we get into the season, and then it's like Thursday night, everybody knows they're gonna grab something on the way out. Milk bread, cookies, different things from around the city. We're just trying to these are people that I've met, people that have come and visited. We see them at events, and we're like, hey, make sure we get your number. We're gonna hit you up. Azul Tacos and Beer down the street. They'll come and bring in some tres leches cake, and some tacos and stuff. So. Cool. Just trying to make sure that we feel a part of the city because we're in this building so much. I don't want guys to forget we're here in Charlotte. Let's be a part of it. Let's bring the community in here. So that's...
Hey, any businesses that I've encountered too, such as restaurants and food places, please do send products of your stuff. If you want me to try it on stream and promote your business, please do. I'll be happy to do that. That's a very interesting idea right there. And, I love interacting with restaurant owners and people from different places. Please do, man. Like, I would love that. And we'll do that for free, and I'll, if you want me to pay for any of the samples, I will. No problem. Just let me know.
I guess that would be something
Sure.
that I really love.
Understand.
That I look forward to once the season gets rolling.
Yeah.
Okay. So, they're saying Jasim Reed is starting out in camp and might make the roster. I agree with that. Currently he's not on the roster from the videos that I was watching from the training camp live, but can you confirm that he's like on the 53 right now? Because I know somebody in team chat said that they released like an unofficial depth chart. Is he on it?
I think I was having this conversation with my brother earlier this year, and nobody talks about the sacrifices of coaches. And being a former player, the unfortunate part is you only get judged by your report card.
Right.
Could you give us an average week? And why I say that is because when I was playing here, Coach Shula, who was my OC at the time, had a very vulnerable moment and mentioned he spends more time with me as his quarterback than his own wife. Oh. And when you put those things into perspective, you probably say, well, you're just doing your job. But people don't see the effort, the energy, the sleepless nights, the ideas in the middle of the night, that goes into being a coach, not a great coach, because great coaches is what the resume says. Or great coaches is what your team says about you. A successful coach is what your resume says. So I think, for you, take us through what last thing, take us through what your day-to-day looks like when the season starts.
Basically it's a Monday through Thursday. Starts early at the house. I do a little bit of different scheduling so I can find some windows at the house. So I start watching film at 4:30 at home for about an hour. My wife wakes up. She's an early riser. She gets up like around 5:30, 5:45. We have coffee for about 15, 20 minutes. I wake up the kids. I come in the building, kind of continue the game plan day. Get home on Mondays for dinner for about an hour, and I watch film at the house in my home office. So I'm in the office watching film, and then I got my two older kids, Ashby and Ben, a junior and an eighth grader, come in. They'll do their homework. We're watching Monday Night Football. I got the film on, taking notes, just trying to create, like, COVID taught us you can do stuff at home. But then pretty much the rest of the week is cooked until about Thursday night. My wife comes on Tuesday at noon. We go for a walk right here around town for about 45 minutes, come back, and it's right back to game planning for the rest of the night. Thursday is probably the last long day, and then it kind of tapers. Friday we're out of here at 3, something like that. So I'm at home for games or stuff like that. But to your point though, Cam, like we work every day. We work 7 days a week, and that's about 6 months unless the bye week. But if you don't love it, it ain't worth it.
Right.
Because you're right. I spend more time with Brad and with Bryce than I do with my own kids and my family. And unless you see purpose in it, unless you see the fact that you can help somebody, you can impact it. And of course, like you said, you're judged on your record. Players are judged on their performance. We need each other, and it works that way. And it should be that like symbiotic relationship. It should be that mutual respect for the grind. I understand you may not be putting in the hours that we're putting in mentally. We're not putting our bodies at risk. On Sundays, giving everything you got and asking you to turn back around from a car crash on Sunday and practice again on Wednesday.
Sure.
Right.
There's a sacrifice on both ends. So there's that mutual love and respect that comes out of it. And hopefully we've created an environment where we appreciate that about each other. So we approach each other the right way, not in a disrespectful way. where somebody's expecting a lot from you. You're expecting this thing, and you're missing the sacrifices happening on both sides.
Yeah. Well, Coach Canales, man, appreciate your time, man.
Thank you so much.
Kudos to you. We'll be watching.
Yes.
And, you know, it's one of those things, bro, where, you know, I take pride in saying it, keep pounding.
That's right, man. That's right. But yeah, go sub to 4th and 1 with Cam Newton if you haven't already. Cam just makes some excellent points, asks the right questions, and he just knows, man. He understands what to ask a coach. You know, and I think it's fascinating watching some of these interactions with head coaches and whatnot, you know. All credit goes to 4th and 1, you know, with Cam Newton, respectively. You know, I'm not trying to make any money off of it or anything. I think, do we want to do the Luke and TD film room? And then I'll save the press conferences for the next training camp update video, live stream. Or do you want to do the press conferences today and just knock them out? That's up to y'all. But I really would like to do this, though.
I got my brother Luke Kuechly right here, and we're going to jump right into some of the plays that made the duo what it became. First and foremost, Luke, this first play, we tried to show Luke.
Hey, shout out to whoever made this setup, because you got Sam Mills' jersey on the sideline right over there. Look at that Sam Mills jersey, 51. Love that. All right, let's go.
Plays beforehand, but as you know, in the film room, we like to keep our guests on their toes, but you can never keep Luke Kuechly on his toes because he knows what's going on.
Yeah, so first of all, right here, this is, everybody can see Jarvis Landry right here. Can I get a little draw there, TD?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Cool. So we got Jarvis Landry right here. He's off the ball. That means that he's able to go in motion, right? So if we clear that.
Luke talked about Jarvis being the key. If you look right now, look at Luke's eyes, look at my eyes. We're locked in right now on Jarvis Landry. That's something that you know without a doubt that we had to be aware of Jarvis Landry on our plays.
Yeah, so then as this play goes, Thomas, remember this right here. So he keeps running.
Since the dawn of mankind.
YouTube videos. The joy of commercials.
Him stop right there. So he's our key. He dictates run fits, he dictates pass drops, he dictates where Thomas and I are going to ultimately end up on this play. So we both saw him motion in. We understand Nick Chubb's the running back. And then watch Jarvis right here. When Jarvis moves, we're all going to try to move in the same direction.
And then one of the things that we also had to understand that we struggled with when teams first started doing this, whenever guys would go back, we played gapped out defense. But whenever guys would go back, we would struggle to find those new gaps at first when teams started doing this. And Al Holcomb, our coach, used to get so frustrated with us because we wanted to play downhill. They taught, hey, get downhill, get in the backfield, make the plays. But sometimes we ended up out of our gap. So we didn't have that problem on this particular play. Or did we?
Hey, TDU.
Bootleg, looking a little slow, huh?
No, you just were waiting for the ball to come out.
So watch. Boom. So this is one of the plays right here. And I talk about, plays that if you can go back and you do something different and you can have a different effect, different outcome on what happens throughout the course of the game. As you guys see, Luke does a great job of causing the fumble.
Look at all this space right here, Thomas.
Ton of space.
Look at all that space.
Ton of space.
Look at all this space right here.
Ton of space. If this idiot wearing the jersey number 58, instead of diving on this ball, decides to scoop and score, which we're taught to do, scoop and score on this play, then we probably would have won this football game, Luke. Wouldn't you say?
Well, hey, you know what? We got the ball. You got it. Look at that. Stand up. You got your red What kind of shoes are those, TD?
Defender Dreams.
Okay. Excitement, running off the field. You can see it again right here. Watch our eyes. So if Jarvis came back and it was a run play, we would fall back here, and then we'd pick Mike Adams up here, and that'd be the run fit.
I think there was probably still the point in time where we were still kind of struggling with this a little bit, because as you see, Luke falls back to where he's supposed to be. My eyes are still over here. I don't see Jarvis yet. That's why communication is so important. And we try to teach young guys this as time goes on. It's important when you see guys in locations tightly connected to the line of scrimmage, you got to be aware that there's a possibility that they can go back. And once they go back, Luke just talked about it, your gap is going to change. So Luke does a great job of reading it, seeing Jarvis. We just sprinting right now. Space. Yeah, scoop and score, man. Like, scoop and score.
Well, hey, look, we got the ball back to the offense. We did our job.
We got the ball back. That was one of those times, whenever you get the ball back, and our coaches talked to us about it, if you're on the plus side of the 50, then you want to try to scoop and score. But if you're in scoring range, a lot of times they usually teach us to jump on the football. So that was the mindset. No excuses. I should have scooped and scored this and put points on the board. But let's jump right into this next play. I won't tell you what it is.
Let me see it real quick.
Let it play out. Boom. Stop it right here.
Ooh.
Yeah.
This is what? This is Super Bowl year?
Yep.
I think we
2015.
We get another look right here. Watch this. So again, TD, can you hit that draw?
Yep. Got you.
Again, just like Jarvis, we got a guy close to the line of scrimmage. He's going to take us not necessarily to where the ball is going to go, but where we need to be on each individual play. So if I remember, he comes back across the formation, right, Thomas? And then
I remember that. That was the Buccaneers game. It was either the first or second Buccaneers game. I was at the second one. Okay, so this might have been the second one. That's my guess. I think it was the second one.
It's just a zone play up here, and then it's like an off-tackle run play, right?
But one of the things right here that I need you guys to pay close attention to, if you look at this man right here, what is he doing? He's communicating. He's telling me, Thomas, this is about to happen. I recognize this formation. I know what's about to happen on this play, so be alert, be ready. He did it a lot of times. He told all of us a lot of what was about to happen, what was going on. Watch his reaction. Watch. Oh, we switching sides. That was one of the things that we had to do. If the formation strength changed, if you guys look, obviously we played middle linebacker, weak side linebacker. So if the formation changed, if the nickel comes over, me and Luke have to switch positions so that he's always at the middle linebacker spot and I'm always on the weak side. That's what ended up happening right here. Luke still understanding what's happening. And of course, as
no
you
one
guys
blocked
know,
me. You're going to say, I know exactly what you're going to
Always.
Go to the end zone, Thomas. You're going to be able to see it. They can be a better view.
We're going to go
to the end zone. Watch this.
To show you. So please tell me, we have a Hall of Fame player, right? We have a guy that's an all-pro player every freaking year. But for some reason, Tampa Bay thought that it was always smart to send a guy or two up to me instead of blocking Luke. Never failed. Boom.
TD, he's getting blocked by like 3 dudes.
Leave Luke wide open and just let him free flow to the football. Tackle your guys.
That is the dumbest thing you could possibly do on offense. It is not block Luke Kuechly. Tampa, you got cooked on that play. Jeez. Love it.
Backfield, it's all right. It works best for the team when somebody is left unfree. Free to get to the ball carrier, and a lot of times it was you.
I love this.
Oh man, do you remember this game, Thomas?
Oh yeah.
This was the rain game, right?
Tell them what happened early in this game.
So we were sitting
on the sidelines.
Sitting on the sidelines, and it was probably second or third quarter.
Don't hold back.
And TD had 14 tackles.
I was at 12 at that point. 12.
And I had about 4 or 5, and TD looked over. And I don't remember what you said, but I think you probably do.
I said, Luke, I'm whooping your right now. That's what I told him. He looked up at me. He was like, man, whatever, man. We ended up with 40 tackles that game.
Oh, my God.
Each one of us had an interception in this game as well.
It was
40 tackles between them? Oh, my God. That's crazy, dude. These two were insane together. Insane. Like, Panthers fans, we don't know how blessed we are to have watched these two together in a uniform for as many years as we did. We don't realize how privileged we are. Matt, for me, it's an honor. It's an honor, dude. These two are incredible, man.
Rain game, so when it started pouring in the second half, it became heavy run, and there was only a couple run plays they had since it was such a wet game. They didn't have a ton of toss ball handling. It was primarily handoffs from Drew. So we had a pretty good feel. We had a really good game plan going into the game, and when they run the ball and you got dudes like Starr and Dwan and Frank Alexander and Greg Hardy, all those guys were such studs that it made our job really easy.
Yeah, it made it so easy that Luke was able to bypass me in the second half from me having, I think, 12 tackles. Luke had about 8 at that point, to him ending up with an NFL record, 26 tackles. Yes, 26 tackles.
Say what? Sheesh. Oh my God. Bro, I gotta take a moment on that one. Oh my God. That's crazy. That's insane. Like, that was just who Luke was, man. He was an animal on the field. Like, the dude was the freaking Hulk out there. 26 tack. God. Dick. Woo.
See, I just feel like I had a part in that because I motivated him when I told him I was kicking his ass. So it went from him ending with 26 tackles and me ending with 14.
Love it.
But my claim to fame is still that we had 40 tackles that day.
That's right.
Which is...
All right, let's take a look at this one here, Thomas.
An NFL record in itself.
Ooh.
Man, somebody's playing pass.
Was that me or was that you?
No, that was definitely me.
I didn't watch you on that
Poor
one.
Reed.
No.
USAA Classic Checking was built to
Get the ads on YouTube, but there you go.
Who's that? There's one of your Georgia boys.
Okay, Luke is in on the blitz. Hey, duo tackle, man.
We used to call that play Tampa Zone.
Straight down here.
Everyone calls it duo now. That's one of the most popular runs in the NFL. Now you guys are being nice to me.
Hey, talk to us about this. Talk to us nice, Luke.
Oh,
this play right here.
Everybody remembers this play.
Was originally this is.
Everybody remembers this play. Hold on now. If you're a Panthers fan back in 15, you know this play instinctively of what's about to happen. God.
I'll show you what it's on right now. Here we go. So this is what this play was initially supposed to be. So we were supposed to drop. We were supposed to drop the defensive end to here. Colin Jones was going to play in the flat. We were going to have a third player, and a third player with Josh. Thomas was going to blitz, so we were going to have 4 guys going. Where's the
Kurt
fourth
was
guy?
going to come down and replace me.
And then Kurt was going to replace Thomas. So it turns into cover 3.
I got you.
But what happened was Romo saw the pressure look, and he changed the play.
Now, mind you, for perspective, I am the guy on the defense that absolutely loved to blitz. That was one of my favorite things to do.
Yep.
Luke would rather drop in coverage.
Yes.
That's why he ended up with so many interceptions. So there's never an opportunity or a time where I really don't want to blitz. But I'm also not selfish either. So I know if the quarterback is going to slide the protection to me, it's going to be a lot harder for me to get home on the blitz.
Yeah.
So I look over at Luke, I'm like,
you led it. You were the guy that called it. Thomas saw that they slid protection. Thomas saw that Romo saw the pressure coming. So Thomas got us out of a bad defense and switched us to playing cover 2. So cover 2 would be being Benet in the flat, Josh in the flat, Rome over here, and Kurt over here. That's what 2 is.
Me dropping to my spot.
Colin dropping
the
to his
nickel
spot.
to his spot. Luke surveying the middle of the field, and we got everything covered. And it switches up what Tony Romo actually thought that we were going to be able to be doing on that particular play. And as legend has it, you guys get to witness and watch the outcome of what happened on this particular play. All about being unselfish.
So
look,
right here,
shoulder look early.
You see Thomas pressure. Thomas said something. He said, "Hey, we need to get out of it," and we changed the play because Thomas saw the protection slide early in the down.
So now dropping into cover 2, read inside window. Luke knew. Tell them what you saw right here. Talk to the fan base about what you see on this particular play that let you know exactly what they were getting ready to do.
Right
I'm going to stop it right here.
Okay, so when the play initially started,
you can draw it.
Yeah, so Benet is out wide. Benet Benwickery, he got an inside release by this wide receiver. When you get an inside release by a wide receiver in cover 2, a lot of times they're going to run an in-cut.
Breaking route. Yep.
This is Cole Beasley. Cole Beasley came in, ran a sit, like a little sit, and then Jason Witten, as you guys can see, ran right down the middle of the field. So
what teams try to do with Cole Beasley, they know Colin's job is to hold this window right here. He's trying to stay underneath the dagger that's coming inside, that's going to be an inside breaking route. They want to put this guy in front of him to get him to jump down so that window is open. Luke also knows that too. So if he sees Colin jump down, he knows that this window for this dig is going to open up right there for him. So we're going to let it play out.
So watch this. So Roman echoes it, right? Roman was a great communicator. Colin Jones echoed it, great communicator. Benet, look at even Josh down here. Everybody's on the same page. And Roman is a super smart football player too. So just watch Witten run this route right here, and then watch who's sitting on top of Witten the whole time.
That's one of the things that I think people don't pay close enough attention to. When you make a check as a defense, it doesn't do you any good to make a check and 9, 10 guys get it. All 11 guys on the defense have to understand and know that a check has been made, that everybody is playing the same defense. Even if we're wrong, we're all right if we make the right check and everybody has that check.
So clear Roman real quick. But watch Roman sit on top of Jason Witten. And that's what allows me to jump on this in cut from the outside receiver. Watch Roman. You see Roman staying on top of him. That's why the whole defense works together. Thomas saw the protection slide. He did a great job communicating. Everybody was on the same page. Benet does a really good job of getting an inside release by that outside wide receiver. Collins sits in his spot, and then Rome sits over the top. That's what makes football, in my opinion, so fun, is that everybody was on the same page. Everybody did their job, and we had a good outcome.
So now, right here, though, Luke, easy touchdown, right? Would you say? From looking at this, easy touchdown.
I know what you're about to ask.
Easy touchdown. Tell us a little bit about your mindset as you're going into the end zone, and you see Tony Romo right here. What's going on right here, Luke?
He was getting a little too close for comfort. I was getting a little nervous, so I had to make sure he stayed away. But watch Thomas right here. Watch you, TD. TD said something to me. You said, remember what you told me? You said
water.
You said check two. So when you came away from that pressure, you checked it, and everybody got on the same page. And then watch these guys rush inside. Really good pocket collapse by Starr and our defensive end. And then watch Benet.
Hold on. And right here, you can even see what we're saying that makes it true. Watch this line. They still slid the protection to my side, anticipating us still running the blitz.
Watch Benet block. Watch Colin Jones block. Watch KK try to get a block. All those guys, that's what made this
team. And watch
team.
Luke punch Tony Romo in the face.
That's what made that team so fun, is that everybody was trying to do the best thing for the team. Get extra blocks, switch plays, communicate, do dirty work. That's what made it really fun. And then Thomas, I'm going to show you right here. The guy that makes this play is right here.
All right. So this is our final play that we're going to show you guys. And this,
man, that is fascinating. Wow. To get an idea of like how that play ended up being what it was. Man. Like, I gotta say, man, that breakdown was crazy. That breakdown was crazy, y'all. Oh my God, were y'all able to follow all that? I was. Wow. And he's exactly right. These guys were on such a great communication level through so many games together that they automatically knew. They all were on the same page. That's insane. I don't think we'll ever get to that point again, to where like everybody was on the same page like that. That is such a huge teaching tool, though. If that's our goal, though, we should strive for that with every new Panthers team. It is try to get on the same page. Communication. Because that's where it can make a difference. It's in major games like that. And in major ways like that. I mean, yeah, we don't have that level of player like we do with Luke and TD right now. But still, to have that type of communication to where maybe one of our players that you would never expect would make a play like that, during a regular season game, out of communication, is a humongous thing. That could be the difference between us getting to the playoffs or sitting there with 8 wins, looking at the playoffs just going, wah, wah, So that's why I'm looking at all of this and I'm just going, man, these are beautiful teaching tools. Beautiful teaching tools. I want... This is the knowledge that Luke and TD can bring to these Panthers teams. And I'm so excited to see Luke, teaching the middle schools, and Greg Olson teaching his group too, of the youth, so that they learn how to do the stuff that they were doing. And it's just amazing to me. The future's in great hands of football. And it makes me so happy to see that. Makes my heart so happy, man. It really does. Because I love the game of football and I love the Panthers organization. I love these two gentlemen right here and Greg Olson. So
this is the play versus Seattle. It's the playoff game.
The Seattle game. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, this play is fascinating too. Okay. Yep, I'm ready. Let's go.
This was one of the plays that led to us having such a big lead against Seattle. And I'll let Luke talk about it since he already began doing what Luke Kuechly does.
From what I remember, we destroyed Seattle that game. Oh my God. It was brutal. I was like, dang. This team was on the top of their game that day. On all 3 levels. It was incredible to watch.
Pointing out everybody else and what they did to make this play happen.
We played them earlier in the season. And what they were doing is they were taking this guy, the tight end, they were motioning him over here to create a new formation. Mm-hmm. And what that does is it brings Kurt Coleman down. It kind of changes it changes the integrity of our defense. So we had practiced it, we had talked about it in our meeting rooms. So we had a really good feel that this was something there they were going to try to attack us with. Mm-hmm. As you let it run, then watch KK Short. He's our inside defensive tackle right there. Watch this. So you pause it right here. Look, we're all on the same page. We get a good edge right there. Kurt's where he needs to be. Shaq's right here. TD's down. We were exactly where we needed to be. Josh is in a good lead position. Roman's exactly where he needs to be. And Robert McLean got great communication down here at the edge. And then watch K1. Watch how quickly he wins right here. You see how quickly circle KK.
KK Short is right here.
Yep. He puts pressure on Russ. And then he let it run, Thomas, and then pause it right here. So look, this is what we were having issues with the first time we played him. This guy doesn't look like he's covered, but Kurt's here, and Shaq is in that window. It doesn't look like it from this perspective, but Shaq's body presence is going to shield that window. Kurt's over the top. This is Marshawn Lynch. If that ball gets caught, Thomas and I have a good angle, and then Shaq's our cleanup player. But again, like we said, look at KK, got his hands on Russell Wilson
Forced
right
him
there.
to throw the ball way before he was prepared or ready to do it. He never got a chance to get his feet set. And we understand the importance of quarterbacks being able to set their feet when it comes to accuracy. If they can't do that, if they have to throw off balance or throw on the move a lot of times, you're going to see the ball flutter or go in the hands of a defender. And as you know, Luke has some of the best hands on the team. So this is the end result.
Yeah, we go back. Watch these guys. Watch everybody. Watch this guy right here. Clear that. That's Robert McClain. That's our boundary corner right there. Watch him throughout this play. Great hands on the receiver, in a trail position exactly where he's supposed to be because he's got Roman over the top.
Yep.
Watch this ball get thrown. And then watch Robert not quit on the play. Watch him. He's running, looking for somebody to block. Watch this. Try to go get a piece. That's what made this team so good, is that everybody did their job, number one, and then everybody's secondary job, they did equally as well, too. Watch KK win so fast. On Russ gets uncomfortable, and then watch everybody try to block, run, block, and then look at the stands. It was unbelievable that
And then
that
you
game.
get to see the screen vibrating that lets you know that the energy was electric. And man, listen, we had some special times in 2015. And what I'm starting to see from this current Panther team, we're starting to see some of the communication. We're starting to see linebackers take command of the defense. And I feel like Devin Lloyd is a guy that fits our mode of defense. He goes out, he competes the right way, he gets everybody where they need to be, and he's not afraid of calling guys out when the moment lends for him to call somebody out. And the only way that he's able to do that is because he goes out and he leads by example.
He's physical.
Wow. And I mean, there was so much going on in that particular play, too. That's what fascinated me about that play. Because you had Robert McClain over there. You had Kurt Coleman back there doing his thing. And there's just so much to focus on, in that play. So many talented players, that were doing their thing all in sync and just understood exactly where they were supposed to be and what they were supposed to be doing. And that just fascinates the heck out of me. Just watching these teams back then just do their thing, and just, oh man. I would love to have more of these. Please, 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 more of these. There's so much these players can learn and so much the fans can learn from this. Dude, I soaked this up like a sponge. This is amazing.
It's so much better, man. So, Luke, thank you so much for taking the time to, come join us for the film room. I am extremely, extremely proud of you, man, and all that you have accomplished. There's no guy greater to be inducted into the Hall of Fame than you, man. All of the things that you've been able to persevere through, all of the things that you've done throughout the community, all of the things that you continue to do to make Panther Nation proud of you, man. I don't even know where we would be, really as a football team in 2015 without your presence and without what you were able to do. But the selflessness that you bring, you get to see it, right? You watch film, you get to watch a guy break down film, making amazing plays. But the whole time that you got to witness him talk about these plays, all he did was point out all the things that everybody else did. And that's who Luke Kuechly is, and that's who he's always been.
There's a little jersey right there. Grab that. Is on our rack. This is where, right here. Grab that one, see if they can see it. That's where it started right there. Our linebacking room
set the tradition,
set the tone. Yeah, set the tone for that room. And it was you, and it was Beast, and it was Dan Morgan, and we had a great Shaq and all those guys. So we had a great room.
Of linebackers, man, to get it done. Mark Fields, Will Witherspoon. I mean, We had a standard that we had to uphold, and hopefully, as those old guys go back and watch film on us, and these young guys go back and watch film on us,
we're the
they
old
get
guys
to see.
now, Thomas.
I know exactly. They get to see that we held the standard. So the standard has always been the standard.
Yep.
Wow. That's awesome. I love that. Man, thank you for that, TD and Luke. Man, absolute legends right there. It's a shame neither one of you got a ring. You know, you both deserved one. And Luke got his Hall of Fame jacket, you know. Perhaps Thomas Davis will get his opportunity to get into. Maybe. But, yeah, I'm absolutely fascinated with this stuff, man. Ooh, Cam Newton and Steve Smith breaking the silence. Ooh. Now that is interesting to me. I'm gonna keep that on the back burner though. I want to do all these press conferences. I want to do Cam Newton and Steve Smith. I want ooh. Mike Jackson, Luke Kuechly, and Kurt Coleman. Ooh, okay. Y'all putting out some content right now, man. Y'all putting out some stuff that I can react to now. Sheesh. Y'all overload me right now. This is gonna take 2 or 3 streams. This is gonna take 2 or 3 streams, y'all. Look at all this content, bro. My goodness. You got Luke Kuechly on the Rich Eisen show. Alright, so let's kind of take stock on what we want to react to in the next update stream. Obviously the press conferences. I want to do Cam Newton and Steve Smith reaction. I want to do the gyro presser. Yeah, we did that one. Let's see. Cam Newton DNA of the Panthers. I want to do that. Let's see. What else? I'm just making sure there's nothing else major that we need to hit. Let's see. Y'all want me to do the Luke Kuechly Hall of Fame speech or nah? Let me know. I can if you want me to. Is there anything major that happened in training camp today or yesterday that would make it worth doing an immediate reaction to one of the press conferences besides the fight? Because, I mean, I've taken up enough of y'all's time today anyway. But we got a lot of content to get through, the next 2 weeks. We really, really do. Videos wise, reaction wise. Oh yeah, the Bills Stadium. Yeah, the Bills Stadium. Hold up, y'all. Sit tight. Y'all need to see this video before we finish this up, because I know I put it in team chat. And then we'll do the unofficial depth chart as of today. And we'll wrap up with that. But yeah, for those of you that don't know, Devin Lloyd actually punched out the ball today in practice. So excellent job. Oh yeah, this was that article. The Pro Bowl corner. Kenny Moore the second. We don't need Kenny Moore the second. We've already got Chow. We're good on that. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Nate Wiggins was carted off for the Ravens. And the Vikings named Kyler Murray their starter for the preseason game. So let's see if I can find that particular video that I sent out. Let's see. This is it. This is it right here. Hold up. All right, so first of all, shout out Josh. I don't know if you got a Facebook page or what you got going on here, but this dude pointed all this stuff out. So let's see what's going on here.
Let me get this straight. The Bills just opened the worst stadium in the NFL. Now, Josh Allen and the Bills just had one of their scrimmages at Highmark Stadium to show it off and to show their fans what they're in store for this season, but the opening was less than stellar. I mean, these fans have waited 2 years and spent over $2 billion on the stadium and are treated to views like this.
Oof. That is awful. What a terrible view. Oof.
Why are we having seats in a brand new stadium with a view of half of the field?
Oof. That's just not it, Buffalo. That's just not it.
That is unacceptable. And it's not just one spot. You got beams blocking. You got stairs.
Ooh.
That are way too long and
Stairs are way too long. Good Lord. Oof.
Way too steep. You got people watching through glass panels.
What? You got views through glass panels? Ugh. Man.
I mean, who built this stadium? And it's not just the views. The Bills built the stadium with the canopy instead of a retractable roof. Now, on some level, I do get it because they want to keep their advantage of being able to play in the rain and play in the snow. But a canopy is supposed to cover all of the fans, and this canopy does not do that. Everyone in the 100 and 200 sections are getting rained on, and that's what happened at this scrimmage.
Ooh. Yikes. So be aware if you're going up to Buffalo for a Panthers game.
This is one of those things that bothers me because it did not have to be this way. What do you mean that there are bad views in the stadium? You have the scoreboard and the video board, which is way too small. You can't.
Yeah, he's right. That is way too small. Like, what are y'all doing, Buffalo? What is this?
See anything, especially if you're up in the nosebleeds, and there are only 63,000 seats in this.
Oh my god, that's your view of the freaking... That's horrible.
So now, Buffalo can never host a Super Bowl in their brand new $2 billion stadium.
$2 billion. Oh my god. Sheesh. I mean, we're spending how much on ours, you know, versus this garbage that they spent $2.2 billion on. My god.
In the new stadium, we were able to see Josh Allen rock the new Nickel City uniforms, and yes, they look just as bad as we thought in person. I mean, how...
Yeah, they are trash. They are trash looking. Bruh, Buffalo, y'all took these jerseys right out of the dumpster, didn't you? Good God.
Helmet looks alright, but that Nickel City gray, it's just not great. Honestly, for the weather that Buffalo, New York has, it's inexcusable to not build a retractable roof on the stadium. If you want to keep that home field advantage, just leave the roof open. You can let it snow, let it rain during the game, but now the stadium doesn't have many other uses besides Bills games, and you can never host a Super Bowl. But let me know what you think down below about the grand...
Man. What y'all think about that? What do y'all think about that right there? That's horrible. I don't even, you know. That's crazy to me. Well, be aware if you're going up there for the preseason game or any Bills games. That's what you're in for. Yikes. There was a video of Greg Olsen training up some of the people at the middle school. Trying to find that. Is that it? Yeah, this is it. This is it. I want to show you all this too. This is kind of cool. If you guys haven't seen this yet. Alright. So he's physically training a guy, you know?
Lock your legs out. Don't lock. Stay in your hips. Stay in your hips. Stay in your hips. Don't lock your legs out. Now don't let me throw you. Don't anchor. Anchor. Good. You know what I mean by don't lock your legs out? Low. Low. Single! Stop. Don't move. Get set. Turn. Jack, get square. Lock your legs out. Don't lock. Stay in your hips. Stay in your hips. Stay in your hips. Don't lock your legs out. Now don't let me throw you. Don't anchor. Anchor. Good. You know what I mean?
That's amazing. You know, and these guys are learning like firsthand what it's like to do the things that a professional NFL player has learned how to do for several years. And I think that's fascinating. You know, the technique, the footwork, the hips, you know, just understanding like how to do all the things that Greg was doing for like his time in a Panthers uniform. is amazing. So, the youth is in great hands. I'm excited, for that right there. That makes my heart happy. And I want to show you guys that, man, because that was really cool. I really think that's really awesome. So, is there anything else? The depth chart. Okay, yep. Okay, Panthers depth chart as of today. Let me put that up on the screen. And there it is. We'll go full screen with that. Never mind the comment section. Let's go. Okay, so I'm seeing Jasheem Reed here in third spot. Behind Bryson Tremaine, which I agree with. Rock had a one-on-one with somebody during that training camp live, and it was kind of the defender kind of got the drop on him, really, one-on-one. So I do agree with that decision. I think Jasheem Reed is doing really, really well and deserves that spot. Coker, David Moore, Casey Washington, Elijah Cooks. I agree with that. Walker, Stone, Ryan Hayes, and Albert Reese. I think Albert Reese was struggling too. I think Ryan Hayes may give Stone a run for his money at left tackle there and might battle for that spot. We'll see, though. The only reason I think Stone is still there is because he can play right tackle as well, from what I remember. Damian Lewis, Chandler Zavala, Jake Curran, Isaiah Glass, Joshua Gray. I'm with that. Only because Chandler Zavala's had time with the starters, during a game. He's had live game history, so that makes sense. Luke Fortner, Sam Height. Yeah, I agree. Luke Fortner should be a starter right now. Nick Smock, Robert Hunt, Brady Christensen, Carter, Jake Curran, and then you go on down the list there. I agree with that. I think that should be the hierarchy there. Freeling starting, Stone at backup right tackle, Ryan Hayes, Albert Reese. Yeah. Love it. Now here's something interesting. Mitchell Evans has jumped Sanders at tight end. Do y'all notice this? Mitchell Evans has jumped Sanders for the number 2 spot. Mitchell Evans showing a little something in practice, huh? Okay. Let's see how he does. You got my attention, Mitchell. All right, so we got XL, we got Jimmy Horn, we got Mechie. As of right now, that's what I expected it to look like, because Jimmy Horn's got a lot more time in live games than Mechie, because Mechie's just coming in here. But big battle right there between those two. Pay attention to that going into the Buffalo game. So you got Bryce Young, Kenny Pickett, Haynes King, Kyle Trask. With Haynes King with a hamstring injury. I don't expect that to change anytime soon. As soon as Haynes King is healthy again, Kyle Trask is gone. Chuba, Jonathan Brooks, Trevor Etienne, and AJ Dillon. I like this. Although I think AJ might be gunning for Trevor Etienne's job. Pay attention. Pay attention. Might happen. I'm not a huge Tyus guy, to be honest. I like Mike Davis better than I do Tyus. Mike Davis really showed up, during that Hall of Fame game. And, Tyus was there. He did it. He made his plays too, but Mike Davis really showed up to me. AJ Dillon was kind of meh, but he was there though. He did his thing too. So ultimately, I think Mike Davis might jump Tyus, but I don't know if he'll jump AJ. We'll see. Defensive line, you got Bobby, and then you got Jared Harrison Hunter, Isaiah Smith. If Isaiah Smith keeps making those defensive plays like he was making in the Hall of Fame game, and during FanFest, I could see him jumping Harrison Hunter at some point. So Harrison Hunter really needs to be on his P's and Q's if he wants to keep that second spot. Cam Jackson, Lee Hunter, Garcia. I don't know anything about Garcia though. I haven't seen him play. Malone Jr., Parker Peterson. I got a little taste of Malone Jr. during the FanFest, so I'm excited to see that. A little more of that. Derek Brown, Aaron Hall, Kyron Barnes. Yeah, makes sense. Pat Jones, Travis Gibson Jr., Thomas Incoom, Cam Gill. Okay, Travis Gibson Sr. Beating out Thomas Incoom, that's... Travis showed a little something right now. Okay. I like Cam Gill, though. I like Cam Gill. Honestly, that outside linebacker room is kind of interchangeable between those three, to me. I tend to favor Incoom because of the work he did last year. But if Travis and Cam Gill can put up the numbers of preseason, this could be a really entertaining linebacker battle. Pay close attention to that right there. Devin Lloyd, you got Bam Martin Scott, Jackson Colich, and Maz. I like that line right there because Bam Martin Scott's been putting up a lot of good plays in preseason, in training camp, and just showing up. Not that Jackson hasn't been, but Bam has just been all over the place. And I like that matchup right there. That's going to be interesting to watch. Trevin Wallace and Claudin. Big battle there for number one spot. And Mima, I haven't really been that impressed with Mima so far. He made a play during FanFest, but, it's like, you got to build on that. You know what I mean? And he didn't really build on it. Jalen Phillips, Princely, Jeremiah Moon. I don't know anything about Jeremiah Moon. That's a new name for me. It's probably practice squad. He's going to be gone after the cut. Mike Jack, Charles Smith Wade, Akil Evans, Tyreek, Cam Miller, DeCarlos Nicholson. Nicholson was the guy that I noticed during the training camp live. I really like this dude. He has potential. I saw him on 2 different plays during that live. Make a play. So, I'm watching him a little bit closer. Tyreek, I think he might actually jump Tyreek, to be honest. It's possible. If he puts up enough consistent good plays in camp drills, I could see it happening. So, we'll keep our eyes peeled on that. J.C. Horn, Corey Thornton, Willie III, Robert Rochelle. Obviously, that's where it's exactly where it's supposed to be. Trevon Moehrig, Saki Wheatley, Isaiah Simmons at safety, where it should be. Nick Scott. Y'all know how I feel about Nick Scott. I'm not going to say anything else on that. Lathan Ransom, Damani Richardson. I love Lathan and I love Damani Richardson. So far, so good. You know, with these two. And for special teams, you got Trevor Etienne doing kick return and punt return. Jimmy Horn Jr. behind him. Sam Martin, Ryan Fitzgerald, respectively at punter and kicker. Sam Martin is the holder, and J.J. Jensen is the long snapper. So that is your unofficial depth chart going into the Bills game. What do y'all think about that? Let me know. That is the last bit we are going to cover today. Unless you guys want to cover something else, let me know in chat. I'll give you guys a couple minutes. Mention anything you guys want, and we'll talk about it real quick. I thought, I just want to circle back to Mitchell Evans beating out Sanders at tight end. That interests me. That caught my attention. I was like, huh. You know, it's not far-fetched to say that Sanders will win his job back, but that's really fascinating to me. But yeah, Luke Kuechly, Hall of Fame with the jacket and everything. One Panther flying under the radar at training camp. Okay, let's see. Who do y'all think? Jasheem Reed. Yeah, I'll agree with that. I will absolutely agree with that. He's finally getting noticed, too. Which I'm very pleased with. Ooh. Beautiful pass to Etienne. Pickett. I had my reservations about him after those first two drives, but now look at that throw. If he could do that on a consistent basis, then I'd say we got nothing to worry about right there. I'd say we got a solid QB room. Man. And that's really the goal, is just to make sure that we don't have any Achilles heels. We need to learn from 15 and make sure that every single position is filled up with solid depth. You know what I'm saying? Understand where our Achilles heel is and fix it. You know? And that's the goal of this year. Is that technique and mechanics, and the biggest thing is staying healthy, and of course winning always helps. But you know, those are the biggest things we need to focus on this year. As we're climbing the ladder and we're looking for more success, we're looking for more playoff time, and a seat at the table again, So I think if you do all those little things right, you will get to the playoffs again. And you'll have your seat at the table. And this team is hungry, man. Let's be real, this team is hungry. They want it. Panthers pulled the rug out from under Trevor Wallace after troubling summer. What's going on here? The gauntlet has been thrown down. Alright, come on, Dean Jones. Come on now. This dude is always posting some crazy stuff, man. Man. I think you're making a mountain out of a molehill here. You over here saying that this man needs a wake-up call? Come on now. Nah. He doesn't need a wake-up call. He just needs time on the field. That's what he needs. Give him some time on the field. He'll be just fine. Y'all are panicking over nothing with Trevor Wallace, man. Come on now. God bless, man. Come on now. That's crazy. Ooh, nice one-handed catch. Very nice. Yeah, this guy's got some talent, that's for sure. Devin Lloyd in the top 100. What do y'all think about that? Wow, man. There's so much content, man, to get through. But yeah, I'll leave everybody with this right here. Who's the next Panther that deserves to go to the Hall of Fame? For me, it's Steve Smith. I'm gonna leave it off just how I started this stream, by asking that question. What do y'all think? Drop a name in chat. I'm gonna say Steve Smith. I'd say Greg Olson deserves a chance. I'd say Thomas Davis deserves a chance. That's just me, though. I would say Ryan Khalil, but they'll never put a center in the Hall of Fame. Well, I won't say never, but it's just so rare. Even though I think he deserves a chance. But yeah, that's where I'm gonna leave y'all at. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Cam Newton hopping around. Hey. That's a positive way to end the stream. That's a very positive way to end the stream right there. Love that. I mean, who is the random running back who just scored? Bruh. Y'all don't know about A.J. Dillon? Y'all don't know about this dude? Come on now. Alright. Lukey. What the fuck? What the fuck now? Bruh. I'm done. Play-Doh. He molded his own bust. That's funny. Oh my god. That's a trip right there. I love that. Oh man. Yeah. Thank you guys so much, man. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Just something positive to leave you guys with. But yeah, hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding it all kept for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel and for the Yahoo Sports app. Keep pounding fans bully. Shout out to David who spoke in chat here. Shout out to everybody that was lurking and checking out the stream. We appreciate you. Shout out to all the new likes and follows, all the new subscribers, all the new people that have followed on Twitter, on Twitch. I mean, appreciate you. For gaming type streams. On Sunday, I will be traveling to Charlotte for a concert for Avenged Sevenfold. So we will be doing a concert series podcast on that on the way up. Excited to do that and continue that series. People seem to like that, so do I still owe you guys like a FanFest stream? I think I do. Can somebody confirm that or not? Yeah, I think I still owe you guys one. I'm gonna double check on that, but if I do, then I'll do that too. But I had technical malfunction, on the way back from Charlotte, so I never got a chance to do that. And I've just been busy as all heck. So I apologize for that. I kind of dropped the ball on that one. So, but I will get to that as soon as I can. And maybe we'll do some video reactions and stuff with that too when we can. But I appreciate you guys so much. Shout out to all the other YouTubers doing their thing. C3, Pat Coltrane, Unk, 2020. We got Big Cat, 1995, The Roar. You got all these other Panthers YouTubers out here. Blitzball Champ doing his thing. Let me see who's live right now. And I might send you over to somebody. Yeah, C3's live right now. We'll send you over there. Also, don't forget to check out Ed Oliver for the Washington Commanders. Love this dude. And Tom Grossi for the Green Bay Packers. Give him a sub, give him a like. Shout him out. Show him some love from us. We appreciate y'all so much, man. Yeah, y'all do what you do, and we appreciate it. I think C3 is talking to Roman Harper currently. So if you're interested in that, go check that out. And also shout out to Cam Newton with his 4th and 1 with Cam Newton podcast. We appreciate that too. But yeah. Gaming stream maybe possibly soon. But definitely music podcast for the concert series on Sunday afternoon. Be on the lookout for that. And that'll pretty much do it for this Panthers training camp update. They're not giving us that much content to chew on as far as like daily things that we can do live streams on. So we're just having to kind of run with what we have. because they won't let fans in there in Charlotte. So we'll do what we can. So I'm not sure when the next training camp update will be, but we will definitely have that Panthers game on Saturday with the Bills at 1:00. Be looking for a preview stream either Thursday or Friday in the nighttime. So I'm not sure what time. That will be up to Blitz whether he wants to co-host or not on that, and we'll see from there. Because we've kind of been going around his schedule. So anyway, thank you guys so much. We appreciate you. And a shout out to Monster Grub and Sub out in Spartanburg, South Carolina. Get yourself a tasty sub. Tell the owner that we sent you. He is a Panthers fan, and we love what you do. Thank you. Shout out to the store on Moorhead Street. I forget the name of that place. But solid dudes over there, man. Solid dudes in Charlotte. We watched the kid do like the Fortnite thing, tournament thing. So that was fun. When we were up in Charlotte. So shout out to y'all. Shout out to Dillsworth, the restaurant over on Moorhead Street as well. Or yeah. So Dillsworth is amazing. Shout out to the waiter that helped us out there. We love you guys. Great restaurant, great food. Go check it out. If you like the intro you see, go check out Lindara Ty on Instagram using her last name. Ty, TAI.Lindara, LINDARA, for videos, panels, etc. to enhance your streaming experience as a content creator. I think that's about it. Thank you guys so much. Stay happy, healthy, and well. As always, you know what to do. Keep pounding. Row, row, row. Peace.